In the burning aftermath, that massive blazing hand is sprawled, finally defeated, sinking into the scorched earth. An unseen voice drops the verdict. Your shot barely lands, and the monster you feared doesn't stand his ground. He backs off, retreating. The rugged warrior Gorin gasped as he felt the attack, didn't finish it off, but he was still absolutely dangerous. Eric the hero nods along and says the Demon King can't move or act anymore. Grand roared at their companion, practically vibrating with anticipation for that finally arriving moment, when they'd get to come home to their families. With the sorcerer's luck fused into his hand, he stares down at the source and starts thinking, can he turn that original being into mana? Gorin lets out a frustrated sigh at his friend's relentless obsession, while Eric just smirks like he's been in on it all along. Luck breaks his magical trance, just long enough for him to blurt out what his friends were saying. Grant keeps teasing Luck about his obsession, laughing that at this rate he'll never land a girlfriend. Stunned out of his mind, Luck demands to know why the Demon King's hand has anything to do with getting a girlfriend. Eric and Garen crack up together, laughing as they swear that Luck is basically made for a lifelong bachelor. The whole crew steels themselves and prepares to sprint out of that bleak, war-ravaged dimension before it swallows them whole. Gorin leans toward Luck, and when he softens his face, you can tell he's about to spill a real sentiment. He admits that knowing a family was waiting for them, right there, pushed him and Eric to keep moving. Luck leans in, voice low, and quietly tells them his two companions feel like family to him. A flashback rips open, and there's Eric, Gorin, and Luck standing shoulder to shoulder as one unstoppable crew ready to crush the Demon King. Lux's ears perk up out of nowhere. He catches a faint sound creeping closer from the distance. Gorin and Eric whip around, their faces hardening the moment they spot a figure closing in. A wall of crimson demons barrels toward them, and their sheer numbers crush any chance to breathe. Wounded and drained, Eric tightens his blazing sword, cursing the fact that so many enemies are still standing. Gorin clenched his teeth, his face set in stone as a grim fury stared down the horde. Luck takes one look at their grim situation and realizes the wounded hero, Eric, can't afford to die here. With a fierce glare, he decides the hero's power is about to be needed again. Eric and Gorin snap with fury, refusing Lux's silent plan, because he was about to throw himself in the line of fire for them. Lux snaps back with a shout, tearing through the moment and reminding them that their families and kids are out there waiting. He turns his back on them, raises his magic, and prepares to shove a path out of here by sheer force. His friends can only stare in stunned horror, while he ignores every word they try to say. With a rushed apology, Luck snaps loose a brutal gust of wind, shoving them straight toward the portal. Eric and Gorin get hurled helplessly into a raging vortex, their capes snapping wildly in the whirl. Rage and sorrow crush Gorin as he curses their fate, tears blazing in his eyes. Across the shutting rift, Eric howls Luck's name in pure panic like he'll die if she can't hear him. Eric throws his last desperate plea at the universe, begging his friend to not die. Luck watches his solitary silhouette vanish as the portal to his home seals shut behind him. Alone beneath a pale moon, he tightens his resolve and braces for the darkness charging toward him. The demon army's monstrous vanguard surges ahead, crashing into a vile swarm of grotesque fiends. Luck bursts into the fight, a tangled magic circle exploding beneath his feet. He vows to guard his friends, and then, bam, lances of pure energy tear up from the ground like a battlefield ignition. With a barrier wrapped around him, he blasts off devastating spells, and just like that, the bodies pile up fast, stacking to 20. The slaughter keeps raging nonstop. 30 demons have already fallen. A black demonic ichor erupts in a brutal splatter across the battlefield as the grim body count slams past 50. Demon bodies are shredded to nothing. His power leaves total, brutal carnage in its wake. Standing atop a heap of rotting, dissolving corpses, Luck can't even keep track of how many he's killed. The defeated demons crumpled into thick black fog, and it all swirled away like Romano itself. He can feel the non-stop barrage grinding him down, right to the point where he finally cracks. The whole fight flips on its head as a far more dangerous presence crashes in and turns everything into chaos. A top-tier demon general bursts onto the scene, ripping forward with terrifying speed and crushing power. Before he even gets a breath, her hand clamps over his face and steals the fight right out of him. With cruel, satisfied glee, she unleashes a rare kind of magic, tearing away his life force siphon by siphon. That drain touch attack hits like a nightmare, draining the life out of the exhausted sorcerer and blasting him backward, wobbling and reeling. He clenches his teeth through the agony, realizing she just drained almost every last scrap of his power. Stumbling back, he finally gets it. When her brute force strikes didn't land, she switched tactics. A sharp, sly glint lights up in his eyes as his spell analysis locks in. A glowing eye sigil suddenly forms as he gears up to unleash her very own technique. He lunges forward and slams the surprised demon general with a flawless copy of Drain Touch. He reveals his ultimate power. If he survives any spell, he cracks it open, studies it, and learns it for himself. He lifts his hand and drops the twist. Drain Touch doesn't just steal energy, it refills his own power too. He grabs the demon general's sword, an ultra-conductive blade that drinks in magic like lightning. With his power back in full swing, he snaps around to face that endless ocean of demons again. From a quiet little town, a night breeze slices through the streets, sending shivers down the sidewalks. Chelly's a young girl, leans toward her window as it rattles wildly in the wind. Her mom murmurs her name softly, guiding her to bed, and declares it's lights out. Chelly's notices the monsters acting rattled, and her mother snaps that the great sage is keeping eyes on everything. The girl finally nods and climbs into bed, her hood snugging around her as a stubborn, determined look stays fixed on her face. An anxious chicken named Exalted Gerberga bursts into a nervous squawk, sensing danger closing in. Two cloaked figures with fox-like ears creep across a moonlit bridge at night, like shadows hunting something unseen. One of the figures glances over their shoulder with sharp curiosity, and a flicker of worry hidden in their eyes. A brutal flashback tears open Lux's desperate plan to stay alive, using a forbidden puppetry spell that turns her into a marionette. He admits that with every brutal slaughter in this endless loop, his humanity is slipping further out of reach. In a dead, empty dimension, he suddenly remembers the instant his senses snapped back to life. In a tight close-up, his face flickers from raw pain to ironclad determination. A black void crackles with raw energy, like the world just remembered a terrifying enemy you never even got to see. His face snaps to shock as that overwhelming presence crashes back into his mind. Then bam, memories explode into a vivid flash of a monstrous skeletal demon king, wrapped in shadow like a living nightmare. The whole ground convulsed under thunderous blasts as energy beams ripped straight through the dimension. The demon king towered like a nightmare giant, outlined by a blinding flash of light. The camera snaps to a close-up of the demon king's face. This isn't just a villain, it's pure nightmare and boiling rage. Staring down that monster, Luck refused to flinch. Then a glowing magic circle snapped into existence around him. Right back in the chaos, he blurts out how shocked he is that his opponent bounced back, yet he refuses to lose confidence. He hatches a plan to slam the gap and shut down every long-range attack before it can hit. Twisting in midair like a blur, he snaps out of the way of the Demon King's first vicious swipe. He slams down on the demon's arm and fires off his Drain Touch ability, ripping the power straight out. A shimmering magical barrier snaps into place and buzzes his attack right back, repelling it like it's nothing. The Demon King snatches the advantage, swings a brutal slash, and blasts him flying like a cannonball. He slams into the ground with a brutal jolt, grunting through the pain as his momentum finally dies. The Demon King towers over him, sweeping up a colossal fist like it's about to crush the life out of him. He scrambles backward at the last second, and the demon's fist detonates the ground, right in front of his sword. A ghostly voice taunts him, saying his sword never stood a chance against the Demon King's power. A confident smirk crawls onto the face of the shadowy, victorious entity. Pushing himself up, Luck declares he doesn't need a sword because he's a sorcerer. A blinding magic circle bursts to life around him as he unleashes imprisoning hellfire. An eye sigil flares on his hand as he hunches forward, ready to unleash his next attack. He turns into the eye of a raging storm and somehow channels a mind-blowing amount of power. He roars not because it hurts, but because sheer rage and raw magic drive his will to the breaking point. Even while hellfire devours him, he finally spills his plan. He's using Drain Touch to hit back and take power as he goes. The Demon King's face is blasted in self-immolating flames, swallowed whole by the attack. Now that the barrier is loaded with hellfire, his life-draining attacks finally have a direct line to strike. He hammers away with Drain Touch, and his voice rages out like a furious chant over and over. He thrusts his open palm out toward the Demon King, then the glowing sigil flares, like it's offering him a choice. He drops the ultimatum: either you let hellfire swallow you whole, or he rips away your life force. After the chaos, one lone ornate sword is still stuck upright, planted in a creepy, fleshy landscape like it's daring the world to come closer. In a desolate, fleshy wasteland, a hand suddenly rips up from the soft earth. A dark-haired young man bursts into view, gulping a desperate breath of relief like he's finally made it out alive. Naked and all alone, he freezes, wondering if this brutal fight is finally at its end. And when victory finally clicks into place, his face breaks open in a blazing, triumphant grin. He thrusts his fist into the air, roaring that he just saved his friends in the world. Right as he blares out his big grand declaration, a tiny human sneeze suddenly cuts through the moment. Shivering like crazy, he grumbles that he's stuck with 0 spare clothes and it's pure bad luck. His eyes snap to a towering, ornate sword, blazing with strange light across the eerie terrain. When he finally realizes he's flat broke, he instantly starts weighing whether he can sell that incredible weapon. Deep in a dark tunnel, he hunkers down and wonders, how long has he been stuck in this endless fight? He bursts into a forest, his boots crunching leaves like he's stepping into a brand new world. With a fierce, focused stare, he steels himself, ready to smash whatever comes next. Staring at the strange, untamed wilderness, he can't help but wonder how he ended up here in the first place. He stumbles on a battered, weathered road sign, and behind it, a trail spilling out of the woods. Stuck with no other choice, he charges down the road toward civilization. The path climbs with him up the hill, and then, bam, he's met with a jaw-dropping view stretching out far as the eye can see. He leans over the edge and stares down at a breathtaking capital city, while his massive sword rests heavy on his shoulder. A bead of sweat rolls down his brow as he finally spots the familiar silhouette of home. As he rushes up to the city gate, he realizes it looks way bigger and feels totally different than he remembers. 2 city guards in chainmail hoods clock his weird approach, and suspicion sparks in their eyes. He strides right past the guards, and they freeze in shock at his barely there nudity. One of the guards roars at him, screaming, "Stop right now," and forces him to freeze in his tracks. Confused, he demanded what was wrong. Then they turned it around and grilled him about his clothes. He awkwardly blurts that he just fought a brutal battle in a parallel dimension. The 2 guards traded a skeptical look, clearly not buying a single word of his wild story. One guard steps up with the most logical theory of all. Highwaymen hit him straight up. His face snaps into a dead, stunned blankness as their boring assumption lands, hard. He panics and slams his point home, desperately insisting it wasn't a small skirmish at all. It was a massive, legendary epic battle. The guards mutter with pity, basically saying, "No way, he'd rather choke on pride than admit he got mugged." They can't believe it. Somehow he survived the attack, and he still has his sword in hand. Overwhelmed by his own conviction, he stops fighting for an explanation and finally throws in the towel on the truth. The guards demand his ID, and he admits, right to their faces, that it's gone, swallowed up in his wallet. Feeling bad for him, the guard steps in, offers a temporary ID, and demands his name. Exhaustion evaporates the moment he steps forward, and proudly declares himself as Luck. The guard blurts the name again, eyes widening at the declaration like he can't quite believe it. The 2 guards flashed him a grin, and one leaned in to praise his name as truly top tier. The giant city skyline towers over him, as the guard roars out his name like it's earned glory. Draped in borrowed clothes, Luck strides through a roaring market like he owns the day. He takes in the country's calm, then notices the guards are way nicer than they have any right to be. Before he even steps toward the Adventurers Guild, he decides, nope, he's gotta track down his 2 friends first. He strode up to the old woman and demanded directions to the home of warrior Goran. His eyes snap to the spot the woman points out, and pure shock hits his face instantly. In front of him loomed this massive, lavish mansion, way bigger and grander than he'd ever dared to imagine. Behind grating bars at the reception window, a stern butler leans in and demands to know how he can help. Luck can't contain himself. He insists that if he just declares Luck is here, Goran will immediately get it. He tells them he doesn't have an appointment, but the urgency is insane. He has to see Goran right now. The butler lets out a tired sigh, waving him off like he's just another guy trying the same old trick. His request gets slammed down with a hard no, and his desperate plea gets cut off mid-sentence. Luck lunges at the window bars, teeth clenched, frustration burning hot in his gut. As he storms out, he swears he'll be back, but the butler shuts it down with an ice-cold no. He trudges across a towering stone bridge, wheezing like the fight has been stolen from him, pure exhaustion and defeat dragging behind each step. Standing alone in his ripped new clothes, he took a breath and mapped out his next move. He decides he needs new clothes and a fresh adventure card before he dares to try again. In the city square, he gets blindsided. There's a strange, heroic statue of a sorcerer staring him down. He can't stop wondering when that statue was raised, because he's sure it wasn't there before. He mutters under his breath, admitting the sorcerer in the picture isn't half bad. He steps up to a mustachioed citizen and with perfect manners asks who that statue is honoring. The man is totally stunned because he can't put a name to the famous figure right in front of him. The man quickly scowls at Lux's shabby clothes and snaps to a judgment without even thinking. He smugly shuts it down, acting like some simple country kid couldn't possibly understand something like this. With a proud grin, the man unveils it. This statue is none other than the legendary Saint of Luck. He recounts how St. Luke once threw himself into battle against demons, a heroic sacrifice from 10 years back. The title and that impossible tale smacked into Luck like a punch you could feel in your bones. Panic sparks in his eyes as he finally gets it. This hero statue is supposed to be him. Panic hits him hard. He blurts out a denial, then snaps. Why does that statue look so ridiculously cool? His explosive outburst snaps through the crowd, and angry murmurs erupt. People demand he apologize. A citizen loudly claims that the whole world wouldn't exist without St. Luke paying the ultimate price. Luck is still unconvinced, clinging to the gut feeling that this has to be a mistake. He jabs a finger at the statue and swears the whole setup screams scam. The mustachioed man juts in clothes and spits, a warning that those devotees would kill him for his ignorance. Inside, Luxmine's mind is sprinting. He can't stop asking who that statue is even meant to be. He snaps to the conclusion that his friends, Eric and Goran, are the ones behind it. A cold realization hits him hard. She's gotta believe the truth. He's really dead. He trudges off from the square, each heavy step carrying this wild new knowledge like it's weighing him down. 10 years later, his words still scream in his head, and that one detail won't let him breathe. He bursts into the grand main office of the Adventurers Guild, craving answers like they're his only lifeline. A colossal banner hangs inside, roaring in celebration of the great sage St. Luke's 10th anniversary. When the final proof hits him that 10 whole years have gone by, it crushes him. There's no way he can take it. Swamped by the moment, he decides the first thing he has to do is grab a brand new adventure card. His strength finally snaps, and he crumples in a dramatic heap right onto the guild floor. A kind receptionist darts up to him, her gentle smile daringly welcoming as she asks, "Do you need help?" She teased him, asking if the guild had turned into a daycare, and his annoyance flared on the spot. Inside the roaring home, 2 brutish adventurers smirked and flat-out ignored his approach. He shouts at them, begging for help with his adventure card. One of the brutes snorts at him, calling him a brat, and leaves him completely baffled. His older self lets out a tired inner sigh, sick of the same misunderstandings crashing down again and again. He plants his feet and dares the world to try him, snapping, "Who do you think you're talking about, brat?" The brute spits the insult again, practically laughing as he calls him a kid and not some grown-up. He spots his own reflection in the nearby window and freezes at the shock of a much younger face staring back. His eyes blow wide with pure shock when he reaches up and touches his own face, as if trying to figure out who that kid really is. He jabs the brute's confirmation point and realizes the kid in the reflection is absolutely him. That horrifying truth hits like a truck. 10 long years have passed, yet somehow he's gotten younger. The brute keeps needling him, smirking that this guild isn't for brats at all. He starts to panic, wondering if he overused his drain touch and accidentally triggered all of this. The moment the massive, intimidating newcomer steps in, the guild receptionist goes quiet and recognizes him. A brute yanks his face toward him and snarls, ready to smash him just for being a kid. A crushing hand clamps onto the brute's shoulder, and his rage instantly flips into pure terror. The newcomer, all scarred up and towering, yanks the bully up like it's nothing and swings him flying away. The bully slams into a nearby table with a sickening crash, and everything on it erupts across the room. Goran, the huge brute, looms over him. Then Luck recognizes him, and the name Goran bursts out of the air. The guildmaster's mighty grip slammed onto the bully's shoulder, shutting his taunts down cold. The second Gorn steps into the Adventurers Guild Hall. The whole confrontation stops dead in its tracks. With one crushing motion, Goran effortlessly slings the British man aside. The bully gets slammed into a nearby table, sending everything skittering, and the other adventurers jump back in pure shock. Now his focus snaps downward to the small, dark-haired young man. A guild employee peeks from the doorway, stunned, wondering if the guild master was really just breaking down in tears. Goran's stern face instantly cracks, then he erupts into a brutal, heart-tripping wail of raw emotion. He snatches the little boy into a bone-crushing hug, sobbing with relief that he's finally come back alive. In a private office, an annoyed Luck snaps at Goran to stop crying. Then Goran shoots back and denies it. Luck seethes to himself that a sobbing old man is somehow even worse than a crying woman. The wailing won't quit. Garen keeps shouting he's not crying, even as Lux begs him to stop. A fresh tray of scones and a steaming warm drink are waiting on the table, like a delicious welcome just for you. Luck happily devoured the scones, practically shouting that they were the most delicious thing he'd tasted in ages. Gorn tells them he knew good luck would find its way to the guild, because after he visited his home, he could feel it coming. When Goran spots Lux devouring everything like he's starving, he can't help but worry and asks if he's really hungry. Luck finally admits it. His stomach has been bone dry for 10 straight years, even with all that magic running through him. Garen's eyes flare with alarm. Before he even thinks, he snatches the scone's plate right out from his hands. Luck launches a protest, but Goran shuts him down hard. This is all the food they need for now. Goran snaps at him for stuffing himself after a whole decade of fasting, screaming that his health can't survive this. He snaps into action and yells for an assistant to bring rice gruel right now. Cheeks stuffed to the brim, Luck grumbles that he's totally fine. A hooded stranger slips into the room, smirking as they say it looks like Luck is feeling great tonight. The mysterious newcomer drags in a covered tray, then drops it down with a quiet, chilling clack. Goran stepped up and greeted the figure, practically shouting that their long-awaited arrival was finally here. The man steps forward and admits he's Eric, and Riley instantly jokes that Luck's got a way younger face. Eric's calm, playful smile shatters the moment he lunges forward and grabs Luck in a sudden, emotional squeeze. Luck goes still, stunned out of nowhere, because he finally spots his other long-lost friend. With his voice trembling, Eric bursts out that he finally feels it. Luck is back, and it's real. Caught between his two sobbing friends, Luck awkwardly blurts out his disbelief. Tears stream down Eric's chin as he admits they believed Luck was dead for 10 brutal years. Luck slaps his friends on the back, soaking up every bit of their grief, then calmly declares he's finally back. The three friends finally get reunited, and Lux just sits there, praying their tears won't last a second longer. Later, out by the guild gates, Lux squints and grins, because that gruel is shockingly good. He snaps at his still-rattled friends to pull it together as Garen rants about his endless starvation. Eric points out that after 10 whole years, Luck hasn't even gotten a day older. Goran freezes in pure shock, blurting out that Luck somehow got younger, like it's actually still got time to be born. Luck tosses out a casual theory. I bet that stealing the Demon King's life force just rebooted him, de-aged him. His two friends just stare back, faces frozen in pure, jaw-dropping disbelief. Inside a grand hall, Eric and Goran stare in disbelief, demanding to know if Luck really just stomped the Demon King. Luck finally confirms it. The Demon King is back, and that means he's got no choice left. His friends shoot quick glances at each other, and you can practically see the shock still processing in their minds. Goran can't believe his eyes as Lux wipes out the king, and his entire army all by himself. Eric doesn't even try to soften it. This war was the one their whole kingdom had been gearing up for. He makes it clear that Lux somehow swallowed that massive threat all by itself. No help needed from him. Goran leans in and tells Eric, "Your Majesty," he says, that Luck itself should get the biggest honors of all. Luck is totally stunned. His friend just got a brand new royal title, and it hits him like a punch. 10 years ago, Eric got crowned king for his heroic feats, and that's exactly how he explains it. The stunning news crashes in. Eric isn't just a prince anymore, he's been crowned king over the entire kingdom. Goran beams with pride and proudly declares, "I'm the Grand Master of the Adventurers Guild now." Luck smirks and says they didn't just participate, they truly carved out their own names. Grant grins and blurts out Luck's ridiculous new royal title, St. Archduke Luck Franson. Luck blares his protest, completely thrown off by the title, and that strange new surname. Eric calmly tells them it was his way of repaying his luck for stopping the demon army. Goran adds that Eric issued the decree the very moment he finished building the Luck statue. He worried the nobles might not approve of this, because with no family and no heirs, he had nothing to protect. Eric snaps that they all figured Luck was truly gone, so nobody had to worry about any political threat. Luck admits their logic actually lines up, at least to some extent. He decides to keep the death lie alive, just to dodge the power struggle that would come crawling in. Eric can't believe it. If he'd known he was still alive, he would have made the Luck account for him. With a sly grin, Luck finally swings Goran's way, and he dares to ask for a favor. Goran's jaw drops when Lux blurts out that he wants to register himself as a brand new adventurer. He rips into Luck nuts for trying to end his entire legendary career in one go. Luck clenched his teeth, seeing this moment as the perfect shot to wipe the slate clean and start from zero. Goran can't help but wonder, If you're this powerful, would starting over feel boring to you? A gloomy, distant look creeps across Luck's face as he sinks into deep reflection. He leans in and calmly tells them he's fought enough brutal foes for one lifetime. When he saw that deep wariness in his face, his friend's expression softened like they finally got it. Goran quietly nods along as his friend's battle-worn exhaustion crushes him. Eric crowns himself as king, and Asgoran steps in as guildmaster. Then Grant Luck gets ready to have his wish granted. Goran's eyes sharpen with sheer determination as he nods and promises to take care of it. He flashes a shiny, brand-new adventure card, and it feels like pure luck is about to ignite. Luck grins, holding up his fresh card in his brand-new clothes, savoring the moment. He spots something weird and blurts out, "Why does this thing say Locke?" Turns out his full name is Luck Franson, though we only see that middle name right now. Goran lays out his fresh F-rank warrior status, and suddenly Lux's name feels like it's stretching on for forever. Goran tells everyone his original S-ranked sorcerer class is being masked by magic. A diagram spells it out. Only these special tools can expose that hidden S-rank status. Luck shoots Goran a grateful grin, admitting that adventurer cards can't be forged, no matter what. His friends plead with him to finally crash, shoving a room at their place into his hands and begging him to rest. Luck nods and answers their offer with a soft, sincere word of thanks. With a dark coat on, Luck stands tall and the city streets are ready to test him. He hefts a massive, ornate sword, and his face stays locked in quiet, unshakable resolve. Goran stares at how everything's shifted, aching for the day they can run wild on an adventure together again. Luck takes a bold leap into the unknown, and his brand-new journey finally kicks off. He stands in a shadowy alley, bracing himself for the wild ride ahead as Locke, rookie adventurer, finally goes for the life he's dreaming of. His boots thudded onto the cobblestones, and with that stomp, a brand-new beginning snapped into place. 3 days later, the story bursts open on a massive, stately estate that screams power the moment you lay eyes on it. The mansion's ornate wrought iron gate looms in full view, all sharp edges and old-world grandeur. A butler panics because the guests still won't wake up, but Goran snaps at him to wait. A huge, lavish breakfast spread is laid out on the table, waiting for the guest to dive in. Goran sits at the table, calm as the butler frets over whether his guest is truly okay. Goran wipes at his tears, voice trembling as he whispers that his friend is finally back. In a calm, sun-drenched bedroom, everything was peaceful, until fate flipped the switch while he slept. After battling for 10 straight years, the man finally gets the rest he's been begging for. His peaceful sleep gets ripped apart by loud, relentless pounding at the door. From the hallway, a butler barks for Sir Locke, his voice slamming through the air with echoing force. Knock, knock again and again, tearing through the eerie silence of the grand manor. Still groggy and spinning, Luck snaps upright and realizes, his stomach screaming. The butler snaps his name again, asking if he's finally awake. Luck freezes when someone says, "Locke." Then the truth hits, and he remembers his brand-new identity. A tight close-up catches the young man's stunned face as it hits him. Realization crashes in like a wave. A butler let out a shaky, overflowing sigh of relief, because he finally found Locke, and he was still alive. While Locke scratches his leg, the butler leans in and blurts out his worry about Locke's week-long disappearance. The kid is left speechless when he realizes he's been out cold for a whole week. Locke follows the butler through the grand hallway, then immediately asks if Goran's here. Goran bursts into the dining hall grinning from ear to ear, finally seeing Locke awake and alive, and the relief hits him like a wave. Locke's eyes snap open wide the second he spots that mouth-watering breakfast Goran has laid out. Forget the feast. Garan slides in a specially prepared bowl of steaming rice gruel, hot enough to wake your hunger instantly. Slurping his gruel, Locke can't stop thinking. Another whole week has vanished, and he still hasn't eaten a real meal. After clearing his plate, he snaps that he's fully rested, then strides off toward the guild. He blurts out he needs a new magic bag, and Goran wastes zero time. He immediately offers to hand it over. Dressed head to toe in his adventurer gear, Locke clenched his fist and snapped, ready to bolt out on the next mission. The video snaps away to a calm, wide-open sky, hovering over dark treetops like a quiet breath before the next storm. A young blonde woman with long hair stands still, eyes shut, like she's soaking in the world's silence before anything moves. A younger girl with blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, locks in with the same intense focus. She drills her sword skills with lightning-fast precision, her blade screaming through the air in sharp, focused flashes. A mustached gentleman throws out an apology for his old rudeness, and Locke shrugs it off like it's nothing. A blonde female knight calls Locke out by name while he's chatting with the gentleman. Locke flashes a bright grin and waves goodbye for the last time, declaring he's leaving the estate. The gentleman shoots Locke a respectful nod, thanking him for his kindness. A long-haired armored girl bares her teeth and growls with pure frustration, hiding behind a tree as she watches everything unfold. A towering, breathtaking statue of a woman looms over the whole public courtyard, daring anyone to look away. Locke stands in front of the monument, muttering that he'll never, ever get used to this kind of attention. He whips around at the sound of a child crying, then shouts at them to be careful as they rush forward. A woman yanked St. Luke's name like a weapon to snap the crying child, and it instantly embarrassed the armored girl. Locke trudges off with a heavy heart, grumbling that he's basically become a bedtime warning children point at. He bursts into the towering main office of the Adventurers Guild, stunned by how massive it is. Inside, he stands in the middle of the roaring quest board crowd, scanning every posted request like he's hunting his next move. He clocked there were no big, high-level quests on the board, and figured the world must be quiet, like peace was finally winning. He shrugs off those priceless quests and hunts down a beginner-friendly job instead. He snatches a dull, low-value job off the board, like it's the only thing left to grab. Locke strides up to the reception counter and slams his chosen quest down for submission. The receptionist asks if he really plans to handle the request by himself, and he beams and says, "Yep, alone." She slams the truth into him. Going after goblins solo as a rookie is a death trap. Locke flashes a grin and swears he's totally fine, bragging like crazy that he's an S-rank adventurer. The receptionist lets out a sharp sigh, already sick of the rookie swagger she's watching unfold. A blonde knight suddenly towers over Locke and barks at him to listen to the receptionist. Locke's cheeks burn as he can't help thinking, "She's so kind, she's really worried about me." Two fresh-faced adventurers step up and offer to ride shotgun with him on the quest. Locke freezes with surprise at the sudden offer, then blurts out, "Who are you guys?" They stepped up, introduced themselves as fellow F-rank adventurers, and the vibe instantly felt like a crew joining the same quest. The young man lays out their party lineup and blurts, "So tell me, Locke, is he a warrior?" Right before Locke can even speak, the receptionist smashes her approval stamp onto the form. With a huge, relieved smile, she blurts out that a party of 3 is way smarter. Caught in the rush of it all, Locke can only blurt out a stunned, "Okay." The young adventurer flashes a triumphant grin right next to a Locke that's clearly barely holding it together. Two groups shuffle up to the guild and awkwardly trade greetings like they don't know whether to smile or run. A cheerful magician steps up and says, "I'm Ario," then brags loud and proud about his fireball spell. The quiet archer, Ginny, steps up and proudly introduces herself, then lets everyone feel her deadly skill with the bow. A text box pops up and reveals the twist. Arjo and Jenny aren't just allies, they're siblings, and they can take down goblins like it's nothing. The brand new party storms out of the city, with their youth driving them forward. Ariel shot them a look and basically said, "Locke can't be that much older than us." After 10 long years trapped in a whole different dimension, Locke finally turns inward and realizes the terrifying truth about his real age. He awkwardly blurts out that he's a little older, and Ario's jaw drops because it totally catches him off guard. The trio pushed deeper into a savage forest, then crossed a natural bridge like they were racing fate itself. Their journey whisks them past a breathtaking waterfall, water crashing down in a non-stop, shining roar. The sky swallows the sunlight as dusk creeps over the land. Night fell, and the stars burned through the gaps in the trees as they pitched camp. Slumped back near the crackling campfire, Locke realized it had been way too long since he'd last slept under the open sky. That scene instantly ripped open a nostalgic memory of camping nights with his old crew, Eric and Gorn. Locke sinks into the glow of the fire, eyes distant, replaying his past adventures like a storm in his head. A quick abstract panel snaps on screen. Flames crackle and flicker like they're alive. Ginny grilled Locke, asking why he picked a quest that pays so terribly. Locke doesn't answer at all. He flips the question right back onto her, then swings it over to Ario. The siblings stop dead in their tracks, weighing their next move. Ario lays out their village's goblin nightmare and admits they can't even scrape together enough money to get help. That pain lit a fire in their hearts, so they swore to become adventurers, fighting tooth and nail to protect their home and everyone else, too. Ginny nails it. Locke didn't take the quest for himself. He did it to protect the village. Ario clenches his fist and promises, straight up, that they're going to save the village. Hearing those Locke smiles, you can't help but think, these kids are good at heart, they just need someone to guide them right. He swears to be extra careful, because it's not just him anymore. The very next day, the party storms into a farming village under siege. They close in on a villager perched beside a hay cart and start pulling for answers. Ginny scribbles furiously, while an elderly woman paints the whole ugly story of the damage with shaking hands. The woman drops the horror on them, ruined crops, dead livestock, and then steers them straight toward the west fence. Locke stared at a faraway mountain, eyes narrowing as he figured it had to be the goblin's den. Ginny and Ario nod along with his take, calling it about a dozen goblins. Locke goes silent, and his face gives nothing away as the information hits him. Ario can't wait and pushes them to track down the den, while Locke snaps Ginny into position and keeps her on lookout. The party charges straight into the jagged rocky foothills at the base of the mountain. Jenny Niels narrows her eyes and scans the ground like her next clue is waiting right under her feet. She spots a trail in a flash and boldly jabs her finger forward, leading the way. Locke's eyes widen. He's blown away by her talent, calling her a deadly brilliant scout for an F rank. But the moment he spots something deeper, his face snaps into a serious stare. His battle-hardened eyes caught the camouflaged footprints in an instant, and that's when he realized Jenny's count didn't add up. He gets it, goblins can't possibly be smart enough to cover their tracks all by themselves. So it hits him like a gut punch. Their enemy isn't just any monster, a higher-ranked one is calling the shots and driving them forward. Jenny clocks the shift in his vibe and blurts out, "What's wrong?" She studies him with worried eyes, holding her breath, waiting for his answer. Locke keeps quiet because he believes training isn't about handing over every answer. He realizes failure isn't the end. It's a lesson, especially for the young if they're willing to learn from it. He swallows the weight of this choice, then vows, no matter what, to keep them safe from harm. They burst up to it in no time, the creepy entrance to an old abandoned mine. Ginny spots 2 goblin guards posted at the crumbling entrance. Ario studies the mine's twisting maze and realizes it's the perfect trap waiting to spring. Locke admits this is about to get brutal. Their numbers are way bigger than anyone expected, and it's going to be messy. He grieves that he can't fire off a huge spell, begging for them to get the experience they need. Ario demanded a plan, and Locke snapped, reminding him, "Don't you dare drop your guard." Locke spells out the plan. Ario's going to storm in as the decoy and draw the enemy's eyes away. With the plan set in stone, he snapped forward, deciding to begin by taking out just one. Locke grit his teeth and drove his weapon straight into the goblin. The blade blasts out from the back of the creature's skull. Ginny vows she'll go all the way and take down the very last foe still standing. Ariel can't believe how fast Locke moves, and Locke fires back, praising Ginny's shot like it was pure gold. Ario suddenly got the middle slot as the Locke issues commands kicked in. The party slams together in the crumbling ruins, fighting side by side as everything around them falls apart. Ginny locks in with ruthless focus, and that practice hit just the right kind of fire. Ario thrusts his hands forward and detonates a roaring blast of magical energy. Locke blazed through the gap and launched onto 2 more goblins, slicing them down before they could even react. Aeropants can't believe the sheer number of enemies that just keeps coming. He blurts out in pure shock that they've already wiped out 30 of them. Locke stays ice calm while the battlefield's tension still snaps in the air, and he calmly digs into his ration. He straight up agrees, this huge pack can't run without a leader. Ario's eyes bulge with terror as he blurts out, "What do you mean by that, Locke?" Locke snaps into focus, then he learns the truth. They've only got 1 fireball and 3 arrows left. The whole crew crowds into a dark corner, and the shadows flicker like they're watching back. A panicked Oreo screams that they've gotta evacuate right now. Locke nods along, then can't help but wonder, could their leader be a hobgoblin or some kind of magician? A chilling sound blasts through the air and Ginny snaps, "Is that headed for us?" Massive, clawed feet slam into the ground with a thunderous roar. A towering goblin lord looms over them, roaring with pure menace. A single malevolent eye stares out from beneath that horned helmet, like it's hunting you. Locke spots the beast and hisses to his friends, "Quiet, everyone, hush." Ariel starts shaking violently, stammering out of pure, unfiltered terror. He spirals into despair, knowing that as F-rankers they've got 0 chance. Locke size-ups the Lord and thinks, "I've got this," but then he feels it, something way bigger is coming. The Goblin Lord casually steps over the line and crushes 2 of his own underlings like they're nothing. Locke clocks the beast right away, because it's clearly not smart enough to be the real leader. His eye twitches like a warning, and his mind sprints, breaking the situation down in frantic detail. He's suddenly sure of it. An even nastier monster is yanking the strings from the shadows. A fearless cat-girl warrior clutches her sword, then rockets straight into the chaos, ready to tear the fight apart. She slams a thunderous slash across the Goblin Lord's massive back. The warrior ricochets off the wall as the battlefield erupts in a storm of shattered debris. She cuts them off cold, saying she's got zero patience for amateurs and their little games. She hears the sound and realizes her strike wasn't deep enough to land, so it barely even mattered. The adventuring party can only stare, stunned, as she unleashes an incredible display they can't look away from. Her cat ears twitch in the blink of an eye as she feels them closing in. She clocks them instantly and barks, "Run, leave this area now." Ario and Ginny get locked into the run. Then they bolt like lightning, disappearing into the distance. The Goblin Lord unleashes a brutal swing with its massive club, cutting off the fleeing adventurers with pure terror. A white streak of lightning rockets in front of the blow, intercepting that deadly strike. The cat girl slams in front of the colossal weapon and snarls through it, her sword screaming under the strain. Shaking with fear, she swears the beast won't ever get past her. Locke suddenly shows up right beside her, flashing an offer to help. She's furious and demands to know why he didn't bolt and escape. She slaps his help away and tells him straight up to get out of her way. Her blade slammed into the monster's club, and sparks burst like a crackling storm. Locke stays cool as ice and quietly calls it. She's moments away from losing this fight. She scowls instantly, hearing his words as a direct shot at her strength. A look of realization sharpens his face as a hairline crack slices across her blade. Her eyes snap wide with shock as she spots the crack spreading across her sword. Locke snaps that he wasn't just talking. He meant she was seconds away from losing her weapon. The Goblin Lord barrels in and crushes her, using every ounce of its advantage. She shrieks at him to run, save himself now. The warrior grits her teeth and forces her body to the absolute breaking point. The monster roars with terrifying force, driving its weapon down with every ounce of its power. With one bone-rattling clang, her sword explodes into shattered pieces. The hit slams her backward, and she reels like her world just shattered. She slams into the ground with a brutal impact, and agony races through her whole body. The Goblin Lord towers over her, winding up for the final bone-crushing strike. She jolts upward, eyes wide, as a shadow streaks past at speeds that shouldn't even be possible. Locke cuts him off, says he's done with questions, and declares he's stepping in right now. With a predatory grin, he dares the monster to charge, right at him. Locke's eyes lock on like steel, sharp, unblinking, ready to crash straight into the fight. The Goblin Lord's eye goes huge with pure terror as it shudders uncontrollably. The beast clenches its teeth, and its whole body shakes with pure primal terror. Locke rips into motion and swings his massive greatsword in a crushing, devastating arc. The cat girl grips her head tight as the shockwave slams into her. The monster's head bursts apart, spraying a brutal, gruesome mess everywhere. Locke tilts his head just a little, and you can tell he's about to ask a question. He roars for silence, then smashes through another shadowy monster with pure rage. Just freezes, eyes wide, mouth hanging open as sheer shock knocks the words out of her. He drops in like a blade, landing cleanly on top of a mountain of monster corpses. With a calm smile, he leans in and asks, right away, if she's hurt. She swallows hard, voice shaking, as she demands to know exactly who he really is. He lets out a small, confident breath. He bursts out, joking that he's only a passing, F-rank adventurer. Then she smacks it down and calls it a straight-up lie. He swells his chest like he's overflowing with ridiculous, unstoppable pride. Checks a device and proves, right there, that he's really F-ranked. She blurts out, why's he acting so proud for being stuck at the bottom rank? He shoots out an excuse, suddenly realizing he never properly introduced himself. Steps forward and formally declares, I'm the chief's daughter. She drops into a deep kowtow, thanking him for his help with all her heart. Then she blurts out a sincere, non-stop apology for how rude she acted earlier. She regrets her bad manners as she snaps at him to run. Her ears sag with pure shame, screaming that what she did was nothing short of disgrace. Locke leans in and reassures her, telling her not to stress about a single thing. He tells her that worrying about a rookie was the exact right move. He throws his name out there, Locke, and you can tell he's a battle-tested veteran of F-rank adventures. He pats her head, and she instantly turns red, totally flustered by the weird title he just gave her. His smile drops, and cold seriousness settles in like a knife sliding into a heartbeat. He demanded to know who was waiting for them in the deepest chamber. They huddle on the edge of a chasm, staring down as they feel a way bigger threat lurking below. Way down below, a bat dangles from the ceiling, and its eyes gleam like tiny blades. In the dead of night, a giant reptilian eye glares out of the darkness, like it's hunting you. A dark vampire lord clutches a cursed medallion to his chest, his mind racing as he wonders who's about to be sacrificed. The vampire lurks in a chamber packed with skulls, hunting for the nourishment the artifact needs. A single drop slams into a puddle, and for a breath of time the whole world goes quiet, like he's lost in deep thought. Just shakes his head and claims he has no clue what he's talking about, acting totally clueless to dodge the question. She remembers how he earlier snapped that he had no time for the small fry. Just stares on, cheeks faintly flushed, lost in deep thought. She shoots a hand out and clamps onto Locke's arm, demanding to know where he's headed as he starts descending. He lays out his duty clear as day. He'll shield the nearby villages from a menace far worse than they've ever faced. He flashes a confident thumbs up and declares loud and clear that he's ready to take it down. She is left staring in total disbelief, stunned by the sheer power of his heroic declaration. Her admiration crumbles in an instant, replaced by a heavy, worried stare. She tells him straight up, his admirable willpower alone won't cut it for victory. The cat-eared girl drops the terrifying truth, and before they can even breathe, they're staring down a vampire lord. Locke's face twists with grim focus as he absorbs the deadly news. Just spills the story of her vampire hunter family and recounts it with chilling detail, right down to a gruesome victim. She finally spills the truth. This very vampire lord shattered her father's body so badly he was gravely injured. After months of hunting her down, she finally spots the creature right here. Locke just nods like her story checks out, then strides away, leaving Je completely rattled. She shoots him with furious questions, demanding to know if he truly understands what a vampire lord can do. He bluntly sizes up her chances, then lays out the grim truth. She's going to have to survive the goblin lord's grip. Je clenches her fists and declares, with unwavering fire, that she'll restore her family's honor. A faint smile creeps across Locke's face as he hears her resolve snap into place. He snaps that her going solo will change nothing. Then, all right, he finally relents and offers to help. To her shock, he thrusts the hilt of his greatsword straight toward her. He offers to hand over his weapon, because she can't fight a single step without one. When she frets that he's unarmed, he flashes his muscles and starts boasting like he's untouchable. Choked up with emotion, she realizes he's handing her the fate of defeating the vampire. Locke let out a grin and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." He rockets forward with a brutal punch and smashes the goblin's face into nothing. Just stares at the display of unarmed power, completely stunned. Without his sword, Locke turns into a raging blur, mowing foes down with brutal fists. A vicious kick blasts straight into the monster's jaw, sending shockwaves through the air. With one brutal strike, another goblin gets blasted flying through the air like a thrown rag doll. He barrels through the last monsters, refusing to slow down for even a second. His final strike slams the goblin into the stone wall with a loud, brutal splatter. He skids to a stop, blood splattering from his hand as carnage swirls all around. Je can barely pull off even one, just a single bewildered "huh" as the spectacle hits. In chibi form, Locke clenches his fists and flexes hard, showing everyone he's exactly as strong as he bragged. A long-haired vampire's ear twitches as fresh tears spill non-stop from his eyes. The brutal truth, a terrifying fist crashes into his face and pain detonates instantly. In a pitch-black chamber, the vampire lord lounges on a throne made of skulls, as if the darkness itself serves him. He leans over the intruders, smirking like he owns the place. Jo erupts in fury, screaming that this chamber is going to be his grave. She scoffs like it's nothing, his powers so brutal it took an entire squadron just to land a scratch on him. The vampire lord barked, cold and dismissive, "Who dares to crash into my chamber?" He can't help but find her youthful bravado downright hilarious. A cruel, confident grin flashes across his face like he already owns the night. His smile snaps into rage and he warns her, "Don't you dare make a joke out of him." He rips his power free, swearing she'll die just like the dog she is. His whole strategy flips and he turns to Jalike. "Thanks for the human companion, you came through." He tells her, straight-faced, that his charm does nothing to canine bee skin. With a sinister grin, he laughs and says it's easy to trick humans into becoming slaves. His face twists with pure terror the moment she realizes just how close danger really is. She screams at the top of her lungs, begging Locke to flee, right now. The vampire spits out that her warning's way too late. Then a magic circle flares to life with a violent glow. His charm magic bursts out through a blazing, glowing sigil, pulsing with raw power. Locke gets trapped in the spell, and his body turns into a chilling dark silhouette. His eyes blow wide and glassy, like the charms are already sinking in. Je freezes in terror, whispering his name like a desperate prayer. The vampire lord smirks and confidently tugs his new puppet into motion. His boot slams down and crunches over a skull as he strides across the chamber floor. Locke stiffens up and moves like a glitchy robot. He drops to one knee in front of the horrified seer, like a thunderclap just hit. Ja clenches her teeth with raw despair, convinced she's just utterly failed everything. She rages at herself for blanking on the vampire's deadliest power. The vampire bursts into laughter, taunting her. So tell me, will you die by my hand, or will your friends get the blame? Ja's eyes lock in total disbelief, and his laughter snaps off mid-breath. With a savage roar, Locke drives his fist straight into the vampire's face. He unleashes a brutal storm of punches, smashing his opponent into pure overwhelm. Ja stared at the wild reversal, completely frozen in stunned disbelief. That battered vampire staggers back, totally stunned that what just happened is even real. He demands answers. Why did the charm fail? Locke forces the truth out and explains exactly how he fought it. Locke leans in and needles him, calling him a pathetic lesser vampire packed with delusions. Rage sparks inside him as he hisses, calling his opponent nothing but a wretch. Dark energy bursts from his body, spiraling around him like a storm. A brutal wave of darkness surges across the floor of skulls, racing straight for Locke. The vampire shrieks that Locke's mockery will come back to haunt him, loud. Shadow spikes jolt up from the floor, and Locke has to launch himself into the air. Ja spots the elite magic circle he uses to stay in the air. She finally clocks it. The spell lets him float right off the ground. And it hands him super speed, so he rockets through the spikes like they're nothing. In the blink of an eye, he rockets forward and clamps onto the vampire's arm. A wild, eye-shaped sigil flares with eerie light while he readies his own spell. The vampire's eyes flare wide with pure terror as he realizes the power amassing in front of him. Locke snaps off his signature move, Drain Touch. A brutal vortex of dark energy explodes the moment it hits. The vampire rips out a gut-wrenching scream as his life gets sucked dry. Ja can only stand there, jaw dropped, as the devastating power explodes into the scene. Locke hits the ground in a smooth landing, and the vampire's shadow dagger instantly melts away. He leans in and taunts the shattered vampire, grinning as he asks what it's like when the roles flip. The vampire wears hatred like armor and snaps, demanding to know who he really is. Locke blurts that he's an F-rank adventurer, then the vampire snorts, calling it a total lie. With a heavy sigh, the vampire mutters, "Fine, if that's how it has to be." Locke watches in shock as his defeated foe starts to mutate right in front of him. The vampire crumbles into a storm of bats, swearing his fury will never, ever end. This is the Locke size that makes vampires so impossible to deal with, and then Sia acts. Her fear got shoved aside, and straight-up resolve took over. She vowed to crush this once and for all. She lunges straight after the escaping swarm, sword blazing overhead. The vampire lord reels in horror when her regeneration fails to heal her. Her bat-like wings get ripped away, then vanish into a storm of black dust. Locke points out that the Demon King's hexblade is doing exactly what it was built to do. Sire relentlessly hacks and chops into the vampire, now left defenseless. The vampire's power leaks out and fades into nothing, like it was never there. Ja rises victorious, towering over the severed head of the vampire lord. As the vampire's life drains away, he trembles out a dying secret, a curse latched to a cursed medallion. With the fight finally won, Locke leans in and demands to know if Ja's family honor has been fully restored. She nods and confirms it's true, then gushes that his sword is razor-sharp and that it's been a huge help. She blurts out she feels something weird, like the sword is literally drinking in the energy during every clash. With that drain touch still humming, she grinned and teased him, so he'd take the vampire's head as a trophy, huh? Sai flashes a sly, knowing grin, and her question hangs there, like a playful dare waiting to be answered. Locke can't believe it as Ja tears into the vampire's remains, rummaging like she's hunting answers. She spots a sinister medallion and snatches it up like she's struck gold. Locke clocks it instantly and knows it's cursed. He explains that vampire lords cling to these medallions like trophies, using them to suck the life right out of their victims. Clutching that humming artifact, he can't help but wonder if this is the latest twisted vampire trend. The vampire's severed head still hits the ground, and then a chilling laugh bursts out like it's alive. That floating head spits curses at them, swearing they'll never taste peace again, and then it promises the medallion will rip open a portal. The moment Locke hears "parallel dimension," his eyes snap wide and alarm hits his face like lightning. The vampire's head foretells their world drowning in a tidal wave of countless demons. A bone-chilling vision erupts in his mind. an unstoppable demon army marching under a hulking, merciless god. She yanks in a choking gasp, eyes wide, because the doom closing in is way bigger than she ever imagined. The vampire clings to her curse, vowing she'll pull in more lords to come to her village, just so they can witness the ruin. A chilling vision flashes in her mind, her clan getting hunted without mercy, showing just how vicious that vampire really is. His eyes blow wide with pure, gut-punch terror at the thought of her family being wiped out. With a sharp flick of his thumb, Locke steels himself and goes in for the fight against the curse. With a grit-filled grunt, he slams his sword down in one brutal, powerful slash. A cursed medallion gets cleanly cut in half, and the chamber rings with the razor-sharp echo. A terrifying surge of power blasts from his blade, and it hits just so hard she jolts at the sheer intensity. A ravenous vortex of dark energy barrels toward the glowing blade of his sword, dragging him into its pull. The weapon drinks in every last wisp of the dark curse, and the air turns clean and pure in an instant. Locke marvels at how his sword can do it all, while Je throws her hands together, clapping in pure amazement. The vampire's head snaps up, frozen in horror. There's no way that sword just drank the whole curse. It demands to know what sword he wields, but just as she thinks she'll get answers, he drops a mind-blowing revelation. He says, with chilling certainty, that he personally wiped out every single demon in that dimension. The vampire freezes in total shock. Her last, desperate plan gets completely shut down. A shockwave of realization hits her. Terror floods her single remaining eye. He stood over a graveyard of bones, yanked free his weapon, and unveiled the Demon King's hexblade. With her final breath, the vampire spits his name, Yorlu the Great Sage. Power crashes over him as the vampire's head finally turns to ash and vanishes. Just shoots out the name, Luck, again hesitating while her thoughts spin after that jaw-dropping revelation. She leans in and demands to know, "Are you really the legendary Great Sage, St. Luke?" He winks at her, then shushes her with one finger, begging her to keep his identity hidden. His face bursts into pure, unfiltered excitement, and a bright blush floods her cheeks. She storms outside and blurts out that all of a sudden, she can totally see his face in the statue of St. Luke. At the Adventurers Guild, they straight up announced they'd wiped out every last goblin. A huge mountain of goblin gems starts clattering and tumbling onto the reception counter like it's breaking loose. The mountain of gems keeps piling up, crushing the tiny space on the desk until there's no room left. With a huge grin, Locke drops an enormous pile of gems right in front of the stunned receptionist. The receptionist panics, shrieking for help, because that insane mountain of proof is too wild to even appraise. A senior guild official storms in, practically breathless with relief, grateful that everyone made it back safe. She just stares at the staggering pile of gems and blurts out, "Why are there so many?" They admitted they ran into a bigger pack than they ever bargained for, but just swooped in, and together they smashed through them. With a sweet, radiant grin, Jo insists it was pure luck she happened to be there. The guild official just chuckles like he already knew, and admits it was pure, crazy good fortune. A flashback kicks off when a guild official drops to the truth, apologizing for the deadly mistake they made in judging the threat. Locke tells them that after the fight, he spilled everything to Ario and Ginny, without ever letting his true identity slip. The goblins weren't real villains at all. They were the vampire lord's hired muscle, and they baited the adventurers straight into a trap. She tracked the vampire lord down and tore through him, and with that victory, she restored her family's honor. Meanwhile, he buried his real self deep, keeping his true nature hidden in the shadows. Ario and Ginny stared in shock, then swallowed the truth. This world runs on 1,000 tangled gears. Locke didn't waste time. He just said he was a top-tier adventurer with plans of his own. Everyone nodded in agreement. Je, stuck at B rank, had to handle this with total discretion and report it the right way. Back in the present, Je strides up to the group's table in the tavern, eyes locked on them. The second she steps into the tavern, her friends light up and greet her, and the whole place erupts with chatter. Locke leans in and asks if she's wrapped up her report. She nods and says the guild is investigating. Oreo and Ginny finally exhale when they're saved, and Je locks eyes with Locke like she's been waiting to see this. Je hands him the lock as a gift, along with half of the cursed medallion. He asked if she was really sure, and she shot back that she only needed one half, because that's all her family's honor demanded. She's dead sure he'll squeeze some use out of the leftover piece of that artifact. Locke snaps up the half medallion, and right away his friends pull Je in for a victory drink. Later that night, the whole crew spills out of the tavern, arias booming in the air, grinning like they own the world. Ario, cheeks warmed up, slams the brakes on his friends with one sudden thought. Locke's brow furrows when Ariel bends over like she's about to pray. Ariel pushes Locke to make sure he gives thanks too for what they've pulled off. He's convinced they got absurdly lucky. Somehow they crushed a quest that was way beyond what they could have pulled off. He's 100% sure the blessing of St. Luke is what flipped the whole game and delivered their victory. Locke and Ja huddle close, sharing a private joke that has them shaking with laughter as they desperately try to keep it in. Ja bursts with excitement and nods along with Ario, her ears twitching as she jumps right into the game. Ario's companion jumps in too, and Locke is left staring in total shock at how everything just flipped. Ario and his companion traded one last glance, locked the doors for the night, and called it a farewell. They pour out their thanks to Ja and can't wait to see them both again soon. As they head off, Locke leans back and says their humility is exactly what's going to forge them into true adventurers. He flashes a warm smile and says he's just relieved they're totally unharmed. Ja speaks softly, but every word hits hard. She's alive only because of St. Luke's grace too. He reminds her that their help was a two-way street. She backed him up while he dug up the vampire's plans. She flashes a soft smile and humbly shuts it down, saying those two situations aren't even in the same universe. Locke pitches a brand new plan and begs her to help him dig up information on vampires. He figures that since they're vampire hunters, her beastkin family will know far more than any human ever could. He lays out the vampire's scheme to tear open a parallel dimension and summon dark gods. Staring at the statue of St. Luke, he swears he'll never let them shatter the peace. Ja locks eyes with him, then he blurts, "What's wrong?" She shoots back, swearing she's right, and saying he's the spitting image of that statue. Locke is rattled, straight up denies it, then mumbles, "This is what happens when my real side finally shows." Ja's heartfelt faith in Locke leaves him stunned, so embarrassed he doesn't know where to look. She lets out a breath of pure relief, like St. Luke is finally right there with them. Ja tells everyone she has to head back to her village, then leans into Locke and orders him to run straight to Gorn with whatever fresh intel he finds. She bolts off at insane speed, vanishing in a blur, and Locke is left gripping the half-medallion. He vows to get Gorn up to speed on the vampire threat right now. No delays, not a second wasted. He knows the Adventurers Guild is a huge machine, and the official channels drag their feet way too slowly. The real threat is the vampire's plan, and if anyone hesitates for even a second, it could spell doom. He finally clocks it. Ja figured it out too, and that's why she dipped out and left him the medallion. Inside the mansion, Goran's eyes bulge with raw shock as he freezes, stunned by what he's just heard. The moment Goran gets him, he rips into Locke, blasting him for vanishing for 3 whole days without a single word. He huffs in pure frustration and snaps, "Do you think I'm your mom, Locke?" Locke shoots off an apology and hands him a souvenir, determined to lift his mood. He holds up the half-medallion and admits it came from a story nobody wants to remember. Behind that dark gate, a stone wall crackles with a mysterious energy you can't see, but you can feel. Goran fixes his gaze ahead, and sheer disbelief freezes his face as the grim news lands like a punch. Lounging around like he owned the place, Luck starts thinking the Demon King's just a vanguard, only the warm-up, nothing more. Grant begged for permission to have the cursed medallion inspected by a specialist. He storms out to brief his crew, telling them he's already teamed up with SIA. Right when Locke's about to bolt, Goran snaps his name out loud, grabbing him mid-step and stopping him cold. With a hard, serious look, Goran steps forward and throws the guild its thanks for shielding the rookies. Locke flashes a calming smile at his old friend and tells him, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay." A terrifying young girl suddenly bursts out from behind, and the moment you see her, the shock hits like a lightning strike. The girl called Chella snaps her head away, shooting a furious glare, and lets out a loud, indignant HMMPH. Goran tries to introduce his daughter, but she keeps glaring daggers at Locke like she's ready to explode. She lets out a sharp huff, storms off, and leaves Locke staring in full confusion at her sudden hostility. Locke can't help but wonder who that girl is, the one who just walked out. He whips around to Goran and demands to know what her problem is with him. Goran snaps that she's dodging him because he flat-out bans her from adventuring. He keeps insisting she's still just a kid. She doesn't have the insight to see what's really going on. Luck counters by making it clear, those skills don't magically appear. They only get forged through real-life, hard-earned experience. Goran desperately wants to talk it over with his wife, but she's stuck away on a business trip. His smile fades, and when he clasps his hands, deep thought drags a storm of gloom across his face. From a huge window, Goran's voice booms out as he begs Locke for a favor. Outside, sunlight blasts through the trees, and birds sing so peacefully it feels like the whole forest is smiling. Inside, Locke is lost in a book while Kelly sharpens her skills with the blade, swinging through the garden like it's a training battlefield. She zeroes in with pure focus, sweat pouring down her brow as she whips her blade into the strike. Goran spills the truth. He's terrified she'll get labeled as an adventure and do it without his say-so. Locke snaps his book shut, eyeing the pages like they might bite, and wrestles with the brutal favor he'd just been ordered to pull off. A jolt of realization hits him, and he jerks his gaze upward from his thoughts. He nods to himself, certain of it. Chelly's is staring right up at him, glaring like she means business. At the dinner table, Locke digs in without hesitation, tearing through a huge plate of food like it's pure victory. In the grand dining hall, a cellist sneaks a peek as Locke digs in, while the staff hovers close by. A blunt, maid-ass lady tells us exactly how many slices of cake she wants for the whole day. Shella flashes a sweet smile and slides into her seat at the table with everyone. Locke shoots him an intense glare and asks straight up if there's something on his face. Her eyes squeeze shut with pure menace, and she cuts the silence with one razor-sharp word aimed straight at him. He can't stop spiraling, wondering if she's figured out his real identity, then questioning himself over and over. She slams her palm on the table and declares, with zero hesitation, that he's her father's illegitimate son. Locke freezes in total shock as the butler gapes at him, utterly horrified. Shelley's can't hide his grin. He's thrilled she didn't deny it, like he just landed the perfect shot. Locke starts to panic and rips into her claim, but she stays cool as ice, calmly insisting it's just a simple deduction. She drops her first piece of evidence, and while her mom's gone, he gets let in. A Chiba-style Goran starts dancing with pure joy, showing off her second point like, see, he's got great energy. Her second point is that ever since Locke showed up, Garen's been running on pure good vibes. Then she spills the truth. Goran stayed awake for 3 whole days, knitting a lucky vest with his own hands. Locke rages that her deductions are nailed to hard facts, so whatever conclusion she lands on, nobody can tear it down. He lets out a sharp gasp when he spots her face shift. Tears shimmer in Chelly's eyes as she snaps that her father is a fool. With a shaky laugh, Locke realizes he's driving the family straight toward collapse. Chelly's drops her gaze, and the sadness and disappointment hit her face like a crushing wave. Clutch the stairs tight, a bead of sweat blazing down his face as the pressure kept climbing. He can feel the butler's scorching stare burning into him, like a silent plea begging him to fix everything. Locke awkwardly clears his throat, then tries to kick off his explanation. He claims he's Goran's 40-year-old companion, but the second he says it, she calls him a liar to his face. Shelley straight up calls it out. There's no way he looks anywhere near 40. She blurts out, "Are you my long-lost older brother?" And he shoots the idea down, straight up, no hesitation. He lets out a shaky sigh of relief, finally believing she's got it, and that this nightmare is over. She's dead sure he's her younger brother, and that snap judgment sends Locke exploding with pure frustration. Deciding to prove it, he slams his adventures card on the table like it's showtime. The cellist stares at the card, brow furrowing as confusion hits him over that name Locke. He points out that his name doesn't carry the Morton surname, while her father's clearly does. It blows up in her face when she realizes her father isn't just ignoring him. He's refusing to admit his own son. A tight shot on her elegant shoes. She stands right in front of him, trembling with sincerity as she apologizes. With tears streaming down her face, she apologized for what her father had done and begged them to call her dear sister. Locke's face turns into a full-on blushing shock mask the moment she makes that heartfelt request. At the long dining table, Chelly's kept begging him to call her sister. Locke's beaten to the bone. She mutters the exact words she wants to hear through clenched teeth. Her tears vanish in a blink, and a radiant smile bursts across her face as she swears she'll talk to their mother. Locke's stomach drops as he realizes Goran's family is seconds away from shattering because of this misunderstanding. He leans past the butler, holding his breath, hunting for the moment they're finally alone in that room. The door snaps shut behind him, sealing the privacy he needs to finally spill the truth. Leaning in close, he demanded, "Chelly's, tell me you can keep a secret." He flashes another card and blasts his true, unhidden identity like it's finally time to reveal the whole truth. A tight close-up snaps into focus on the glittering, ornate card, etched loud and clear with the name Luck Franzen. Chelly's freezes in pure shock, staring at the S-rank label like, wait, why is Luck even a name? He steps forward and flashes a grin, calling himself Luck the Sorcerer. Then he points out how he's tied to Gran. Her eyes flare wide with pure awe as she realizes she's talking to the legendary sage, Saint Luck. She's hit with a wave of overwhelm, stumbles back, and blurts, "What is all this supposed to mean?" He tells them, "I'm only Goran's companion. I just came back from another dimension." She staggers backward, mind reeling as the impossible truth finally starts to sink in. Locke keeps his eyes on her, face as steady as stone, waiting for the moment it finally clicks. She staggers toward the window, totally stunned, like she can't wrap her mind around what she's seeing. She's convinced the great sage has to be her younger brother, and that theory totally throws Locke for a loop. Her logic snaps back into action again. She's convinced Gorn is St. Luke's son, and Locke is left staring in total disbelief. And then the narration finally spills the truth. He spent a whole hour fighting to set everything straight with her. Kelly's crumples to the floor and sinks into a deep, formal bow, begging forgiveness with all her heart. Locke slumped into the chair, utterly wiped out after that brutal explanation. He shoots her with that odd line, calling her out for jumping to conclusions, and she quietly, meekly nods like, "Yeah, you're right." He stops and realizes, oh, that's why Goran is freaking out about her going on adventures. But he can't deny it. Her iron will is downright admirable. With that new spark in his chest, he leans in and tells her he's got a proposal, right for her. The story jumps to a towering, snow-capped mountain, swallowed beneath a huge, stormy, cloud-filled sky. Locke and Chellies stop at a calm, shimmering lake, and Chellies can't hold it in. She blurts out in pure awe. She squints into the sun, but instead of fear, a bright, happy smile lights up her whole face. Locke told her to jump on the quest. Since she'd already registered, he was ready to roll. He's determined to stop her from charging into a solo mission and getting herself hurt. He knows she's craving to chase the world with her own two eyes. No shortcuts, no excuses. By the stream, Shellis burst playfully with wings and blasted some water straight at him. She shouts his name from her perch on the rocks, snapping his attention to her instantly. She demanded to know why someone as high-ranked as him would stoop to a boring E-rank quest. Locke settles into his seat, eyes locked in deep thought as he weighs every word before answering. He finally admits it. Part of him is pulled in because she's the daughter of his old friend. And he adds, straight up, it's a veteran's duty to forge the next generation by training them. By the waterfall, Chellies leaned in and told him how her father raised her on heroic tales, never soothing lullabies. A flashback hits. There's a young cellist, totally spellbound as her father weaves animated stories right in front of her. She nods and vows to chase his wild adventure too, right after she admits she's got zero magic to back it up. Locke doubts her raw strength, but she shrugs it off and confidently hoists a massive, brutal rock like it weighs nothing. Her dream is crystal clear. She's determined to become a warrior who fights to protect everyone. Locke warns her that taking on Gran, who's freakishly strong, is going to be a nightmare of a fight. Chellies decides to bulldoze past her lack of natural talent with pure, relentless hard work. The second he heard her words, his expression snapped serious, and his mind went into deep, focused thought. He leans in and quietly grills her about her unwavering belief that effort alone can conquer everything. He finally spills the brutal truth about everyone who dared to follow Goran's trail and what happened to them. A flashback blasts us into the legendary party standing toe-to-toe with a towering, colossal dragon. Then somehow, against all odds, they survive. In a fresh flashback, the heroes square off with a monstrous owl, and the odds are so stacked they feel downright impossible. The brutal truth in Chellies' tales hits like a punch she swallows hard, face turning pale with nerves. She glances down, and her youthful dreams get rocked by the brutal reality of what it really means to adventure. He figures it out the hard way. No shortcuts exist, just slow, steady grinding that builds you up. He leans in and tells her this is the real way to become the kind of hero Goran was. Chellies tilts his face upward and gifts a gentle smile, like he's finally embraced the hard-won wisdom he fought for. As Locke turns away, he can't help but admit to himself that what he just said wasn't the whole truth. Chellies points at a far-off village and says the scariest truth: safe quests can still turn deadly. She points to a fresh quest, where goblins nearly tore Ario and Jenny apart. They roll up to a tiny village, and an easygoing old man steps out to greet them with a warm smile. Locke vows to teach her every last thing he knows, because if she wants to survive, she's got to learn fast. Right outside the calm rural village, the villagers' strange tale starts to unravel, and it's getting intense fast. They're spotting mythical beasts everywhere, but somehow no one's been hurt. Chellies can't stop herself. She keeps adding dragons to the list, while Locke side-eyes every word, totally unconvinced. She can't stop thinking about how insane it is that mythical beasts are showing up right beside the capital. Locke figures out the Adventurers Guild can't possibly believe the bees are real. Lost in his own thoughts, Chelly starts snapping the clues together, trying to crack the mystery one maddening piece at a time. He pushes her to bend her thinking, ditch every fixed belief, and see the truth with fresh eyes. They keep shouting the same key facts, but there's not a shred of proof. No one has ever seen the non-existent beast, and nobody's heard a thing. A soft breeze sweeps through, stirring her hair as the puzzle pieces finally lock into place. Her eyes snap wide as the truth hits. These aren't real, they're illusions. Locke grins at her, like he just proved his point, and that hits her so hard it sparks pure joy. He urges them to rush straight to the sighting location and start investigating right away. The second they arrive, both of them freeze, because a colossal dragon is looming right in front of them. With the heat blasting us so hard, our nerves snap as we shoot quick questions. Could this scorching feeling really be nothing but an illusion? Locke swears it's real, then points out the mind-blowing detail, while also admitting it has zero mass. Even though he tries to calm her down, fear hits her like a wave and her legs start to shake. He grips her shoulder and tells her to trust her instincts and just go with the flow. Cells grits her teeth, lets out a battle cry, and rockets straight at the beast. The dragon snaps its massive spiked tail through the air at breakneck speed. She springs sky-high, twisting through the air with deadly grace as the devastating attack crashes past her. Her heeled boot hits the ground with a sure step as she lands smooth and graceful, like nothing ever hurt her. Her tail slams into the ground with brutal force, right where she was standing just seconds ago. She doesn't hesitate. She sprints straight up the creature's rocky, scale-covered back. Her face turns into pure focus as she dashes right into their space. She launches forward off her own head like a springboard, and her relentless, acrobatic attack keeps coming. Her acrobatic form pins the massive beast, just long enough for it to flicker with vulnerability. She rockets upward into the sky, a streak of pure motion vanishing into the clouds. She lets out a thunderous battle cry and swings her sword down with unstoppable force. Her blade slammed into the dragon's claw with a thunderous metallic clang. Steel screeches as the sword slams into the beast's razor-sharp, unbreakable claws. She slams her sword down again. Boom! The impact splits the ground wide open. From a safe distance, Locke leans in with a sharp, thoughtful look, watching the fight unfold. He sizes her up in seconds and decides she's no joke, at least a B-rank warrior. But what really hooks him is the illusion, its nature down to the core. He stares in disbelief at how brutally precise it is, and even he admits there's no way he could have built something like that. He figures out this isn't some trick of the eyes. It's a real, solid clump of magic. That's why cellists can smack the strings with their bodies and actually feel every hit land. The more her brain swears it's real, the harder the recoil slams her back. As the shock hits her, the spell's psychological danger finally shows its ugly teeth. The dragon crashes forward, and her block slams into it with an earth-shaking force. When he sees her get flung back, Locke snaps into action. Now it's his turn to step in. He snaps out a spell, his feet ignite with light, and he starts floating off the ground. With a sudden surge of raw power, he rockets forward at breakneck speed. He drops onto the dragon's head like it's nothing, then plants his hand right on its snout. His eyes light up with pure, brainy excitement, sharp, curious energy, not a shred of aggression. He boldly announces he wants to master the illusion, and dives straight into his analysis. The analysis is finished in the blink of an eye. He thrusts his glowing fist up and shouts for the illusion to shatter and vanish. A brutal blast of magic erupts like lightning, smashing the colossal creature to pieces. The illusion collapses in an instant, and all that's left are fading bursts of light that evaporate into nothing. Locke watches stunned, as Shelley's keeps rolling forward, riding the momentum from their last attack. He asks how long she's planning to keep rolling. She snaps back out of her trance like someone yanked the plug. She's stunned she didn't get burned, and he tells her straight up that it was all an illusion. She grumbles that he could have told her sooner, because you can't fight illusions. He breaks down how the brain can misread damage, then tells you straight, running is the safer move. Chelly's huffs at the thought of running, grumbling the whole time, then finally gives in. Locke's grin drops, and he turns his full focus to the forest, eyes sharpening like a storm is coming. He shouts at the hidden illusionist, demanding to know if they'll actually talk. His hand clamps around his weapon, and he's ready to explode into a confrontation at any moment. A device strapped to his arm starts rattling like crazy as he gears up to fire back. He claims he knows exactly why they keep forcing people back. He bursts in claiming he's from the guild, then declares he'll investigate no matter how badly they refuse to help. A tense silence snaps into place after his ultimatum, and they just sit there waiting. Locke's eyes are locked on those dense woods, hunting for any shred of a sign. Chelly's keeps her eyes locked on the moment, her expression razor-sharp and begging for something to happen. Finally, a voice bursts into the room, declaring with iron certainty that it has something it must protect. Locke hears that voice and instantly knows it's a kid's, so he blurts out, "Is there any way we can move them?" A voice from the shadows cuts in, warning that every step would feel like climbing through stone. Locke tells them they should just walk away and let the quest crash and burn. Chelly's goes completely pale. Her composure shatters the moment she hears it. She grabs him and shakes him hard, roaring that letting her debut mission crash is not an option. He tries to play it down, but she refuses to get shoved down to F rank. With despair crushing her chest, she can't stop panicking about what she'll say to her father. Locke steadies her, then lays out the brutal fallout of their failure to the Guardian. He warns that the next adventurers won't be as chatty. They might shut the whole thing down. The hidden figure finally admits the truth in his words. Locke blurts out that he needs to steer clear of a bloodshed, because everyone's future depends on it. A voice from the forest finally relents and promises to show itself. In a forest clearing, a hooded figure stands there, and with a sharp ripple, the magical aura finally fades away. A blonde woman can't stop thinking, could that mysterious figure really just be some boy? Her eyes snap wide with alarm the second she spots that tiny dark horn. She jerks back in pure shock, eyes widening as she finally recognizes the stranger, right before her a fiend. Locke tries to soothe the cellist while that fiend looms in the distance, watching every move. Blindsided by all that hostility, the hooded figure yanks their hood down with a jittery, nervous tug. Locke flashes a totally harmless, warm grin at the stranger like they're already old friends. He's blown away by how flawless the illusion is, and how perfectly they've vanished from sight. Stunned by the unexpected compliment, the figure lets out a soft, heartfelt thank you. Locke cracks a smile and introduces himself as a passing F-rank, then sweeps a hand toward Chalice like he's got a plan. The shadowy figure lifts their hood, faces everyone, and drops into a bow as they introduce themselves. Lucra. Locke leans in and whispers to Celis, snapping her out of the lie that fiends are all evil. Lucra shuts it down with a grin. Yeah, tons of rumors are flying around his rare kind, and nobody's even bothering to challenge them. Locke demands to know what Lashira's guarding, and Lashira smirks, then beckons them to follow. As they stride along, Locke can't stop wondering why Lutira trusts him with zero hesitation. Lutira clocked it instantly. Locke wasn't just messing around. His illusion collapsing proved he's a power-hungry sorcerer. He explains that Locke's restraint, refusing to push him, somehow won his trust completely. Lucra points toward a towering temple, and in that grand place his secret is waiting. He charges them through the ruins' collapsing entrance, where rubble litters every step. The trio marched deeper into the ancient structure, swallowed by the long, shadowy hallway ahead. Locke stares at ancient eastern runes at the ruins, wondering just how many ages have passed. Lucharai strides up to adieus and announces, loud and proud, that he's back for exalted Gerberga. Shelley's and Locke stare in shock, totally lost, trying to figure out what on earth is going on. Lucra stands in awe before the sacred thing his clan guards with their lives. At last, the great secret cracks wide open. Right there on a nest sits a huge white chicken like it's been waiting for this moment. The chicken shoots the intruders a bored, half-lidded glare that screams, seriously. Locke can't stop staring as Marvel's crest gleams, and those pristine, feathered wings light up the sky. He stares in stunned awe, and realizes this can only be a divine chicken. Shelley's blurts out, bursting with delight, the second she lays eyes on a chicken. Lucira explodes in fury, ripping her apart for calling the Seraphil just a chicken. The chicken keeps clucking and pecking at its food, like it's totally ignoring the argument and just going about its business. Locke wipes his sweaty brow and grits out to himself that it looks exactly like a chicken. He jumps in to mediate, begging Lucra to spell out exactly what exalted Gerberga even means. Lucira boldly announces the Seraphil is here, an actual chicken packed with divine power. Chelly snaps the verdict, still a chicken, and it instantly earns him a furious glare. Locke clamps a hand over her mouth and demands Lucira spell out what that divine power can do. Lucra bursts into a legend about an ancestor who crowed once and woke the whole world. His face hardens the second he starts telling the tragic story of his clan. He blurts out that a whole gang of vampires tore into their village out of nowhere. That brutal massacre wiped out everyone except him. Locke and Shelley's hung there, wide-eyed, as the harrowing story tore open their world. With his clan on its last breath, he was handed the Seraphim and told to run, escape before the world swallowed them all. Locke notes, vampires aren't just monsters, They're wickedly smart and tough to beat. He suspects the vampiric charm was the reason those local villagers got chased off. He demanded to know why Lukira picked these ruins, because they're protected with warding specifically to keep vampires out. Luchira swears it was hiding on an ancient map, but when Loxens checks, no wards, nothing at all. Lukira admits he got hit before, but it's been totally quiet lately. No attacks in recent times. Locke can't stop thinking about what it really means that the attacks have suddenly gone quiet lately. A sudden jolt hits him. Vampires and beastkin hunters finally click into place in his mind. He snaps his gaze to the ceiling and declares the warding is totally useless. He's convinced vampires can't chase Lukira because they're locked in a non-stop war with the hunters. A booming sound effect hits as horror finally crawls across Lashira's face. He stumbles back in full panic, spinning like, where in the world are we supposed to hide now? Locke leans in and tells him, the vampires are done and their lord is defeated. Lukira's stomach drops as she fears the next wave of vampires is headed straight for exalted Gerberga. Locke fires the crucial question, why are they chasing it with this kind of relentless fury? Lucira reveals the truth. This power wakes the entire world itself. He tells them this power lets him draw a hard line between day and night. Keela looks bored and fires off, so what else can you do? Lucira reveals something wild. Her voice doesn't just connect worlds, it can also draw an invisible line that separates them. Locke's eyes blow wide as the full punch of this power crashes into him. He demanded proof it could actually shut those dimensional gates for real. Now he finally gets why those vampires are clawing at it with pure desperation. Their whole scheme to summon their dark gods rides on that one gate. One lone bird chirp is all it takes to smash their plans to pieces. Now that the danger's crystal clear, Locke drags Lashira to the capital, because he's not letting her face it alone. Lucira stalls in place, staring at them like, why am I even joining you guys? Locke starts swinging his massive greatsword right away, because he needs everyone to see he's the real deal. That massive blade lets out a deep, bone-chilling hum, packed with pure dark power. He snaps the truth into the light. This weapon isn't just any blade, it's the Demon King's Hexblade. Lucira and the chickens freeze in total disbelief, staring at that legendary weapon like they've seen the impossible. Locke leans in and tells them there's just one way he could have gotten it. He leans in and confesses he personally struck down the Demon King himself. Chellis gushes over him while he tells Luciera to quit staring. Ludera clicks the clues together and shoots back, asking if he's really the great sage, sent Luke. Luck steps in and confirms who he really is. He just hates that everyone calls him by that title. Convince Lashira that Luck should trust him if he wants trust back. Luck drops to his knees, presses a hand to his heart, and makes a solemn promise. He swears on his name that he'll give his life to protect the Seraphor. Ludera cranes her head down at the kneeling sage, her face blazing with pure awe. He lays it out like a bombshell. Gerberga alone has the power to save the entire world. Luck throws out his deepest gratitude to Lukira's clan for guarding them for so long. The recognition hits Lashira like a wave, and she crumples instantly, tears pouring down. Locke studies the weeping boy, his face soft with raw empathy. He admits Lashira had no choice but to risk everything to protect Gerberga for his clan. A sweet memory of his peaceful clan fires him up, proving he has to carry out their world-saving mission. Lucira sobs with pure joy because the legendary sage just thanked them. He's hit with a brand new feeling that knocks the air out of him, something he's never felt in his life. He straight up says he's never, ever felt this proud in his entire life. With their alliance sealed, the crew surges out of the ancient ruins, ready to push forward. Chellis grins and teases, so will your dad let us keep a pet? Lucira and Locke watch in awe as the cellist calls forth the sacred creature. Lucira seethes and declares, loud and furious, that exalted Gerberge is no pet at all. He jabs the chalice aside, rage blazing in his chest. A grotesque vampire rockets out of the shadows, and Locke snaps into motion, slamming into its attack before it can touch him. The vampire's clawed hand slashes past the lock, hovering a breath away from the terrified liqueur. A ruthless, confident grin snaps across Locke's face as he forces himself to hold it back. Right behind him, the cellist yanks out her blade, her face set like she's about to tear the battlefield apart. Locke slams his fists into the vampire's torso, driving the impact deep with raw, bone-jarring force. The creature shrieks through a gurgling throat, blasting black blood everywhere. A dark, shadowy trail slithers across the deadened ground as the warrior keeps his eyes locked on it. From the earth, a jagged pillar of black, corrupt energy blasts up through the ground like it's alive. Three sinister, hooded vampires spill out of the swirling dark miasma, every inch of them dripping menace. Luck, a warrior on edge, spots three vampires showing up out of nowhere, fully in shock. That scarred leady vampire snarls with its fangs out, demanding to know exactly who they are. With icy contempt, Luck won't give his name to any lesser vampire. Shredded by the insult, the vampires' bodies twist, crack, and spark with monstrous power. Chelly's yells in shock, realizing that their sudden power-up is an enhancement spell. She panics because they're not lesser vampires anymore, and Luck's already in on the truth. The transformed vampire snaps into action, pouring out magic like a laser, straight at Lucera in the Seraphile. Swearing that nobody gets out alive, Luck braces to unleash his very own magic. He hurls a magic arrow that streaks through the vampires, pinning them hard in place. The impaled vampires snap awake in pure terror, realizing they've been outsmarted and trapped right from the start. Luck braces for his next strike, ready to torch the trapped enemies until they turn to ash. With one thunderous scream, he snaps into action, unleashing his Hellfire spell to trap them in chains. He blasts out a colossal burst of flame, bracing his body like it'll take the hit head-on. His companions hunker down and throw themselves into the blast, bracing against the brutal shockwave as the fireball detonates. From the dark woods, a lone hooded vampire stares straight at the burning inferno, grinning like it's his show. The vampire slips away in a flash, his body crumbling into a furious swarm of bats as he bolts from the scene. Realizing the danger wasn't over, Luck swore the final enemy wouldn't slip through his grasp. A sudden blur of motion rips the scene forward, and the threat slips away like it never existed. Lucera hoists Jurberga high in the air, as it unleashes a holy crow that shakes the entire world. Trapped inside that holy sound wave, the escaping vampires start snapping back violently. The crow's holy power blasts through their bodies, crack, disintegrate, until they're gone. The last vampire can't stop thinking, is there any escape from the Seraphile, or are we trapped forever? As the last bits of that power crumble away, Luck throws his hands together and just can't help bursting into real, jaw-dropping awe. Lucera tells him how the vampire crumbled to ash, because exalted Jurberga's power was the one that struck. Shelley's finally exposes Jurberga's secret. She can slam down boundaries the moment enemies start transforming. She makes it crystal clear, no one can force a transformation against the Seraphile's divine power. Since their transformation failed completely, the vampires crumbled to ash. Lucera can't help but wonder, why did they have to sprint at all if they already had that kind of power? Chelly's lays it out. This power depends on the moment, and when vampires bolt, they become a total nightmare. Luck chuckles, agreeing that the exalted Jurberga really is an incredible creature. Once the fight finally ends, the crew straps in and storms back toward the capital. Three silhouettes stride through a grassy field as the sun crashes into the horizon. Lucairo clutches Jurberga's hand, and while they head home, her face stays calm, like she's silently piecing something together. As night crashes down, they roll into the grand capital city beneath a sky packed with stars. While the city buzzes around her, Lucera's hand twitches, packed with anxiety and crushing sorrow. The crushing weight of the moment makes Lucera's eyes sting, like she's one breath away from breaking down. Sensing her panic, Luck leans in and softly tells Lucier, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay." As they stroll down a quiet street, a brand new figure suddenly steps out of nowhere and blocks their path. Jair's like a cat's, suddenly yells Locke's name, and it catches him completely off guard. The camera snaps in on Ja, locked in with fearless confidence, and that fluffy fox-like tail swishing like a warning. Ja bursts back fast, telling Locke she's been waiting this whole time, and the shock hits him instantly. She leans close and whispers, "I've got something urgent, we need to talk now." Locke's face snaps serious in an instant, and she instantly feels how heavy her words really are. He nods and says they can talk inside, then steers them straight toward a nearby building. Ja flashes her credentials, she's a B-ranked vampire hunter, and tells everyone she's fought side by side with Locke. Lucera's jaw drops at CS title, and Chelly's can't hide her shock. Chelly's strides in with pride, declaring she's Locke's apprentice, and that confession leaves Ja stunned while Locke instantly gets flustered. A smug, almost daredevil smile curls on Chelly's lips as she watches Ja. Ja fires back a competitive grin, sizing us up like she's already decided who's coming out on top. Trapped in the middle, he suddenly felt the air between them snap to life, thick with electricity. He tells them to meet in his room, and the two girls follow right after, still smiling like they just won something. Locke ushers them inside, and exhaustion hangs on his face like a heavy sigh he can't shake. The door shuts with a crisp little clack, And just like that, the simplified Luchera is left standing alone outside. Inside, Locke leans in and asks if Ja's village is nearby, and she nods, saying it's close. Ja snaps less and shoots him an apology, then begs him to help. Locke grins and jumps at the chance. Ja can't believe it. He's instantly, fully, and without a second thought, ready to help her. He calls her out. She still hasn't explained, but she snaps back that she needs strength to do it. Sire realizes his kindness has no bottom. It could save him, or ruin him either way. She drops the bombshell. The vampires are gearing up for something massive, and their numbers look downright terrifying. She drops the grim truth on them. Their commander is a High Lord. Locke blares the title again, and Ja instantly warns, yeah, that's a major problem. Vampire High Lords are basically royalty in their world. Kings who brag with demons and somehow match their raw power. A chilling image shows a ruthless High Lord charging at the head of a terrifying, shadow-swallowed vampire army. Ja spills that her wolf and beastkin tribe is out there, trying to stop every move they've planned. She clenches her fist tight, and you can tell it. Her father still hasn't fully bounced back. With militant counsel ringing in her head, she's terrified the whole tribe could be wiped out. Locke can't believe it. He thinks this is exactly why she needs him, and she nods, agreeing on the spot. But then she drops the truth, something even bigger than the High Lord himself. The vampires are tearing through the night, hunting for a chicken, and they have to find it first or it's all over. Ja clocks his disbelief, breaks into laughter, and basically goes, "Come on, this whole thing is way too ridiculous to be real." She reads the thought on his face. This is insane, like you're seriously defending some random chicken. But this chicken can slam shut dimensional gates, and it even kills vampire transformations dead in their tracks. With Gerberga perched on his head, Locke suddenly clocks it. She's talking about his chicken. Ja blurts that she can't wrap her head around it, but Locke stays unnervingly calm and just accepts it. Caught off guard by how fiercely he trusts her, she blurts out, "You're way too kind." Locke drops the bombshell. He already found the chicken that exact day. He and Ja stride up to a door, bracing themselves as they're about to rip open the incredible truth. Locke put a finger to his lips, shushed everyone for silence, and then cracked the door open. With a sharp clack, the door swings wide, and there she lies, the cellist completely frozen in shock on the floor. Mortified, the cellist flops onto the floor and screams, absolutely wrecked that he got caught eavesdropping. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, and hot tears start to spill from her eyes. Locke stares down at her, and the look on his face is pure, burning exasperation. Lucera shoots back dryly that she wore the Shelleys, not to listen in on anyone. Locke's patience snapped as Chelly stirred up more chaos, while Lucra just watched, cold and unmoving. When they corner Chelly's and ask what she's doing, panic hits her hard. She panics and she outright denies everything. She stammers like her mind is crashing, scrambling for a believable excuse, but her explanation trails off into a painfully awkward, guilty silence. Caught with no excuse, she drops to the ground and hammers out a full prostration apology. Locke lets out a tired sigh, utterly crushed by the chaos swirling around him. Ja reassures the apologizing cellist, telling her it's totally okay to keep their secret. Locke steps up and formally introduces Ja to Lucera, the fiend, and then boldly invites her inside. He shoves the chicken into Lucera's arms and declares it the legendary Seraphile Gerberga. Ja freezes in pure awe, her eyes blazing wide as she stares at the sacred creature. She stares in stunned silence, trying to process the jaw-dropping truth that just hit her. Outside the mansion, disbelief finally breaks her, and she erupts into a thunderous shout. She shot back, "Did you really find it already?" And he shrank like a kid caught red-handed, admitting he hadn't even been searching. With a smug grin, the cellist leans in and brags to a skeptical Lucaram about her latest quest. She still remembers the shock on her face as vampires got wiped out, ashes in an instant, by that legendary power. Exalted Gerberga watches it all with a calm, knowing gaze, like she already saw this coming. Overwhelmed to her core, Ja, cat-eared and trembling, drops into a deep, respectful bow. She beams at Lucera and declares that meeting the legendary Seraphile at last feels like a truly profound honor. In response to all that reverence, Gerberga just gives a plain, bored cluck, like she's completely unbothered. Once the sacred chicken was locked down, the crew finally turned to the High Lord, because he was the last threat standing. Adventurer Luck corners Ja and fires off the big question. Does she have any clue where their terrifying foe is hiding? Just as they're locked in their plan, Chelly's bursts in and drops the news. Her father has arrived. Goran, a giant of a man, strides into the room and clocks every single guest gathered there. Luck clocks the guild master's reaction the second he steps in, because his arrival couldn't be more perfect. Ja fidgets like crazy, her nerves screaming because Goran's huge, intimidating presence has her completely rattled. Goran's hard, stern face snaps into a huge, boisterous grin as he greets Luck with open arms. He ruffles Luck's hair with a rough, friendly noogie and says thanks for helping Chellies. The guildmaster practically shrugs and says that caring for his daughter must have been a piece of cake. Luck keeps showering this praising cellist with victories, turning her into a seriously impressive warrior for someone so young. Chellies slips into the doorway and calls out to her father in a voice heavy with grief. Goran congratulates her for landing her very first quest, but her face stays weighed down like something still hurts. When he sees her sadness, confusion crashes across Goran's face as she rushes to apologize to him. Tears start racing down Chellies' face, and pure heartbreak twists her expression into something truly crushing. Her father jolts with a choked gasp, utterly stunned by the sudden burst of emotion. Chalice finally blurts out that she feels absolutely sick for how cruel she was to him. She collapses into loud, shaking sobs, while her father panics and scrambles, trying in vain to comfort her. Luck leans in with a knowing smirk, watching Goran's tough exterior crack and crumble. After she finally steadies her breathing, Goran eases in and asks his daughter what set her off so badly. Chellies finally admits with a heavy gulp that she was dead wrong. She thought he was hiding an illegitimate child. That shocking revelation hits Goran like a punch, and he rips into a furious denial. There's no way he'd ever do something like that. With a sheepish giggle, Kelly admits her assumption was way more foolish than she realized. She laughs off the panic and tells him the bad luck she feared wasn't hers at all. It was her younger brother. Goran goes completely silent, throws his hands over his face, and scrambles to make sense of the fresh misunderstanding. He peeks through his fingers, then gasps in horror, like, did she really put that luck through hell? His frustration explodes when he finally grasps just how much chaos she unleashed. To outrun Chellis's fury, Chellis's rage, Chellis's wrath, Chellis quickly blurts that she'll round everyone up, then bolts out of there. Goran gets left hanging in the aftermath, back turned as he silently swallows the chaos like it's a punch to the chest. He whips around and apologizes to Luck for all the chaos his daughter just unleashed. The guildmaster crumples to his knees in pure heartbreak, railing against the brutal chaos of fatherhood. That scene slams a flashback into Luck for a younger, way more reckless Garan. A montage crashes through Garan's worst past mistakes. One minute he's leading them straight to a brothel, the next he's misreading monsters like it's nothing. Luck ends with a bright smile, because yes, the cellist really does take after her father. Goran can't shake the fear that if Chalice keeps roaming out there, someone's going to take advantage of her. Seizing the moment, Luck vows to stay on her like a watchdog, making sure trouble never gets a chance. Blinded by gratitude, Garan yanks Luck into a bone-crushing, tear-soaked embrace. Chellies flung the door open and burst back into the room, shouting that she'd brought the others with her. She stops dead in the doorway, eyes wide as she sees her father wrapped in an embrace with Luck. A tight close-up captures her eyes flaring wide, and then a deep blush surges across her cheeks. The whole moment is wrapped in phantom roses, setting the stage for a romance-fueled misunderstanding. Chellies' heart jackhammers in her chest as she misreads the emotional hug and panics. When Goran clocks her mistake, panic hits her hard. She slams the door shut in front of her, cutting her off mid-sentence. With Luck absolutely fed up, he snaps at Garan. Don't you dare play innocent about this awkward mess. Down the hallway, Chellies caught frantic footsteps streaking off, and heard him swear he wouldn't tell a soul. An hour later, Lucera and Ja just stare on in disbelief, wiped out from one brutal misunderstanding after another. Goran, Luck, and Celis are slumped in their chairs, absolutely wiped out after they finally fought their way through and cleared everything. Luck slams the conversation back onto the real crisis. Those vampire plans are still in motion. He unveils that a High Lord is pulling the strings behind it all, and Goran's jaw drops in pure shock. Goran's face hardens as the danger hits him. This threat is way worse than he ever thought. The crew huddles up, locking in a plan. Jurberga stays protected, and the vampires get fought, no exceptions. Luck sizes up the brutal fight ahead, and then tries to protect the chicken with the same breath, the same focus, as everything gets harder. Ja cuts in with a sharp detail she'd totally forgotten to bring up before. She drops the bombshell. The Seraph's blood has enough power to crack open the dimensional gate. Luck and Lashira go completely still when they hear this life-or-death truth. Lucera grabbed the clucking chicken and swore she had zero clue about this power. Ja explains that a curse is forged when someone profanes life, and the power of it grows stronger the more sanctity that surrounds it. She's convinced the Seraphile's holy life force is so powerful it can power the whole ritual by itself. Goran grimly flat-out declares they can't afford to send exalted Jurberga into battle. Luck decides to toughen up the defenses of their current house as the move to make. A spark of genius hits him, and he immediately proposes taking the Seraphal straight to Eric's place. Then boom, their destination finally comes into view. A towering royal palace perched above the city like a crown. Shelley's can barely contain his excitement, fully agreeing that going after royal protection is a brilliant move. The whole group huddles up and fires off a message to the palace right away, so they can set everything up before anyone arrives. Soon they burst upward along a grand staircase inside the palace walls, like destiny is pulling them higher. Ornate, vaulted ceilings tower over the palace, screaming power and locking in a sense of unshakable security. A young squire steps up with perfect manners, ushers them into a waiting room and tells them to sit tight. The crew finally drops into a lavish room, basking under a towering crystal chandelier that makes everything shine. A buddy swings in with a tray, slides them tea, and keeps everyone sipping while they wait for the king. Jurberga gives a few quiet clucks, eyes roaming over the lavish surroundings like they're putting on a show. The maid keeps a stone-still, rock-solid professional face as she serves them without a flicker. Goran leans in and tells him straight. The kid squire is just one more of King Eric's tons of loyal retainers. He leans in and explains that the palace is packed with about 2,000 squires like them. Lucra and just stare in awe, and it clicks. This is a welfare program made for noble kids. Luck can't help but gush. She's impressed by Eric, calling him a strong king with a noble motto. Lucra and jerk around when a sudden voice blasts out Luck's name. King Eric storms in, and with a proud smile he introduces his two little daughters, Charlotte and Mary. Luck marches right up to the princesses and grins, telling them he's been buddying up with their father for ages. Mary's eyes flare the moment she spots him, and she blurts all thrilled, "Sent Luke." She thrusts a picture book in front of him, asterisk the adventures of Luck asterisk, so he can finally see what she's got. Luck stares at a bead of sweat on his face, utterly thrown off by the book. King Eric tells Mary he knows she's obsessed with those heroic stories, then he asks her for an autograph. She fires a question. Was Luck really clueless about how famous he is with kids everywhere? She tells her the truth, that he's the hero every kid dreams about, and Luck hears it and can't help but feel weirdly shaken. Lutra cheekily says that even the mighty Jurberga adores his picture book, sending Luck into pure, panicked horror. One of the princesses stares at the chicken with huge, starry eyes, like it's the most adorable thing in the whole world. The princesses were fawning over that chicken, then they misheard its name and called it salted Jurberga instead. Goran tells the cellists, take the princesses somewhere else and get them playing. The king nods in agreement, and the girls whoop with joy as they skip off with that fluffy chicken tucked under their arms. Now that the room is finally private, Luck and Goran beam as they watch the others leave. Goran tells them he's always dreamt of a sister, and he keeps sneaking off to visit the palace. King Eric bows and apologizes for the interruption, then admits he just wanted a bit of luck to finally bring him to his daughters. Luck stares at his friend, thrown off by the sudden, serious tone pouring out of him. A flashback rips open the past. 10 years ago, a younger Luck stood alone and single-handedly crushed his way through a whole demon army. The king leans in and tells everyone the truth. Luck's sacrifice paid off, and now he's been showered with blessings, his daughters. King Eric leans in and tells them the whole continent owes its fate to pure luck for everything he's done before. In a flashback, the king steps up before his people, desperate to pour out the massive gratitude swelling in his chest. A tight close-up snaps into the king's stern, tightly held expression, and you can practically feel the crushing weight of his emotions. Luck, cheeks flushing, drags a finger across his chin and answers the king's massive gratitude with a nod. Then he grumbles that even a picture book about him is way too much praise to stomach. Ruana the maid steps forward with a gentle smile and offers a room for the princesses and cellists to use. Chellies thanks Ruana, and the young princess beams as she proudly cradles Jurberga the chicken. Rowena shot a sinister grin and promised she'd be back in a flash with sweets. The camera zooms into the maid's eye, and you can feel the poison of her hidden malice staring back. The story cuts to a dark building, and when Luck finally grasps what's really going on, the whole situation hits like a punch. King Eric leans in and tells everyone the spike in vampiric attacks isn't random. It's tied to one specific plot. Luck grimly declares, "We have to protect the Seraph home because if they take it, we're done for." Realizing how dire this all gets, Eric steps up and guards Ludera and the Seraphal right at the palace gates. Luck and Lucera lock eyes, and in that moment Total Trust says, "We've got this," right before the mission kicks off. Goran leaned in and demanded to know what kind of game plan Luck had to take on the High Lord. With a confident glint in his eye, Luck lays out his plan, an idea that drags the beastkin into the spotlight. He decides his grand plan is simple: barrel in right now, so hard it leaves his companions stunned. Goran erupts with disbelief, shouting that his reckless idea isn't a real strategy at all. Luck instantly stumbles backward, throws both hands up, and blurts that it was only a thought. With a goofy little diagram, he lays out his master plan to throw the weaker vampire lords off their game. That move would set the beastkin right up to smash the High Lord head-on. Goran shoots the idea down on the spot, demanding they swap their assigned roles instead. Ja points out that going toe-to-toe with a whole army of lords is going to be brutally impossible. She's convinced nothing can beat the High Lord except pure luck. Luck keeps his cool in silence, wrestling with the crushing responsibility that's just landed on his shoulders. Goran realizes this plan would shove Ja and her whole clan into the line of fire as decoys. With sheer steel in her eyes, Ja snaps that letting the High Lord slip away is the real mistake. Goran rushes up to Luck and pours out a heartfelt apology, wishing he could have backed him with the guild's full strength. He breaks it down. The real threat is the vampire's brutal charm, the kind that can mess with anyone instantly. Even though Beastkin was immune, he couldn't stand watching his own comrades tear each other apart. Ja makes it crystal clear: Beastkin can't spot humans at all if they've only been charmed. Two hands yank a thick rope tight, tying it like a trap, and setting up a homemade alarm. A maid plants herself before a barricaded door, declaring with chilling certainty that the charmed can't be told apart. Inside, the cellist spots the door-barred trap and snaps at the princesses to hide behind her. Two young girls cowered close together, gripping Gerberga the chicken like it could fend off whatever terror was coming. Chelly's Gripson tightened her ornate staff, her face snapping into fierce, unbreakable determination. Weapon in hand, she braces. Dark energy curls around her like a living shadow. Three skeletal liches clawed their way into existence before her, their bodies rumbling with dark, storming power. Keela's shutters rattled in pure terror as she wondered, how in the world could liches be inside the palace? Her heart drops the second she realizes her sword is gone, right when it matters most. With pure desperation burning in her chest, she tears a strip of fabric straight off her own dress. She clamps down on the staff and makes it clear she's out of options, so this is the only move left. She steadies her stance, steels her resolve with those words, and vows she'll never back down. Fresh courage surges through her as she swears she'll hold the line, anything to protect the princesses of Gerberga. One of the liches hurls a swirling vortex of dark magic straight at her. Chelly's pours her own magic into the staff, bracing to blast back against the attack. With a furious scream, she slams her weapon through the air and smacks the spell right back into them. Thinking she's up against just 3 enemies, confidence surges through her like lightning. She barrels straight through the blast, eyes blazing, convinced she's got this in the bag. A sudden blast of energy slams into her, knocking her backward and cracking her confidence wide open. She blurts out in pure shock as the unseen force slams down and crushes her completely. Outside, a massive explosion detonates against the palace wall, and a nearby guard flinches in sheer shock. Chelly's jerks her gaze up from the floor, and her face turns into pure, unfiltered terror. Above her, the sky explodes with hundreds of glowing magic circles, lighting everything up like a warning flare. Her eyes flare wide as she realizes it's not just a few arrows. Hundreds of magic arrows are about to rain down on her. Arrows start raining from every angle, blasting the air with cataclysmic explosions all around her. The skeletal liches stare in horror as the courtyard lies in ruins, destroyed by their own hands. Right when the blow is about to land, pure luck bursts in. He throws himself in front of her and takes the hit. He cheers her on for powering through so hard, then declares, "You're my apprentice," like it's the start of something huge. With a cocky grin, he declares that her master is stepping in and taking over the fight. The scariest thing about vampires, they don't just bite, they seduce your allies into becoming their loyal retainers. Eric tells everyone that while he and Luck can shrug off anything, the rest of the world is totally vulnerable. Just shoots them a confident grin and swears her beastkin are untouchable, immune to both of those powers. The instant he hears the shout about intruders, he snaps into action like pure instinct took the wheel. He leans in and tells Eric, "I'm carving a shortcut straight to the fight." He rockets forward in a blur, aiming straight at a massive window. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He rockets straight at the glass, ready to shatter it. He smashes through the window like a wrecking ball, blasting out in a storm of shattered glass and flying debris. A magic circle snaps into place at his feet, and he drops into the courtyard like a perfectly timed landing. He locks onto his targets, the liches, and snarls like, "There you are, I finally found you." The liches unleash a roaring barrage of magical energy straight at Celis. Chelly's gasps in terror as explosions erupt all around her. Devastating blasts rip through the courtyard, and she's slammed into the middle of the chaos with no way out. Luck thrusts his arm forward, and a blazing, intricate magic seal lights up in the air right in front of him. He steps in front of Chelly's, yanks her into a shielded embrace, and showers her with praise. Chelly's blushes hard, her heart hammering the moment he's suddenly right there in her space. Alik lifts both arms high, bracing to unleash another brutal, game-changing spell. Luck smirks hard and roars that his opponent is way too slow to keep up. The three liches lock eyes, then unleash a synchronized assault, pouring insane dark energy into the same deadly strike. Their skeletal jaws swing wide in silent, agonizing screams as they unleash their full crushing power. Luck tells them his spell will crank the heat and pressure up to a vicious, supercharged inferno that'll burn their way out. He unleashes an implosion, a tiny black sphere that rips in every last ounce of energy. The sphere clamps down, devouring the liches, then snaps shut with a single wink and disappears like it was never there. Shelley stares, breath caught in her throat, whispering, "It was honestly incredible." Her heart pounds as she realizes, boom, every single one of the three liches gets wiped out in an instant. The last wisps of their dark energy finally fade away into the empty air. She locks eyes with him and gasps, because it's him, the legendary great sage Luke Franson. Luck stares into the empty courtyard, baffled, as he wonders where the liches vanished to. Two shadowy hooded figures step into view. One leans in and demands, "Did you send the liches ahead?" Another hooded stranger groans about a pounding headache, waving off the liches' disappearance like it's no big deal. Luck clocks the newcomers as lesser vampires, but it's the real masterminds behind the scenes. Somewhere unseen, two figures line up their illusion magic, waiting for the exact second to strike. A huge bat-winged figure swoops in, and the vampire's eyes snap straight to it. The lesser vampires nearly jump out of their skins when a superior suddenly shows up out of nowhere. They instantly clock the newcomer as the terrifying Lord Eighth, pure power in human form. Illusory Lord Eighth fires off a furious question. Why are they poking into his business? He shoves the question at them, demanding to know what Lord Six's subordinates are doing there. The lesser vampire leans in and blurts out their mission: snatch the holy chicken no matter what. Luxay's eyes go wide in pure shock when he overhears this life-or-death information. The vampire leans in and tells him this is a do-or-die mission, stamped down personally by the High Lord. A weaker vampire confessed their assignment came straight from the High Lord's own command. Then he drops the bombshell. Lord Sixth has a whole crew of human retainers slipped into the castle. Shellus gas chills down the spine as horror finally realizes the maid, Rwanda, might be the traitor. The illusory Lord Eighth snapped into fake shock, hinting that it was all just a misunderstanding. A young guy with shaggy hair stands locked in, staring at every second of the scene as it unfolds. His gaze snaps to a silver tray. Right on it, a glowing teleportation circle hums like it's alive. The illusion blazes with a plan, swearing it will take him straight to the Six, right through the magic circle. A minor vampire can't hold back. He blurts out that the teleportation circle will work, and his lord will be able to step through. Right as he confirms it, that lesser vampire gets ripped away, violently by a sudden strike. Eric, a blonde warrior, lunges ahead and screams Luck's name in panic. His mighty sword slash slams to a halt, just inches from the target it was meant to destroy. The illusion exploded, then the shattered truth slammed into place. Real Lord Eighth had already blocked the surprise attack. Now that his secret is out, Lord Eighth coldly snaps at Eric, telling him he's done no more. He erupts with a brutal dark energy blast, shredding everything in its path. A lesser vampire freezes in horror as his nearby comrade starts to disintegrate right in front of him. Dark energy rips through the lesser vampires with violent force, wiping them out completely. A split image flashes the razor-focused faces of both Luck and the vampire lord. Luck stands his ground, staring down the fading ash of the lesser vampires as they crumble away. A warm memory hits like lightning. King Eric scoops up his two sweet infant daughters, holding them close as tenderness floods the moment. Chelly's flashes a knowing, slightly smug smirk, and a tiny bead of sweat rolls down her face. One boot hits the earth, then his thoughts skid to a halt, swallowed by raw uncertainty. Goran and Luck stared at the wreckage, demanding answers, How on earth did those vampires slip into the palace? King Eric shuts it down. No way a teleportation circle can be built inside. Gorin lays out the loophole. Once a circle is done, you can sneak it in from the outside. Then luck flips on its head. Cellists pounce with a question, asking if the maid Rona just set down the silver tray. He spots the tray for what it really is, a magical teleportation tool that fuels teleportation magic. A fired-up cellist shouts that she alone can correctly identify Rona. Just shoots back a bold nod, saying yes to the new mission while Shelley's dashes off like a spark hitting fuel. Luck snatches the plan from the air and orders Ja to team up with Cells, insisting that maid of hers is a vampire retainer. Gorin gets the brutal job of guarding the exalted Gerberga, while the last of her servants close in. Gorin whips around to Luck and demands, "So what's my move? What's my plan from here?" Luck declares, loud and fearless, that he'll personally take down their boss the very sixth time. He bolts away before Gorin can even blink, and leaves the man standing there, completely dumbfounded. A monstrous, jaw-dropping magic circle explodes into life, and its swirling power traps Luck in its grip. A blinding white light swallows him whole as the teleportation spell finally kicks into full power. Luck suddenly strikes as a new location appears, and it somehow spots the teleportation magic in action. In the pitch black, a shadowy figure bursts out and demands, "Who dares to show up here?" A ruthless hand slams down over the subordinate's wrist, yanking his aggression to a dead stop. Dressed in elegance, Lord Eighth steps into view and calmly orders his subordinate to rein in himself. The subordinate drops to one knee at once, bowing low and calling him Lord Eighth. He lets out a breath of pure relief. His lord came out alive after the beastskin attack. The subordinate blurts out non-stop apologies for doubting, and the lord snaps back coldly, accepting it without another word. Lord Eighth demands to know why his subordinate vanished, teleporting to this exact spot. He lays out his secret mission in full, then leans in and demands to know, are the six here? With a sly, buttering-up grin, the subordinate beckons Lord Eighth to come right after him. Annoyance crept across Lord Eighth's face as he snapped, "Fine," and let them guide him deeper into the fortress. Two vampires stride side by side through a long, pitch-dark stone corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Lord Eighth cranes his neck, staring up in awe at the towering architecture of the strange new fortress. The subordinate leans in and admits, Lord Sixth ordered the villagers to build this brand new building. He explains that Lord Sixth didn't just attack, he turned an entire village into his retainers. With a cruel laugh, he spits that the kids weren't just innocent, they were turned into his sustenance. Lord Eighth's eyes bulge with pure terror at the casual atrocity right in front of him. A voice thundered down from above, shutting the whole thing down and stripping the subordinates of their role. The subordinate snaps his gaze upward, eyes full of pure shock, confusion and surprise crashing over him at once. Luck launches off an upper landing, diving straight for the corridor below. He slams the ground with a thunderous impact, body tight, and coiled like a spring ready to explode into a fight. He snaps up out of that crouch, every muscle wired tight with crackling, unstoppable energy. Cold fury tightens his eyes, and his gaze locks onto his target like a blade. The throne room doors slam open, and the vampire guards jump like something terrifying just ripped through the air. Bespectacled sixth vampire snaps his glasses into place, staring at the intruder with ice-cold calm. Luck charges headlong into the room, his eyes locked on the throne. He slices straight through a cluster of shadowy retainers with a blazing, swift slash. A beast-like retainer and another guard instantly spot the intruder in his tracks. A pack of grotesque retainers gets utterly blindsided, like their worst nightmare just walked in the door. A brutal shockwave rips through the room, blasting out from the throne like it's alive. The vampire retainers get wiped out instantly in a brutal, earth-shaking explosion. The sixth stared at the wreckage he unleashed, wearing a calm face like nothing happened. On his deathbed, a retainer gasps, stunned and furious, "Why would your own lord betray us?" The retainer's body crumbles into dust, and its last question hangs in the air, unanswered. The ground shudders again from the massive blast's aftershock. Bad luck seals the sixth's fate. He fires at his own allies. Sixth Call Luck calls this a monster, because his own weapon is finally ready to bite. A reptilian eye glares from behind those six stacked glasses like it's hunting prey. Enraged, Luck snaps back at the vampire, pot calling the kettle black, huh? He surges forward, arms stretched out, unleashing a crushing strike. Luck ducks under the sweeping strike and whips back with his blade, countering before the attack can land. He slams the flat of his sword into the sixth's face, driving the hit home. The sixth duelist heaps compliments on Luck's sword, and Luck shoots back that he's taking it. The sixth ignites with magical energy, gearing up for a brutal counterattack. Luck rams a brutal kick straight into the vampire's jaw. His glasses flew askew as the sixth cursed in agony. His left arm is cleanly ripped off right at the shoulder, and blood erupts like a burst of fire. The sixth fighter tore through the assault and left a bloody, mangled wreck behind. He drops to a dead stop, staring at his shattered glasses scattered across the floor. The beaten vampire shoots his gaze upward, snarling for a name. Who the hell is his opponent? Luck drops his name like it's nothing, Locke, and tells everyone he's only an F-rank adventurer. The sixth wheezes a weak, painful laugh at the shock of it. He's furious and devastated. Our raid crumbles because Luck hits back fast, so hard it shuts everything down. Right on the edge of death, he choked out one last question. How did Luck lure his own people into the palace? The six of them smirked on purpose, glaring right through his question and refusing to answer. Lux's gaze turns sharp and relentless, like he'd already known no one would answer. He lifts his blade, aiming for the last merciless strike that ends everything. The defeated six draws one last breath and spits a chilling warning that his king is about to arrive. His voice, ripped free of a body, pushes the human to savor every second of his short, burning life. Luck lingers beside a shattered pillar, stained with blood after the execution. A skull-like medallion glints in the dust, and his eyes snap straight to it. He slams his sword into the ground with a thunderous impact, like the earth just got punched. That brutal act rips open his past, and suddenly he's staring at the younger, defenseless version of himself. As his sword lifts into the air, the last of his doubts slips away. Its power snaps awake like a storm. He's standing alone in a pitch-black void, a lone warrior with the weight of the world on his shoulders. A lone warrior braves the suffocating darkness as dying cries claw at the air around him. His face twists into sheer anguish, trapped in cries for help and helpless little whimpers for mommy. Dark energy suddenly detonates around him, his overwhelming power surging like it's raging at every painful memory. He clamps his ornate greatsword tight, and that blade throbs with a sinister, shadowy aura. Strolling through a torchlit corridor, he suddenly catches a faint, soulless whisper, begging desperately for help. With a loud creak, he shoves the massive wooden door open, and his face tightens into pure grim determination. The door bursts open, and there it is, a nightmare cell packed tight with chain-clad skeletons. He drops to his knees in pure reverence, right in the wreckage left behind by victims who have been dead for ages. With a tender touch to the skull, he chokes out an apology, swearing he couldn't save them. He leans in, feeling every ounce of their terror, and that crushing, unbearable pain as their last moments slip away. His sorrow snaps into seething rage the moment he grits his teeth. In that suffocating darkness, he clenches his resolve and vows to rip revenge from their deaths. Up in the high galleries, an alarm suddenly screams, blasting the word that there's an intruder and they're going to catch them. A horde of shadowy, wraith-like figures with blazing white eyes crashes down on him. At the same time, a whole swarm of pale-skinned monsters with razor fangs surged forward like a living nightmare. He snaps with fury, and his blade turns into a blur as it carves through the monstrous horde. His attacks hit like a guillotine, brutal, pinpoint precise, cutting down every creature with gruesome, no-mistake efficiency. He stands in the middle of the carnage, a lone warrior towering over a sea of dismembered enemies. He bursts out of the fortress, and his boots carve a trail of white ash behind him. He stares as a savage gust tears through the air, sweeping away the ashen remains of his enemies. A grim, knowing look settles on his face as he watches a bizarre magical phenomenon unfold before his eyes. From the battlements, he leans over and stares down at the silent, empty village below, like it's been abandoned by the world. The wind slashes through hanging clothes like a ghost, screaming that the bodies are already gone, turned to dust. A wave of pain hits his face as the grim truth finally clicks in. The story lays out the brutal fate of vampiric retainers. Once their lord is done, they crumble into ash. He stands in front of the empty village, and the truth hits. Every last living soul is gone. A gentle breeze sweeps through the dark, somber night, spinning leaves into the silence like whispers that won't let go. A lone bat streaks across the glowing full moon, and just like that, the scene snaps to a whole new place. A massive brazier roars to life, crackling flames spilling warm, flickering light across everything. At the fortified gate, armored guards clenched their weapons and stood watch, waiting for the arrival of someone huge. A hulking warrior and a regal swordsman stride forward, commanding the solemn watch like it's their stage. The elegant blonde swordsman flashes a faint, knowing smirk at his serious companion. Luck strides onto the drawbridge, and his allies finally see it. His return is real. He dumps a pouch of vampire fangs out, grinning as he declares his mission a total success. Panic twists his face as he mourns the fact that he showed up too late to save the village. The guildmaster wipes his name clean, saying the timing is everything since he just returned to this dimension. He squeezes Luck's shoulder with a gentle, comforting touch, swearing he'll have someone come to mourn. They stumble on Rowana, a captured maid, and the moment they check her, they confirm she's been trapped under a wicked charm. She tells him, because I'm only under a charm, I'm still not doomed. I can be saved. A blonde woman's shoulders finally drop as pure, soul-deep relief floods her. This tiny bit of good news feels huge. The king lays it all out. 5 in the castle burn to ash, and 30 more drop to the floor, fainting on the spot. Since the retainers can slip into the castle undetected, the Seraphone isn't safe anymore. At all. Lux's face hardens into grim certainty as this brand-new, deadly reality crashes down on him. The guildmaster's expression tightens with unwavering resolve as he declares his decision. He's going to grab exalted Gerberga and personally hunt down the High Lord, then finish him for good. The king and the guildmaster locked eyes, both of them sharing a silent, no-nonsense agreement. The king finally nods. This is the safest play, and Luck promises, "We'll pull it off together," with his whole heart. Luck can't believe it when he hears the king and the guildmaster are showing up as well. The king demands they ride with him, making it crystal clear the mission won't succeed without them. The guildmaster snatches everyone's attention, then roars at his companions to get in fighting shape before the battle hits. A cat-eared girl can barely contain her excitement as she watches the legendary party reunite before her eyes. The scene snaps to a new front. Another ruthless, power-hungry faction is already moving. In a massive cathedral, 3 robed figures strode down a mile-long hall, their footsteps booming off the stone like thunder. Their leader, draped in an ornate headdress, strides forward with unshakable, solemn intent. The whole crew climbs a towering staircase in perfect formation, silent, steady, and locked in like they're marching into destiny. Queen Luffy gets escorted everywhere by her priests and priestesses, like a divine procession on the move. The high priestess rushes to apologize for the mess, and the queen demands she give a complete, no-holds-barred report. They huddle around a massive, intricately carved sarcophagus, the chamber's shining centerpiece. The high priestess bursts in and warns that the capital's protective barrier is wobbling and starting to crack. A jagged, snow-crowned mountain range looms on screen. The very starting point of something far worse is hidden in its icy peaks. She leans in and tells the queen there's something far worse crawling out of the mountains, something bigger than they thought. A servant rushes in and hands the queen a tiny pouch of golden sand, ready for the ritual. With a regal flick of her hand, the queen hurls the sand into the sky like it's about to unleash something. Her eyes blaze with razor focus as she unleashes a crushing, high-level magic spell. The other priests stared at the display, terror and awe crashing through them at the same time. The sand band together and boom, mountain by mountain, they forge a razor-detailed 3D map of the whole range. A priest studies the map and then declares that the glowing dot is the exact right spot. The queen snaps open a message from the king, and it's bad news. He's already on his way to slaughter a high lord. A priestess chokes on her own breath, realizing just how terrifying and deadly this enemy really is. The queen steps forward and declares it. The high lord is hiding right inside those mountains. 2 hooded riders on horseback tear through the road, racing to warn the local beastkin that trouble's here. A hooded figure stares on with grim determination, laser-focused on what comes next. The queen snaps an order to the high priestess. Gather every A-class priest, right now, for magical reinforcements. She unleashes holy energy, cranks the barrier up to maximum power, and traps the High Lord's every move. She claims it's her sacred duty to stand by the king and fuel his mission. A subordinate priestess gets slammed with orders to rush out the summons with absolute urgency. 2 priestesses bolt down the corridor, their footsteps clattering off the polished stone like a drumbeat. The order gets stamped as their number 1, no exceptions top priority. A young priestess clocks the high priestess practically bursting with eagerness to help their queen. The high priestess smiles like a beacon of pride, her eyes burning with unwavering devotion. She declares, loud and fearless, that nothing in the world tops the honor of standing by someone that grand. The narration lays it out. The queen isn't missing from the Demon King's war at random. She's absent because she's pregnant. The moment jolts forward as that shivering luck thing suddenly erupts into a giant, earth-shaking sneeze. Goran gives him hell for catching a cold, teasing him with, "Are you sick? Did you forget I'm not your mother?" Luck keeps sniffing and swears he's okay, saying it's nothing but a chill in the night air. Goran's heart sinks because Luffy isn't here. Her healing magic could have fixed him in an instant. The moment he hears her name, Luck snaps into it. He realizes he still hasn't had a chance to see her. Eric tells everyone Luffy is swamped. She's juggling the Holy Order's every move from inside the cathedral. The cat girl nods like she finally gets it. Luffy's the queen, and yeah, he's also been their party's healer. Luck swings in Luffy's favor, because her presence might have just shut down that first vampire raid before it even really got rolling. They charge out, praying this raid finally ends it, while Chelly stays behind to guard the palace. At night, the massive fortified palace complex looms like an unbreakable fortress over the whole kingdom. The cellist stands guard, her cape snapping in the wind as she pins a massive sword straight into the ground. A little horned boy stands right beside her, staring into the pitch-black dark like it's about to bite. A memory flashes of her burning determination. She's desperate to jump into the fight against the High Lord. Her father, Goran, looms in front of her, stern, unshakable, and impossible to ignore. He shuts her down cold, flatly refusing her heartfelt request to tag along on their mission. She insists her training is finished, and claims those so-called lesser vampires can't touch her. He shuts her down mid-plea, snaps that she'll just hold them back, and tells her, without any room to argue, that he's not repeating himself. She clenches her fist, biting back her doubts as she finally swallows her father's last order. Young blonde Chelly stares ahead with clenched determination, sweat slicking her face as she pushes through. A little hornboy stares off into the distance, lost in thought, with a quietly aching sadness in his eyes. Luck is shouting in Goran's face. Chelly's has to have one of his swords, and he can't ignore it. Goran snaps his head back, brow locked in a deep frown as he challenges that wild suggestion from Luck. Right outside the castle gates, Luck lays it out. Chelly's fighting style is built to swing a bigger sword. Goran rubs his head, glances at the cellos, and wonders, could Luck actually be real? Kilo went still in pure shock when she realized she wasn't just training. She was chosen to protect the princesses from vampires. Luck confidently winks, fully sure his first apprentice is ready for the big, important mission. Chelly's and the cat-eared girl light up with raw excitement and steel determination, ready to take on this brand-new responsibility. The little horned boy drags out a tired sigh, completely unmoved by all the drama. Chelly's voice cuts through the chaos, telling everyone they can fully trust her. In a dark memory, Leaves falls silent as she remembers her very first thoughts. She swears she once believed Luck was nothing but someone smirking and getting the best of her. She keeps watch, and then she spots it, a whole swarm of demons finally clocking that the danger is real. Wide-eyed and panicking, Lucra the hornboy just stares as the attack suddenly crashes in. 3 grotesque vampires loom over Lucera, snarling until she hands over the chicken. A fully healed boot surges forward with full speed and laser focus, ready to jump in and stop it. The lead vampire snarls, baring his teeth like he's about to tear the world apart. Chelly's hoists her massive sword overhead, ready to slam it down on the enemies charging her. The vampires flinch hard as her brutal blade slices through the air in a massive, sweeping arc. She steps forward and declares, "I'm Sir Locke's apprentice," an F-ranked fighter named Chalice. The lead vampire smirks and scoffs at that F-rank label like it's an absolute joke. Just as he starts mocking, a blade flashes in and drives straight into his throat, blasting blood everywhere. Chelly's bursts forward, sword arm fully extended as she drives a razor-precise thrust straight through the chaos. Her eyes lock in, and she unleashes a relentless, lightning-fast onslaught. 2 more vampires rise up and start cursing her, hoarding magical energy like fuel as they prepare to fire a counterspell. A flash of Lux's training hits her like lightning, showing her exactly how to take down magic wielders. His takeaway was brutal: slash the connection before they even get a chance to move. He told her to slash as fast as she could, driving the blade forward with the sword's tip. She whirls like a blade, slicing clean through both spellcasting vampires before they can even finish their incantation. Her eyes cut like ice, locked forward without a flicker. Now her grim mission is finally over. The last vampire panicked, snapped at his subordinate to wipe her from memory, and ordered her to seize the Seraphol. He lunges past Celis, and Celis screams a warning at Lucera. The vampire's clawed hand lunges forward, aiming straight for the little horn boy. Lucera thrusts a birdcage into the air, and it bursts with holy light, driving the vampire back with a searing glare. A massive phoenix made of pure fire explodes out of the cage, tearing the air apart with a godlike screech. The vampires gawk in disbelief, clawing the legendary creature as it rips into the air. Still, they can't decide if they're looking at a phoenix. Lucera's eye ignites, an eerie magical sigil blooms in the center, and his true power is revealed in an instant. A giant inferno erupts with a thunderous roar, and Chellies just stands there staring at the wreckage. A blonde woman stares at the dazzling illusion and swears it feels painfully real, like it's pouring out real heat. She stays calm as winged vampires scramble away from the deadly illusion flames burning beneath them. The lesser vampires shriek in pure terror, backing away as that overwhelming force slams into them. A cloaked man drags his blade along the dirt and shouts for his allies. He declares he'll take the palace himself, then charges straight into the retreating horde. Beneath a sky drenched in stars, two riders lean forward, staring out at a sprawling mountain range stretching forever. Luck, a dark-haired man, cradles a tiny chicken in his arms, and it rustles and clucks under its breath. He rushes back and apologizes to the chicken for the cramped ride, then vows on his life to protect it. Gerberga clucked in triumph, cozy and content in the safe grip of his steady hold. Eric, a long-haired man, spits out his insults the moment he feels the High Lord getting too close. Goran, the burly warrior, grinds his teeth as he realizes the mountains are swallowing their lair, finding it won't be easy at all. Lux's eyes snap to a sudden flash of movement deep in the trees. A savage, wolf-like beast stalks into the warrior's lands, crouched low and coiled like it's about to pounce. She darts back to the mounted Eric and tells him, breathless, she found the trail to the High Lord's lair. She straight up admits they don't have the muscle for a full-on assault, then pushes for a diversion to buy them time. The older wolfman stepped forward and declared, "Our tribe would be honored to help you." The younger warrior flicks a sharp look at her elder, and her face hardens, pure resolve taking over. The elder leans in and demands she proves their tribe's courage to everyone watching. Eric leans in and tells the young warrior, "Live up to the beastkin name you carry." The party watches the beast pull out, then they fire off warm goodbyes, because now it's their turn to hit the streets on this diversionary mission. Luck snaps into Ja, a cat-eared girl, and somehow that's exactly what gets her attention. He thrusts a brand-new, ornate sword into her hands, and the shock of the offer knocks the breath out of her. He snaps the weapon in his hands and realizes it's the sword of the 6th Vampire Lord. He grips the blade and tests its balance, then lets out a shocked comment because it's way lighter than he ever expected. Luck declared his weapon was a razor-sharp blade, made to bite when it finally met the hex blade in a brutal clash. He won't take no for an answer. He shoves it into her hands, and she's left completely speechless by the sheer kindness of it. Eric starts naming their legendary weapons, his holy sword and Goran's blazing fire sword. He tells just straight up that her current weapon won't cut it for the fight that's coming. Ja's face tightens as she remembers her old sword snapping in half when it crashed into a goblin lord. Goran frets that the sword might be cursed, but Luck shuts him down, he already checked. Ja snatches the sword with a grateful gasp, swearing she'll guard Lux's back and make sure he's covered when the fight ignites. Lux flashes a grin of agreement, and Goran watches, clearly impressed. As they gear up to leave, he pins the mission's success on her, puts the whole weight of it in her hands. Beneath a crescent moon, a swarm of bats erupts through the night, screaming that the hunt is about to begin. At midnight, the beast swoops out of the dark to intercept the winged vampires mid-flight, and right as the sky lights up, the battle kicks off. Eric watches the swarm surge forward, and once he sees the diversion kick off exactly like they planned, he knows it's working. He and Goran lock eyes and agree. Those beastkin are pulling the enemy off them perfectly. They stumble up to a dead-still cliff face, but there's not a single trace of the lair anywhere. Sire swears the entrance is buried under a brutal concealment spell, like it's been swallowed whole. Luck thrusts his hand up, and a glowing magic sigil blooms in the air just as he's ready to blast it away. Illuminated rings of light surge across the cliff, rippling outward as the spell finally takes hold. The illusion snaps to pieces, and boom, an enormous ornate stone gateway bursts out from inside the rock. To blaze a path through the chaos, Luck hunches forward and gets ready to cast his spell, Sleeping Fog. A heavy, ghostly mist pours from his hand, spiraling into a wild, swirling vortex. Magical fog surges like a rushing river, pouring straight into the lair's shadowy maw. Beneath the crescent moon, the crew is already slipping into the vampire lair, and the infiltration has officially begun. Goran barrels into the stone corridors, his massive sword thudding against his back as he charges ahead. The sleeping fog is unleashed to wipe out every weaker vampire and loyal retainer, leaving nothing but silence behind. Eric flat-out tells them only the most powerful arch-vampires and lords get to stay standing. Goran grins, finally realizing he can stop holding back his insane strength. A bunch of those weak vampires are already crumpling to the floor, drowning in the fog's deadly grip. Garen's hands twitch with pure anticipation as he closes in on the guards who are still conscious. The last vampires burst out wings and try to streak out of that magical fog before it traps them for good. They launch into the sky, clawing for a tactical edge. Garen rockets upward and slams his colossal blade down with a thunderous, earth-shaking impact. The hit detonates a colossal shockwave, and the vampires get instantly wiped clean off the map. He drops into the chaos of settling rubble, and its pure, overwhelming power in picture-perfect form. His eyes are stone-cold and locked forward as he surveys the wreckage he unleashed. Two vampires prowl in front of a doorway, and glowing magical traps snap to life around them. Grant plants his foot forward, diving deeper into the dead quiet lair. He clamps his hand around his sword's hilt, bracing for the next clash like it's already here. Garen sharpens his focus and readies himself for the clash that's about to explode. A dark-haired vampire flashes a sly grin, then hatches a wicked plan to jump the warrior with deadly magic. Goran stands there unshaken, and with a nasty little smirk he mocks them, asking if that was really their so-called plan. From where he stands, a massive blast of energy erupts down the quarter like a tidal wave. With eyes wide in terror, the vampire watches his own companion get blasted apart by a roaring wall of fire. Goran holds his ground, anchoring the raging, unstoppable flood of power. His boots loom over the smoldering wreckage of his screaming, utterly defeated foes. He turns his back on the carnage and dismisses the whole fight as beneath him. His expression snaps into an absurd, wide-eyed mask of total, no-holds-barred shock. His companion Luck blurts that he's insane, while Ja gasps at the sheer force he's unleashing. Goran booms with confidence that he'll never let those youngsters outrun him, and everyone can see his strength. Eric's grim face tells it all. Right when they're about to reach their goal, you can feel how serious this is. He snaps a warning to the whole crew, stay on your guard as you push forward. Staring into the endless cavern, Ja's face lit up with pure, stunned shock. The party stares into a grotesque chamber, and the walls ripple with writhing, vein-like roots. A woman's bare foot touches down softly on the corrupted ground right in front of them. The elegant vampire lord strides up to Eric and greets him, saying, "Your Majesty." She tells them, right before the Supreme Monarch's throne, that their journey ends here. With a predator's grin, she beckons them to lay down their lives. Eric can't believe a simple lord can stop them, but Garen just nods. Her confidence feels unstoppable. The vampire woman lets out a single "oh" as she unveils the medallion. She demanded to know if they could feel it, because the cursed object in her hands was suddenly in her grasp. Lux's eyes snapped wide, and alarm burst to life the moment she saw it. He jolts in shock as he realizes the cursed medallion is already shattered. She blurts that the Supreme Monarch himself granted her special permission to use it. A colossal tremor rips through the cavern, and the whole party stumbles, thrown off their feet. She calls the chamber her nest, then a monster crashes into existence behind her. Gran swept his face with trembling sweat, then admitted, straight up, that this development feels horribly wrong. The earth rips open, and something massive explodes out of the depths like the world can't hold it in anymore. A gigantic skeletal dragon rears back and unleashes a deafening roar that shatters the rocks to pieces. Goran screams a full-blown warning, it's a Draco zombie, and the horror hits like a punch. The vampire lord snaps back and tells him it's worse, an even deadlier ancient Draco zombie. She taunts, daring them to even try, right as the beast charges in for the kill. Eric lifts his sword and summons a shimmering magical shield to block the attack. His insanely corrosive poison breath hisses through the air, then sizzles and melts against the shield like it's trying to burn straight through it. Luck warns Ja that one breath is so ruthless, it can whittle a person down to bones. Gran Grins felt that brutal challenge hit like lightning, and his fighting spirit exploded to life. Luck blurts out his worry that they can't afford to let their enemies drag things out and stall. Eric spits out the truth. He and Goran are drowning in a debt to Luck they'll never, ever be able to repay. He admits the dimensional gate was a one-way trap, and he stepped through it on purpose, knowing exactly what waited. Eric finally blurts out that he's been holding this truth for a full decade, waiting on the edge of the moment to say it. He and Goran bark orders to Luck and Ja, break off the fight and sprint out of there. Lux's face flickers with pure, gut-punching shock as their sacrifice hits. His face tightens into pure determination as he finally swallows their plan and commits to it. He snatches Ja up in his arms and sprints off, yelling that he's obeying them. Rage-twisted vampire lords shriek that nobody's getting away. Eric and Gorn strike in perfect sync, racing to block her, while their faces sink into shadow. Goran roars at her, demanding she lock her eyes on him, no looking away. He slams his massive sword through the air in a roaring, flashing arc straight at her. The impact slams into the vampire lord and blasts a shockwave through the air. She winces like she's been burned, and that tiny reaction screams the truth. She didn't just use that medallion for the dragon. A brutal horn rips from her head as she mutates into something far more powerful. Far off from the fighting, the camera sweeps into the grand, echoing interior of a cathedral. Queen Leffy slams the news. She's tightening the barrier until it traps every vampire inside. She thrusts her staff into the air and commands God's blessings over the gathered clergy. Divine light explodes from the sky, spilling over the forest around the High Lord's lair. A beast warrior roared like thunder, and he drove his clan into a desperate battle. He and a fierce female warrior tore into the vampires, cutting them down with pure, unshakable determination. A streak of movement flashes out of the dark, then a fast, deadly strike comes out of nowhere. A dark-haired vampire lord ends a beastkin warrior in the blink of an eye. He's a looming, shadowy silhouette, staring down the crescent moon like he owns the night. A blonde vampire lord barks orders at his minions, demanding they tear into the filthy dogs and slaughter every last one. The beastkin leader rallies his warriors, screaming for them to pile on the lords together. A beastkin warrior gets blasted so hard they get sent flying backward. A vampire lord snaps his hand forward and blasts a surge of raw magical energy into the air. A burst of blinding light rips across the battlefield, swallowing another beastkin warrior in its magical attack. The beastkin leader snaps out a tactical retreat, stalling the fight like he's got a trap waiting around the corner. A battle-scarred warrior slams a massive gong, and the thunderous boom blares the signal to pull back. The dark-haired vampire clutches his chest, reeling as the attack rips through him. The blonde vampire lord sneers as they try to bolt from the battlefield. The dark-haired lord clocks it instantly. Those beastskins are probably just a sneaky distraction. He's convinced another crew is striking the High Lord right this instant. His companion scoffs like the whole idea is pure nonsense. Two vampire lords erupt in a cruel laugh, mocking every move their opponent just tried. Their laughter rips through the forest while the beast watches from the shadows, wearing pure grim silence. A vampire's boot slams forward as he barks that the unseen heroes are fools. Luck yells, defiant to the core, that they'll never lose. Those cheap tricks won't work on them. The High Lord sinks into his throne like it owns the world. His power so terrifying it makes nightmares look polite. Luck crashed into the throne room. Then a bottle hit the floor and shattered, crack after crack. The bottle detonates in a blinding burst, and it hurls Luck backward like time itself just got punched. The blast's full power obliterates the grand doorway in an instant. Luck snaps his eyes up in shock as a sudden, ruthless attack crashes in out of nowhere. The hooded High Lord snaps at him, absolutely furious about his total lack of manners. A fresh, terrifying form of the High Lord rises up to set everything straight. Seiya flinched, realizing this presence was far darker and far more sinister than any lord he'd ever heard of. She gets a hard warning. Their enemy already has an attack barrier up and running. CSI keeps spotting the same brutal truth. Luck's terrible streak is still running, just like it always does. Luck shoots a question at his crew. Do you guys see what I'm seeing back there behind the High Lord? His words die on her lips as a figure rockets past with blinding speed. Luck snaps up a surprise strike from a hooded subordinate, clang, and parries it clean with steel-sharp timing. The subordinate jabs his hand forward, and a magic circle ignites, blazing inside his palm. The High Lord shoots a sharp comment, praising how insanely fast the human's reflexes are. His jaw drops. She realizes she never even saw the High Lord move. She finally gets it. The High Lord's real power isn't just strong, it's terrifyingly, truly lethal. Luck bluntly tells the High Lord that every charm in existence won't faze him. The High Lord breaks into a grin, finding the defiant human's confidence absolutely hilarious. Luck snaps into motion and effortlessly deflects another strike from his subordinate. The High Lord demanded his name, but Luck shut him down cold, refusing to give even one reply. A towering horned juggernaut stomps into the spotlight and dares the High Lord, right there, face to face. She can't believe it. She finally decides the High Lord is actually ready for them. With laser-focused intensity, the sorcerer Luck grits his teeth and starts biding his time. His companion nods without a word, her sword already drawn, perfectly poised to strike. Their opponent, the High Lord, blasts forth a brutal wave of dark energy that slams through everything. A razor-sharp, glowing magic circle snaps into existence right in the High Lord's waiting palm. Dark energy rips through the air, whipping into a violent, destructive vortex that churns like a living nightmare. The High Lord's one eye tightens, locking onto his attack as it comes flying in. His spell slams into Luck, and Luck doesn't flinch. He digs in and stands firm against that brutal blast. The impact hits so hard that the High Lord's own hand cracks under the shock. He freezes in shock and blurts out that his barrier is completely shattered. Just snatches her moment, lunging forward with pure intent, her dagger whistling straight for the mark. Her strike is abruptly stopped in midair, and she freezes, staring around like she can't believe what just happened. Luck bursts in from the side, and his hand flares with blazing arcane power. The High Lord leans in and warns ya, if you step past this point, you won't go any further. Lux's attack lands with a ruthless snap, cleanly cutting the High Lord's arm off right at the elbow. With a smug grin, he declares that he's severed his enemy's left hand. Joe is convinced that their perfectly synced teamwork will seal the win. The High Lord fires back with one cold, contempt-filled scoff, like he's already smirking at their confidence. He taunts them straight up, mocking their "you took my hand" excuse. Dark energy blasts out of the stump, and whoosh, his arm fully regenerates from nothing. Luck and Ja lock onto the scene, completely frozen in stunned disbelief. The villain flashes a wicked grin and boasts that even the fearsome sword can't do a thing to him. Just screams in disbelief. Luck's legendary sword just didn't do a thing, and she can't accept it. A bandaged ally leans in and explains just how brutally powerful the High Lord's magic is, so overwhelming it feels unstoppable. Ja realizes the first strike didn't hit for nothing. It landed a little punch and left its mark. Their ally braces for a brutal, brain-twisting fight as glowing magic sigils start popping into the air. Elsewhere, the warrior Gorn bellows in panic, screaming over his companions, Eric and himself, because he can't shake the worry. A winged demoness dives out of the sky like a missile, and her attack turns into a blur of pure, terrifying speed. Her strike whiffs, crack. It slams into the ground and detonates in a burst of shattering impact. Steel screeches as their blades smash together again and again, in a relentless, high-speed duel. Goran's eyes bulge with sheer strain as he fights to stay on top of the pace. The demoness hurls a furious storm of magical energy projectiles at her target. The deadly projectiles slam into the target and erupt into a massive, blinding explosion that lights up everything. Goran growls, "Slow down," at his opponent because that speed is way too insane. Suddenly, King Eric, hero through and through, blazes past the struggling warrior like a flash of lightning. Eric calmly tells Goran, "We're switching opponents, get ready." Goran's jaw drops as the tactics flip out of nowhere, leaving him completely stunned. A colossal explosion detonates right where Goran was standing a second ago. Goran snaps to attention, and now a colossal, skeletal dragon looms right in front of him. King Eric slips through the demoness's unending, elegant strikes like it's nothing. She bursts into mocking laughter, calling Eric a coward for supposedly ditching his friend in the middle of danger. Goran swings a brutal, earth-shattering strike, and his sword's power splits the ground beneath the dragon. His blow detonates like thunder, blasting a massive shockwave through the cavern. He plunges his blade straight into the undead creature's bony neck. The dragon shrieks and catches Goran off guard, because it's still hurt and it's not pretending. With grim grit in his bones, Goran swears he'll beat the monster back into remembering the fear of death. Eric straight up says the secret is simple: put the right man in the right spot. He fires off a levitation spell, and his cape snaps and billows as he rockets up into the sky. The demoness lunges into pursuit, blazing forward with speed so insane it feels like the world can't even keep up. She swears her airborne opponent won't escape her reach. She smirks with pure confidence, and in a blink she's right behind him. She shot him a mocking question, who said she was trying to run, and that challenge snapped shut, trapping him. Her razor-sharp fangs plunge into his shoulder, ripping with a brutal bite. To her absolute shock, she realizes she just chomped down on a clone. Then the real Eric shows up, leans in, and tells her she'll become an unbelievably special retainer. Dark blood blasts from a vicious, unseen wound. Just like that, a flawless clone of the demoness materializes, right under King Eric's command. The real demoness freezes in terror as she stares at her own horrifying duplicate. With a sinister grin, the clone lunges to grab the original's horn. With a sickening crack, the horn gets brutally snapped clean off. The demoness jerks back in pure agony, her face gushing with blood. She's left shattered and utterly defeated after that brutal, totally unexpected attack. King Eric snaps his sword in with one brutal thrust, driving it clean through her back. The demoness staggers away, stunned as she can't understand why her power suddenly betrayed her. Eric pats her shoulder like nothing happened. Her vampiric bite didn't even leave a mark. He drops his secret immunity like a mic drop, calm as ice, and casually admits he's a taken man. A Chibai priestess sneezes right on cue, and it turns his holy vows into a full-on comedy moment. She readjusts her mitre, clearly rattled from the outburst. A demoness gets hit with the news. She failed to do her homework. Eric smirks like he's got a steel spine, already knowing his perfect constitution can handle toxic women. The defeated demoness clenches her teeth, seething with unfiltered rage. She screams in pure fury, furious that she's been completely crushed. Golden holy chains tear out of the sky, snapping into a cage around her. Her strength is slipping away at breakneck speed, and the sacred magic has her locked in place. King Eric watches everything spill out before him, wearing a faint, satisfied smirk like he's just won. A wave of horror crashes over her as the demoness finally understands what's happening to her. She feels the raw, unstoppable might of it, and realizes this holy barrier isn't just strong, it's deadly formidable. Deep inside a far-off cathedral, Queen Leffy thrusts her voice into the air and chants a holy incantation so powerful it feels like the heavens are listening. She lifts her cross high and pours out a tidal wave of sacred power to fuel the spell. Her priests and priestesses step in beside her, locked into a solemn, laser-focused ritual. They chant in total sync, fists locked together like they're gripping prayer with all their might. Their unshakable faith joins as one, and it forges a barrier that hits like pure power. A beastman warrior cranes his neck as the holy barrier surges tighter and stronger. He storms into his chief's office and snaps that the vampire lords are starting to lose their speed. The chief bellows the command. Then they crash forward, smashing their battered enemies before they can even breathe. The beast men surge into the fray again, muscles roaring with savage fury. A bloodthirsty vampire lord gets ripped open by a beast man's razor-sharp claws. The defeated vampire crumples onto the ground, and her whole body fades into nothing. She spits venom at the vainglorious humans because they planned her death. Bandaged and battered, the fighter snaps a warning. They'll never, ever beat the High Lord. His body crumbles into dust, and his last hopeless warning keeps slamming through the silence. Goran rockets across the battlefield, massive blade raised and ready for the next strike. He spits with pure determination, then decides, right now, it's time to end this fight. He detonates an energy-infused punch, and the roar alone makes the whole scene shake. The skeletal dragon whips aside at the last second, and his sword slices through empty air. Goran bellows through every ounce of strength into a crushing, thunderous strike. The dragon slips out of the way in a heartbeat, dodging his massive attack that he'd basically telegraphed from the start. Goran yelps as a sudden counterattack rips through him with sharp, brutal pain. The dragon's razor-sharp bony tail sliced straight through his back, clean as a strike of lightning. His face freezes into a mask of total shock, staring at the brutal injury like he can't breathe. Sweat drenches his face as the brutal truth of his wound finally hits. A cruel bony tail slashes into a warrior's back with a brutal crack that makes the air go silent. A skeletal dragon looms above its helpless victim, and the catastrophic injury hits like a death sentence. Goran the warrior grimaces in agony, sweat pouring as disbelief and pain crash over him from that brutal, crippling wound. From the undead beast's jaws, a pulse of raw, destructive energy blasts straight out like a death sentence. A brutal blast tears through the earth, detonating in a massive explosion that blasts up dirt and fire. A blinding flash of destructive energy keeps roaring through the air, swallowing everything in its path. Goran gets swallowed by the blast, screams tearing through the air in pure agony as the impact hammers him. After the attack tears through, the skeletal dragon surveys the wreckage it left behind. King Eric suddenly bursts onto the scene, locking in to take on the beast. Green healing light blasts across Goran's arm as he wonders who his unseen healer really is. He fires back with fresh fire, swears he's fully healed, and declares he's ready to throw down again. He bolts straight back at the roaring dragon, and his massive sword is raised high like a final promise. The monstrous beast unleashes another savage, guttural roar, daring its foe to come closer. Goran squares up for war, staring down his opponent with cold, unshakable resolve. An angelic being trolls Goran, grinning as it hints he's starting to get old. She teases him, saying he was totally distracted earlier because the vampire lord was around. Meanwhile, Luck snaps his guard up and parries a razor-fast strike from the vampire high lord. He and Jill locked eyes, and pure, fierce determination burned between them. Luck spots the holy barrier dragging their foe down and seizes the opening like a flash. With a fierce nod, Ja throws her agreement into the air and commits to launching their perfectly synced attack. Two warriors surge forward like their one heartbeat, hitting the attack in perfect sync. Luck snaps his palm forward and unleashes his infamous drain touch, right on cue. The High Lord howls in sheer agony as his energy gets ripped away, second by second. Luck unleashes a brutal hit of powerful magic that rips through the villain's body, and agony floods every inch of him. Right away, Luck grips his sword and lunges for the kill. His blade slices clean through the High Lord's torso, like it was never going to miss. As the villain's body starts to melt away, Luck finally clocks what's happening. He's not just helping, he's trying to run to escape before it's too late. The High Lord stares in stunned disbelief as his escape attempt gets crushed. His eyes flare wide with dawning horror as the sudden interruption crashes in out of nowhere. Luck grabbed a tiny rooster that looked totally stunned, like it had no idea why it just burst into its first crow. The High Lord's face contorts, skin and fury snapping into a monstrous reptilian visage. Gerberga the rooster lets out a thunderous crow like he's proclaiming, "The Seraphal is here." The villain sneers that the loss is still Luck's, and that smug line instantly leaves a sour, awful sting in the air. He snaps at Luck like it's a joke for handing the sacrifice straight to his hands. With a gut-wrenching crunch, he clamps his teeth down on the cursed medallion. A monstrous surge of dark energy detonates in midair, slamming the heroes back like they're weightless. Luck gets slammed by a massive invisible weight that drops on him like a death sentence. Out in the distance, Queen Leffy raises her staff and unleashes a roaring storm of holy power. The crushing strain hits her cathedral-s priests, and they start vomiting blood. The holy men crumple all at once, their bodies thudding onto the stone floor together. An elder priest calls out to the queen, alarm blazing as he watches her push herself too hard. A crushing anti-barrier has slammed into place over the entire mountain range, sealing everything in. Luck gritted his teeth, realizing the holy shield's terrifying implication. He locks in on the aura. It's the shield guarding his enemy's dark gods. The High Lord demands his share of the Seraphil's sacred blood. A chicken's cluck yanked jolts Luck back to reality, and his vision cut out. Chapter 10 kicks off in a pitch-black, fleshy tunnel, crawling with dread as the darkness closes in. Goran leans in and asks his companion, "Can you feel that weird, suffocating pressure in the air?" Luck hanging by a thread, he snaps at them to rush straight for the throne room. The sword in his grip starts to shake and buzz, trembling like it's answering the magic. Luck can spot the strain almost immediately. Under the crushing pressure, their faces twist and contort like something's about to snap. The High Lord grins, and with one chilling look, seals it as safe under his dark god's protection. A dark, jagged crystal, the true source of power, pulsed with a sick, ominous rhythm. The villain smirks and reveals it. The holy blessing won't just slow them down, it shackles the strongest. But his dark anathema blocks him from ever stepping into the capital. He sneers at Luck, bragging that his god's favor makes the anathema hit even harder. Back in the cathedral, the priestslide finally buckled under the strain and collapsed. They grab the queen's attention and warn her. If they don't change course, they'll put the capital's barrier in real danger. Queen Leffy refuses to back down and demands yet another staff, like she won't quit until she gets it. She vows to keep her holy ritual going, no matter what it takes, even if she's the only one left. She challenges the church's real reason for existing. Could it be nothing more than a way to hand out God's blessings? Breathless and nearly collapsing, he stumbles forward. Then the guards rush in to catch the queen before she falls. Bloodied priests pushed up off the ground, shaking but fueled, swearing they'd rebuild the barrier no matter what. A warm, confident smile blooms on the queen's lips as she rallies them with pure strength. Her determination practically crackles in the air as she braces herself to push her spell even farther. She vows to her followers that she'll guide every single one of them safely through this. The priests burst into cheers, vowing they'll follow Queen Leffy no matter what. A proud high priestess stands tall, watching a young acolyte stare in awe, like they've just witnessed something unforgettable. She tells them straight up, Leffy is still the woman everyone calls the strongest saintess. Leffy slams down her ultimate move, the divine dragon fist nun, and the air lights up with pure power. Luxai's body jolts as he feels a fresh wave of holy power crash over him. His foot shakes as he strains to rip himself free from the anathema's crushing grip. Fresh adrenaline surges through him as he clamps down on the sword he's gripping. The High Lord feels the change too, and his eye snaps narrow with instant suspicion. Luck shoots forward at an absurd, impossible speed, dashing in to strike his attack. The High Lord blurts out, completely shocked that Lux is still fighting back. Luck has summoned a terrifying two-layer barrier, wrapping him in solid protection. He blasts straight through the villain's counterattack, and nothing slows his charge. He's breaking the rules with a forbidden spell, Marionette, to control every move and force his body to obey. Agony rips through him, His muscles scream as they're seconds from tearing apart. He's forcing himself through the agony for one brutally desperate mission, no matter what it costs. He's racing for the dark crystal, the power source behind the barrier, and the only thing standing between everything and total collapse. The High Lord's eye flares to life, locking onto the hero's desperate sprint like a predator zeroing in. Right when fate starts closing in, Ja lunges forward and slams into the villain before they can strike. The High Lord clocks her intervention with a razor-cold, calculating stare. Ja snaps in a lightning-fast slash across the villain's cheek, and blood bursts from the wound. She launches a ferocious assault, determination blazing as her blades flash like lightning. The High Lord coils a devastating magical counterattack right in the palm of his hand. He slams Ja with a brutal open palm strike, and she gets launched through the air. She screams through the pain as she's violently hurled across the room. Her body drops hard onto the ground, completely knocked out cold by that brutal strike. After her attack, the villain wipes a smear of blood off his cheek with a casual lick, like it's nothing. He snorts her off like she's nothing, sneering that she's a filthy dog. Luck gapes at her sacrifice, and the look on his face snaps into steel, pure resolve burning through him. He realizes Ja just handed him the one lifeline he's been begging for. One more step, and he'll finally step into range of his target. His eyes blaze with pure focus as he braces for the final strike. His desperate strike gets shut down instantly with a thunderous metallic clang. Lux's eyes bulge with shock as his blade gets snared and stopped. The High Lord leans over with a smug, pitiless grin and sneers, calling him unfortunate. Lux lunges with a desperate attack, and right when it hits, his expression snaps into pure shock and disbelief. The High Lord smirks at his foe and declares, point-blank, that he's utterly lost the power to move. Dark tendrils of shadow tore out of the villain's hand, slamming down with brutal force and crushing Lux's body. With his eye blazing, the villain smirks and says he'll crush his opponent whenever he damn well feels like it. Just snaps into action with a furious slash, carving out a sudden opening in the standoff. Lux shouts his companion's name, making it crystal clear they moved as one during the fight. With fierce resolve burning in her chest, Ja vows to guard his back with every ounce of strength she's got. She pushes him to keep the heat on, and he doesn't even hesitate. He agrees instantly. The High Lord calmly glides a hand onto that massive, dark, crystalline monolith. He watches their teamwork with a shrugging, unimpressed stare, like he's quietly bored by what they're doing. Luck grits his teeth and strains every ounce of strength, forcing himself to push harder than ever. A massive burst of energy detonates, blasting Luck and sending seas of flying debris backward from the impact. Their foe smirks and swears their magic won't stand a chance in his crushing dark ward. He cackles that his darkling power gets even stronger right here, then declares their defeat like it's already done. From the ground, Luck snaps back at him, "Shut up and look closer." The High Lord freezes as his own hand fractures, cracks spidering through skin, blood spilling hot and sudden. Ja gasped stunned, as she realized the dark barrier's power was crumbling around them. A sickening dread hits the villain as he realizes a powerful holy barrier is right there, defending everything. He can't believe it. Holy magic is pinpointed right on him. The High Lord's mind races, desperately trying to figure out who in the world could unleash holy power that precise. Luck rises with a chilling certainty, telling his enemy, cold as ice, that his time is over. The villain's hand keeps breaking apart, melting into dark dust that spills into raw energy. Catching the opening, Luck's blade smashes the villain's arm, then carves straight through him. The defeated High Lord glares like a living storm of hate, and his body starts to crumble and fall apart. Just still reeling, trying to figure out who saved them, while he hurls one last curse at fate. A glowing, ethereal woman with her eyes shut materializes behind Ja. The divine woman steps out of the shadows, and in her hands, a brilliant orb of holy light ignites like it has a pulse. The High Lord roars in defiance, then his body shatters into a storm of bats. Luck watches their escape attempt with tired, annoyed eyes, like he's seen this too many times. He calmly lifts a chicken in front of exalted Jurberga and declares it's the signal. It's Q right now. As the swarm scatters, the High Lord's mind whips back with fresh, dawning terror. Far beyond the horizon, the sun claws its way over the mountains while a rooster's crow booms through the air. A squad of beastkin warriors stares at the blazing sunrise on the horizon like their battle is finally done, at least for now. Two vampire lords stare at the same event, their faces sunk into grim defeat. The High Lord's severed, floating face crumples into nothing as he rages over a defeat so impossible it breaks even him. On the battered battlefield, the final villain crumples and turns to dust. A blazing mote of light flickers, and the last trace of the divine presence slips away into nothing. Ja grabbed Locke's attention and swore that a woman in robes had just been there. That little knowing smile says it all, then Luck steps in like, "Yep, I figured you'd get it." A woman dressed in clerical robes steps in and declares, loud and certain, that the divine presence is Leffy. She exhales in pure relief, and the threat that just hovered over her finally backs off for good. With soldiers packed all around her, she raises her voice and declares that the long nightmare is finally over. She flashes a soft, fearless smile and confirms it. The High Lord is dead. Inside a towering grand cathedral, the bishop steps forward and hands Leffy an ornate cross, like it's the start of something huge. She thrusts the symbol into the air, and the whole congregation explodes into a thunderous cheer. Levy scans the crowd of her people, and with a calm, unshakable determination in her eyes, she flashes a gentle, unstoppable smile. She can't stop thinking about Luck, praying she actually paid him back, even if it's only a little. Warrior Gorin bursts in, yelling for Luck with wild relief and shock. Gerberga's Luck holds on, proving everyone's okay, and that this win wasn't luck at all, it was a full-on team effort. Gorin can't believe it. Luck already wiped out the High Lords that fast. Bad Luck hands them a shard of the dark core, and its chilling magic seeps into everything. Eric leans in, eyes locked on the crystal, and he can't shake the horror of its brutal, paralyzing power. Gorin feels that crushing weight pressing on him, but he's still able to move, smooth, unbroken, and totally fine. Luck spots Ja hurt and immediately panics, so the magic range really was that tiny. Ja flushes hard, swears she's totally fine, and insists it's just a few minor hits, nothing more. A wild flashback kicks in, and we learn that a holy sigil has been guarding her most vital spots, blocking the worst kind of damage. Luck frantically apologizes, because she can't cover her whole body from the attack. Sia's guilt crashes down and she blurts out, "I'm sorry you had to risk your life to protect me." Luck praises her for going toe-to-toe so fiercely, even with the curse dragging her down. As he speaks, a ghostly vision of a divine woman flickers into view. He swears their success is all thanks to a goddess's blessing, and Gorin is left utterly baffled. Eric shoots his friend a grateful, respectful look, then hears his name right on the spot. Eric shoots Luck a confused look, and Luck demands he thank Leafy for saving them. Eric flashes a small, knowing grin and immediately agrees. Of course he will. Luck glances aside for a heartbeat, wiping away a bead of sweat, then sinks back into his thoughts. He sits with the weight of it all, replaying the brutal 10 years he spent battling solo in a whole other dimension. He decides that nothing beats having friends and allies watching his back. Just spots his weird, out-of-character grin and stares at him like she's dying to know what's going on. Gorin stares at a massive cage, blurts what it is, and starts jogging their memories like it might unlock the truth. Inside, a colossal white wolf was passed out in deep sleep, drooling and snoring like a thunderstorm. Gorin and Luck stared in awe at the sleeping wolf's massive size, practically stunned by how huge it was. Gorin nails the guess. He figures out the creature is out cold, all thanks to Luck's creeping sleeping fog. Luck leans in and fires a question at Ja. Does she recognize the creature trapped behind those bars? Ja's eyes blaze with recognition as she realizes that pup is a sacred beast. Luck questions her pup, but she shrugs it off, still immature just like it should be. A chilling silhouette captures the sacred bond, ancient, respectful, and unshakable, between the sacred wolves, a wolf, and the beastkin. Luck leans in and asks if it has divine powers like exalted Gerberga. Ja shuts it down with a blunt no. She tells them, "We're smart, we get language, and we're not here to hurt anybody." Luck's eyes widen in shock as the unexpected truth hits him like a freight train. With a heavy heart, Gorin urges them to let the creature go free. Eric fires off a dispel spell, bam. The magic sigil smashes the cage lock to pieces. Inside, the wolf rumbles out a faint, waking groan, and its eyes snap open. With a brutal, loud creak, the cage door snaps open, like Luck itself just said its final goodbye. A low, menacing growl spills out from the cage's dark belly, like something inside is about to break free. Lux's laid-back smile instantly flips into wide-eyed panic and total confusion. The wolf bursts out of its cage and rockets toward him, snarling like it wants to tear him apart. The creature snarls and launches a brutal, thunderous bark as it charges at its target. Pinning her to the ground, Luck explodes, shouting at Ja and demanding answers about that earlier promise. Ja lunges in fast, begging the wolf to calm down now that the vampires are finally gone. She leans in, calm as fire, and tells the furious beast that it wasn't doomed. Luck was the one who rescued it. The wolf's rage finally melts away, and it just calmly trots right alongside its former captors. It drops its head to the ground in deep prostration, and Luck can't help but feel this sight is weirdly familiar. Just softly strokes the wolf's fur, calming its fear and telling it wordlessly that everything's going to be okay. A narration spills the details. Those vampires hauled it in to study how beastkin are immune to it. Luck throws open the fortress gates and tells the wolf it's finally free to go. Before it slips away, he delivers a soft warning. Don't you dare attack anyone else. The massive doors slammed shut with a vicious clack, and the group was trapped in a pitch-dark hallway where every footstep came back louder. Luck wipes his brow, exhausted yet bursting with relief after everything he just survived. They step outside, and a huge roar of cheering allies crashes down on them like a wave. Eric can barely breathe as their victory celebration erupts around him, joy roaring, cheers shaking the air. Two warriors roar with fierce joy, grinning like they just grabbed victory by the throat. That long-haired blonde just leans in and tells his partner, "Yeah, those wild, roaring cheers, they're for me." Dark-haired young guy stood there, flustered out of his mind, while blonde man turned toward him and Luck just watched, stunned. Eric thrusts his staff into the air and shouts that the Darkling mastermind is dead. He shouts that the glory belongs to everyone, and his beastkin allies stand right there with him. Clutching his staff, he rallies them to raise their voices, loud and proud. With a thunderous voice, he proclaims that this victory belongs to all of them, together. The beastkin warriors fling their heads back and unleash one triumphant, thunderous roar together. And the rescued sacred wolf burst into joyous, triumphant howls together. A burly warrior named Goran snaps into motion, wearing a deeply uncomfortable face as he throws his voice in with the crowd, howling like he can't stop. Their triumphant cheers ring out as the party kicks off their ride straight back to the capital. The four heroes thunder across a scraggly, hilly wasteland on horseback. Their journey surges on. One after another, they push single file deeper into a thick, suffocating forest. Luck whips around and spots that tiny white wolf peeking out from behind a tree like it's hiding a secret. Goran snaps his head to Luck, demanding, "Do you have any clue why that wolf's stalking us?" You can't help but wonder if that wolf feels pure gratitude toward Luck itself. The wolf tilts its head up, eyes blazing, and waits with all its heart for Luck to finally speak. With a twist of fate and some sharp instinct, the wolf finally realizes his cage is open and he's free to run. The wolf pants happily, eyes locked on Luck like it can't get enough of its every little moment of fortune. Ja tells them, "Trust me, following me is exactly what the wolf is dying to see." Luck leans in, and the wolf answers her by barking like it can't contain its excitement. He studies the mess in front of him, eyes narrowed with a mix of thought and tired frustration. Eric clocks that neither of them has any relatives around, and suddenly the two seem like fate's perfect pair. The wolf thrashes its tail like it's about to explode with excitement, locking eyes with Luck and begging it to pay off. Luck crouches there and drops a hand off her spot, then asks if it really wants to ride with him. He stretches out his hand and scratches the wolf's fur, and the wolf melts into the love like it's pure bliss. With a soft yet powerful gesture, Luck officially proclaims, "We're family now." Bursting with joy, the wolf licks Luck's face while his friends grin and watch, loving every second. Ja bursts out, praising the moment as the wolf yelps happily into the night. The journey keeps rolling, and the wolf trots right alongside Luck's horse like it's totally locked in. And then, boom, the magnificent capital city finally bursts into view, right on the horizon. As soon as they hit the scene, two young princesses burst forward, grinning and shouting for their father. Eric cradles one of his daughters in his arms, practically trembling with relief that she's safe. No scratches, no harm, just survival. During the attack, a princess tells everyone how Chelis and Lashiro stood their ground and saved them. Inside, a glittering stash of vampire gems lies scattered all over the floor like pure stolen treasure. Luck stares at the mountain of gems, stunned by how much they managed to grab. Lucera and another girl size it all up and swear that about 20 vampires hit them all together. Eric blurts out stunned, and then the cellist drops the truth. They're all lesser vampires. Raking through the stolen treasures, Luck spots a rare arch-vampire gem hiding in the pile. Eric reels in shock, staring at the scene like, how is a foe that powerful even here? Shelley stays cool as she explains there was one last, stronger enemy. Then she ended it fast, like it never even had a chance. Goran's jaw drops in pure disbelief as Luck leans in and pats his shoulder with a sly, knowing grin. Luck squints at her laid-back comment and realizes, no jokes, she really is Goran's daughter. Goran's face flickers with flustered pride as Luck shoves him forward toward his daughter. He jerks his head up, stammers Chelly's name out and just freezes, no words left in him at all. Overwhelmed by emotion, he blurts out that she did great, and fills him with pride. Chelly's cheeks flush bright red as she turns to her father, smiling shy and happy while her voice of thanks catches in her throat. Luck clocks her flustered reaction across the room and flashes a smug, confident smile. He winks at her and shoots a thumbs up, then loudly praises her for doing an awesome job. Swamped with all that praise, she shyly throws back a bashful peace sign. Luck stands back, watching that gut-punch father and daughter moment play out in front of him from afar. Lucara, that tiny horned fiend, just watches everything unfold with a deep, pensive stare. On a balcony, Eric shouts his worst fear, how that arch-vampire slipped in and started infiltrating everything. He realizes something is blocking the capital's divine protection, and he decides it has to be fixed, no delays. She tilts her head toward Luck, her face split between curiosity and a worried dread. Luck flashes across Eric's mind, and suddenly he decides he'll recruit Beastkin into the new guard. He lays it out. This immunity to vampiric charm will be a game-changer for their alliance. Eric agrees to talk about it, and Ja practically vibrates with excitement at the chance. Eric then dangles like a prize, daring him to name whatever he wants. Luck freezes, scratching his head like, "Wait, I can't think of a single thing." He shoots a look at his wolf, and there, perched on its head like a crown, sits a chicken Gerberga. Lucera yanks his cloak, and Luck's eyes widen. His family has grown. Lucera stares at him with sparkling hope, hanging on his every word as she waits for him to decide. Thinking about his new family, Luck pushed Eric to ask for a house. The tale suddenly drops into a quiet, overgrown garden where moss-choked stone steps sit there, worn by time. In the heart of a roaring city market, meat skewers crackle and spit as they sizzle over an open flame. A cheerful vendor thrusts a hot, fresh skewer into a big, smiling man's hands. A ragged little girl in a hood stared at the wild, lively scene from far off, silent as a shadow. Her stomach roars, and the moment she spots the food, drool instantly spills from her mouth. She trudges through a dead-silent alley, eyes locked on a pear tree towering above her. Her stomach rumbles again, and she pauses mid-thought, weighing the fruit like it might be her next lifeline. After she tried eating something else, instant nausea hit. She gagged and recoiled in disgust. Her stomach growls again as she glances back at the pear tree. She snatches up an armful of pears, eyes locked with grim, unshakable determination. A stern-faced man cuts through a cramped city alley, eyes sharp and quiet, like something big is about to go down. The girl recoils in terror as the man and his companion close in. Her busted-up shoes churn the dust as she scrambles away, desperate to get out of there. Two men stride right past her hiding spot, and it's like they don't even notice she's there. She stumbles on a dark, gaping hole carved into the base of the wall. She drops the pear she's collected and leaves them behind on the cold stone floor. She slips in and sprints through a sprawling, arched stone tunnel, racing deeper with every heartbeat. The big brute Goran blurts out a sound that's pure shock, like he can't believe what he's seeing. Eric's mansion towers before him, and he stands there with his companions, staring up like it's about to swallow the world. Goran squints at the massive house like it's way too big, while Luck insists it feels just a little too small. Goran leans in and tells Luck, "Listen, if I'm an archduke now, I'll need you there to keep everything standing." He tells them to bring in a couple of squires, like Luck's on their side. Shelley's blonde and fearless, leans in and tells you her family has *3 squires*. Ja blurts out, "What's a squire?" And Lucera leans in, eyes wide with curiosity. Goran tells them, "Think of it like this, we're the house's own kids, we help and back each other up." He steps forward and demands that Luck serve Lucera as his official squire. Lucera's face lights up with pure joy as she blurts out that joining the family would be an honor. Chellis and Garand flashed a warm, excited smile at the brand-new happy arrangement. On the grand staircase, Goran leans in and tells Luck he's going to need backup, lots of it. Ja beams as she jumps in to help clean, and somehow that good luck shows up right back. Chalice throws a smug flex, claiming his apprentice can handle all the heavy lifting without breaking a sweat. Inside the mansion, the whole group bursts into the roomy upper floor, kicking off their search room by room. Lucera picks a room, and the smiling Luck amiably nods like it's cheering her on. Shelia grabs a room for herself, then reminds Luck loud and clear that he's got his own place too. Luck swept its dark gaze down a long, shadow-choked corridor and pulled him toward a brand-new path. He and his wolf stride across a creaky wooden bridge, heading straight for a looming stone tower. A dark-haired young man strides across a creaky, roofed wooden bridge. The bridge throws you right toward a towering stone watchtower, looming over everything beneath a blazing clear sky. Inside, he and his wolf companion stand right at the center of a gigantic circular library. Wolf at his side, he climbs the tower stairs step by step, every sound making him tense. He finally reaches the top and leans in at the huge window, staring down at the grounds far below. Outside, a man's voice suddenly erupts and shouts his name, Luck. Goran grabbed his attention and asked what he thought. Turns out Luck was on his side, because the place was straight up nice and perfectly furnished. Goran leans on the balcony, arms locked across his chest, and listens with laser-sharp focus. A sly little smile creeps onto Luck's face as he keeps right on thinking. He scans the sprawling yard and spots that his wolf garb is just as captivated. Goran can't help but laugh. Turns out the wolf's real name is Garb. Everyone kept whispering that the mansion's dark history and how close it sits to the palace just didn't feel right. Goran then blurts out that even the watchtower feels totally out of place. Luck smiles on him, and he's living in the tower now, making jokes about the guy who used to own it. His friend nods and admits the tower's way too brutal to just sit there as a baron's estate. Goran's smile fades, and serious thoughts lock in as he wrestles with the mystery of the place. He decides to team up with the guild to investigate, and Luck just silently goes along, like he's already read the next page. As evening falls, the tower looms in a razor-dark silhouette, cutting through the clouds like a warning. The mansion's grand halls sit pitch quiet, swallowed by deep, creeping shadows. Pitch-black darkness swallowed the grand main staircase, and the entire opulent estate sat empty and silent. In one of the bedrooms, two of Luck's female companions are knocked out cold, sleeping like nothing in the world could wake them. A gentle tap at the door jerks the sleeping Locke awake, and soon a name gets shouted, Locke. He jolts upright, still half asleep, and asks the boy standing there, Lucera, what's tearing him apart? Ludier jolted awake to use the restroom, then heard something that absolutely didn't belong. Still half asleep, Luck stares at the question like, wait, what do you mean by something weird? His eyes burst open in panic the second Lucera said it, human voice. Lucera breaks down, swearing he heard a spooky girl's pained cries leaking up from the basement. Luck sighed, instantly convinced Eric was pulling some huge, elaborate prank just to mess with him. With a heavy sigh, he rises and tells Lushira straight up that the voice really came from the basement. Nearby, his wolf garb sprawls across the floor as Luck gears up to investigate. Peer into the trembling Lucera stand perched at the top of the pitch-dark staircase. He swings open a creaking door, and Lucera cowers right behind him, nerves snapping at every breath. Luck barrels down the long stone steps, vanishing into the pitch-black basement below. Locke hears a tiny sound in the distance, and he cups his ear, hanging on every second. He swivels toward his horn companion, Lucera, and wears a look so serious it feels like a warning. Their footsteps go thud, thud, as they drop down the stone staircase into the basement. Down the corridor, pain hisses like a secret, demanding answers for why their suffering won't stop. Suddenly, a hand rips straight through the wooden door, and Lucera's blood turns cold as a terrified plea for help erupts from the chaos. The door gives a terrified creak as Locke tiptoes in, staring into the crushing darkness beyond. Staring into the pitch-black room, he turns to his companion Lucera and demands she bring the light. Terrified, Lucera shoots a shaking finger into the air, and it bursts to life with blazing magical power. The moment the light snaps on, it uncovers a nightmare, an eerie girl dangling upside down from the ceiling. A blood-chilling scream rips through the mansion and shatters the quiet night. Meanwhile, a blonde girl who's sound asleep suddenly gets yanked off the ground by some unseen power. The mystery behind the commotion clicks into place. It's a real long-haired girl causing all the chaos. In the next room, a blonde girl and a cat girl are knocked out cold, sprawled in sleep like nothing in the world can wake them. With a gentle thud, the blonde girl flops out of her bed. Lucera's blood turns to ice. She clutches the lock with shaking hands and blurts out, voice trembling, that a ghost is standing right there. The girl thrashes against her bonds, tears streaming as she screams that it hurts, begging with all her strength to be freed. Locke stays cool, clocks that she doesn't look like a ghost at all, and immediately steps in. Need help. Lucera gasps, and his fear snaps into stunned realization as the scene finally clicks in his head. As soon as the girl is freed, Lucera snaps that she's a thief and a burglar. Milka, sprawled on the floor, shoots the man a thankful smile and then introduces herself. I'm Milka. Lucera keeps baring her teeth as Milka blurts out apologies, insisting she truly believed the house was empty. Locke fires the question, do you have a home? And she breaks down telling him how her parents and grandfather died. Lucera's face crumples with worry as she hears the tragic story unfold. Milka breaks down how debt collectors scammed her grandfather and then stole his house right out from under him. Once they threw her out, she took refuge in the sewers, until a wall caved in and trapped her in chaos. A surprise lock snaps shut, and it proves she really crawled out of the sewers. They lean in and peer into the hole, and boom, there's a hidden passage leading straight out from the basement. Locke can't stop staring. Why would a random barren estate hide a secret passageway? Seeing that hole needs fixing, Milka can't wait. She jumps at the chance to come along. Locke and Lucera burst into the dark, stone-lined corridor, pushing forward like they can't afford to hesitate. He digs into what that passage is for, and he's determined to crack the mystery for good. Locke stares at the building and mutters that it doesn't feel grand enough to belong to royalty at all. They burst out at the tunnel's end and slam into a collapsed sewer entrance, completely blocking the way. Locke rushes over to the collapsed wall, scans it, and snaps to the conclusion. Neglect rotted it, and they need to fix it now. Peering through the rubble, he spots the wind's pull, and it screams that the road ahead stretches for miles. He throws himself into patching the hole, and the eager Milka practically jumps in right away, ready to help with the work. The three of them huddle up and start hauling those heavy stone bricks together, working like a storm of muscle and grit. Locke doesn't keep doing it by hand. He slaps his palm on the wall and unleashes a magical spell. He lays out his plan to buy the real bricks tomorrow, and Milka cautiously snaps his attention with a timid little glance. She asked if she could crash in the passage, because he wasn't going to use it anyway. Lucera doubts whether she should sleep there, but Milka insists it's the safest spot, away from those scary adults. Lucia and her rooster stare ahead with heavy, worried eyes. Locke insists they scan for safety first, but Milka rockets ahead anyway, volunteering to scout the area. He slams to a halt and jerks her back, warning her not to charge ahead. There are traps lurking out of sight. Milka swears this is the only way she can help, daring him. Are you really willing to put a child in danger? She flashes a sharp look at his obvious wealth and tells him to choose. She'll go on only if he wants her to. Moved by her sincerity, he softly lays a reassuring hand on her head. He tells her she doesn't have to touch anything dangerous, and with a cocky grin, he brags about his battle-scarred veteran adventurer skills. Milka's eyes widen with pure awe, and a faint blush sparks across her face. She blurts out in pure awe that it's absolutely wild, and way too cool, that he's already a veteran F-rank adventurer. Locke juts his cheeks in pure embarrassment, and Lucera fights back a quiet snort of laughter. Lucera lets out a quiet chuckle and tells Locke, Milka totally doesn't get the joke about your low rank. Locke's face flushes with pure embarrassment, and he mutters under his breath, mortified that he just messed up. He stammers to Milka, forget it, and then slips into character as Mr. F-rank Locke, pushing everyone along like he's got urgent business. A tight shot shows a boot slamming onto a stone stair, and just like that, their climb begins. The whole crew keeps climbing a towering stone staircase, each step dragging them deeper into the pitch-black darkness ahead. After pushing up so far, Locke finally blurts out that he's starting to see where they're headed. They slam into a solid stone wall, and Locke instantly calls it a dead end. Lucera cuts him off mid-sentence, sensing a crushing blocking spell on the horizon. She measures its power against the crazy, tightly woven magic they used to seal up the royal treasury. Locke's curiosity flares, and he can't help but wonder what kind of spell is actually lurking in a place like this. He blares that he's canceling the spell, then cracks it open with his analyze ability. His gloved fingers glide through the glowing, intricate magical lock patterns floating in the air. Lucera freezes in awe, stunned that he tears open 6 layers of magical locks at the drop of a hat. Locke snaps his hands together in a sharp final gesture and hurls the dispel spell straight into the chaos. A stone wall splinters in violent shock as their massive magical barrier finally shatters right in front of them. With a brutal, earth-shaking swing, Locke smashes through a stone wall, and his hooded partner, Lucera, jumps in shock. Knocking on the cold stone wall, the young sorcerer Locke can't stop wondering, are more magical barriers stacked up to slam shut their path? When his fingers land on that cracked surface, a grin flashes across his face, because it's just a normal wall now. With a thunderous roar, he slams his fist into the stone, and the impact erupts in a massive, deafening blast. His 2 young companions, and their chicken, got blasted backward, hit with such a brutal shock that they were left staring in stunned disbelief. Locke staggers backward from the hit, wincing through sharp pain, while his friends crumple to the ground in a confused daze. On the other side of her voice, she swore she heard people talking right through the wall. A curious stare peeks through the fresh opening, and she freezes, already wondering if the sound she just heard was real. Spotting him, the woman blurts out, "Is it Luck?" And Luck shoots her an awkward greeting like, Leffy." She shoots them a suspicious look at their sudden arrival, and he quickly asks if they can come inside so they can explain. In that lavish room, he finally says it out loud. He'd known that tunnel would spit him straight into the palace. He spills the secret passage's origin. This hidden way traces back to the house Eric hooked him up with. Seizing the moment, he pours out heartfelt gratitude for the help she gave him in their recent battle. Her confused look hits him, and suddenly he's blushing like crazy, because when it's time to thank her, he just can't find the words. She yanks attention to her flimsy nightgown and demands answers. Why is he showing up this late, dressed so revealing? She calmly shuts him down, telling him, "I'm not wandering, I'm in my own room. It's right next door." With a sly grin, she lets it slip that she's dressed way more than usual, because normally she sleeps totally naked. He slings an insult, calling her crude, and she snaps back that he's just as bad, then fires off the real question. How did he manage to get younger? Her gaze snaps to the two kids, and she asks if they're his. Then he shoots that idea down fast. She snaps to it, Lashira, the horned girl. She realizes that name links straight back to the palace's just recent defense. Blindsided by her sheer presence, Lashira shoots out a clumsy, respectful greeting to Her Highness. The queen cups Luchira's hands with warmth, thanking her personally while praising her bravery for the whole palace. With cheeks burning, Lucira boldly insists she was only stepping in to help another warrior, Chellies. The queen also admits she heard Lucira had been guarding the sacred Seraphil by himself the whole time. She sweetens the deal, promising the royal family's full support if Lucira dares to rebuild her village. Ludera breaks down in tears from the massive honor, and Locke rushes in with heartfelt congratulations that hit straight in the chest. Then the queen addresses the chicken with full royal formality, exalted Gerberga, who answers back with a gentle little cluck. Once the talk finally ends, Locke snaps that it's a full-on security nightmare, and he orders it to be magically resealed right now. She agrees the whole passage has to stay locked in secrecy, then begs him to meet her one last time. Tears spilling down her face, she finally throws her arms around him again after all those brutal, long years. A warm, real grin bursts across Locke's face as he drinks in her heartfelt words. He drops the confirmation, voice soft with raw emotion, and finally admits he's home again. Back in the tunnel, Locke slams his hand against the wall, bracing himself to unleash a brutal sealing spell. A blazing magical sigil erupts in light as he unleashes his power to permanently lock the opening shut. Now that the job is done, Lucia jumps in and declares it's time to head back. Climbing the stairs, young Milka, cradled in Locke's arms, lets out the softest little moment that grabs his focus. She nervously asks if she can stay with them in their new home. Lucera blurts out that Milka, desperate to the bone, hauled inedible but unripe winter pears. Locke watches her with a gentle, understanding look, because he finally feels the silent plea she's been begging him with. He nods and says they can talk tomorrow, and then a voice bursts out with heartfelt thanks for his kindness. Golden morning light spills through the window, and the birds start chirping like the day just kicked the door wide open. Milka jolts awake with a sharp gasp, still groggy and completely lost, cradled in a cozy bed that feels nothing like home. She snaps upright, scans the fancy room in shock, and can't stop wondering where the heck she's ended up. She slips out of the room and cautiously peeks into a huge, dazzling hallway. Stunned by the sheer size of the place, she blurts out that it's absolutely massive. A monstrous growl booms through the air, and she clamps both hands on her stomach, freaking out like asterisk was that my hunger. At the far end of the hall, a gigantic wolf garb bursts into view and snaps at her with a ferocious, teeth-baring snarl. The wolf lunges at her with loud, wild barks, and the girl launches into a full-on screaming panic. Pinned to the floor, she thrashes and begs the giant creature to spare her. "Don't eat me, please." That massive beast keeps up its playful yet terrifying assault, and the poor crying girl can't do a thing. Locke shows up with a stern glare, snaps at his wolf garb. That's enough. And Milka breaks down, crying his name in pure relief. The wolf instantly halts, sits tall on Milka, and stares ahead like it's begging to get praised. Locke grins and lavishes garb with praise, convinced the poor guy only thought the girl was a burglar by mistake. He rushes up to the sobbing Milka, grabs the moment, and apologizes, telling her last night there was simply no time to do introductions. Two other girls storm in, drawn by the noise, and Locke clocks it as the perfect moment to finally introduce himself. He jumps in and tells everyone, "I'll introduce you all, Milka's gonna stay with us." With a careful, steady smile, he brings the little shy girl forward and proudly tells everyone, "This is Milka." Milka is hit with the wildest shock ever. She's just been told she'll be staying with them. He tells her, "Give me food and a roof and I'll keep you safe, because you'll be doing the house chores." Overjoyed, Milka clenches her fists and swears she'll grind like crazy for her new family. Udyr can't stop marveling that he snagged a squire so fast. After the introductions, Locke blurted breakfast and ordered Lucera to fire up the stove with magic. A mouth-watering feast, thick, hearty stew, fresh bread, and steaming sausages, gets piled onto the table like a celebration. Milka tears into a sausage with savage hunger, like she's been starving for years. She rips into a warm loaf of bread, shoves fistfuls into her cheeks, and chews like she's starving. Locke and Lucera just stare as she tears into her food, and holy hell, her ferocious intensity catches them completely off guard. She raises her stew bowl straight to her lips and drinks it down, drop by drop, until it's completely gone. With a dazzling grin, she blurts out, "Everything is insanely delicious." The blonde girl cellist smiles and hands Milka a slice of pie, and Milka gratefully takes it right away. Katirja grins and toys with Chalice, and the moment all that attention hits, Chalice instantly loses her cool. Locke gently scolds Lashira for skipping the veggies, keeping the whole home warm and cozy. Garb the wolf devours his own meal in peace, while a chicken calmly perches on his back like it owns the place. Later that day, Ja beams and sprints off on an errand, waving off Clock as if it's all sunshine and speed. He grilled Chellies about her dad, Goran, because he'd vanished early that morning to sniff out something important. With the job still unfinished, the remaining crew storms out, ready to grab cleaning supplies and hunt down stones for the house. Milka grilled Keela about the stones, and Keela promised, "I'll explain it all on the way to the market." In a cramped market alley, Shelley's leans in and shows them exactly where to grab the stones and the tools. Hungry to prove she's not just talk, Milka throws her hand up and volunteers to run the shopping at the tool shop. She struts into the shop with total confidence, completely clueless that two brutal thugs are watching her like prey. Two figures lurk in the dark as she steps up to the counter, ready to make her purchase. Milka flashes a bright grin and cheerfully rattles off everything she needs to the intimidating, orc-like shopkeeper. A hand snaps shut around her wrist out of nowhere, yanking her mid-sentence and making her jump out of her own request. Her confident smile snaps away in an instant, and terror floods her face like it's too late to breathe. She gets yanked away by her captor with brutal force, sobbing and screaming for him to let her go. A thug shoves her with brutal force, and she rockets into a stack of wooden crates with a thunderous boom. The masked man towers over her, snarling that they've hunted everywhere for her. She scrambles up against the wooden wall, fists clenched, and fires back defiantly, telling him she already paid him back. He scoffs, saying it's nowhere near enough, then hammers her for stealing her grandfather's house. He yanks her by the hair and snarls that she'll pay the rest, using her own body. Another thug leers and says, sure, she's scrawny, but she'll still fetch a pretty penny as a slave. His cruel threat gets snuffed out instantly when a fancy staff slams into the wall right beside his face. Oreo and Ginny, two fearless adventurers, burst out from the alley like they're about to sprint into trouble. As Areo's staff lights up, he slams the truth down. By the king's command, slave trafficking is forbidden, no exceptions. Jenny had her bow fully drawn, and together they swore. No way were those thugs slipping past after breaking the law. Rage blazes in their eyes as the thugs snap, demanding to know who these interlopers are. Areo squints them in and calls them passing adventurers, then snaps a warning. He's got a fireball locked on him right now. A sharp-looking man strides forward, face calm, and calmly tries to cool the rage in the room before it explodes. He snaps that they've got it all wrong. Milka, he says, is on the hook for a massive debt to his employer. Areo spills his doubts, and the man plays it cool, acting all generous, like they were totally ready to let her walk away. He jabs at her money pouch and blasts her for sneaking away their cash while they're shopping. Milka pleads, that money isn't mine. But the man smirks, twists her own words, and turns them into a weapon. A slick guy smirks and twists Milka's words just to pin her for theft. Areo and Ginny, both young adventurers, stared at the confrontation with worried, tight-lipped concern. The man leans in with terrifying menace and orders the shaking girl to come with him, right now. Tears pouring down her face, Milka swears up and down that the money belongs to Mr. Locke. Trying to brush the adventurers aside, the slick man insists there's nothing to get involved in. The moment Locke's name hits the air, his face tightens with instant suspicion. The moment Areo hears that name, his whole mood flips, like that's all he needed to know. With righteous fury blazing in his chest, he swears he'll hunt down every scoundrel responsible for those wicked deeds. Now the slick man and his thug find themselves face to face with two determined adventurers who refuse to back down. A brutal hand snaps onto the thug's arm with an iron grip, yanking it out of place in an instant. A brutish thug yanks Milka by the hair and snarls that he'll make her bleed. He yanks the money pouch out of her grip and flings it away, while coins burst across the ground like a shattered storm. Ario yells to Ginny, flashing the cue for a synchronized strike. Ginny's arrow slams into the ball thug's shoulder dead-on, the impact rattling him hard. The projectile slammed in, and the thug jerked backward, writhing in pain and pure disbelief. The slick man's eyes widen in terror as his companion is suddenly struck down, bleeding and desperate. Ario thrusts out a roaring fireball spell, and his face hardens into a tight mask of pure focus. In a workshop miles away, razor-sharp instincts picked up a disturbance rolling through the city. Spotting magic being used in town, he lunges out of the room without even pausing. A blonde woman stares on, eyes heavy with worry, fully grasping just how serious everything has become. She realizes the magic coursing through the city isn't just dangerous, it's a full-blown disaster. A faint ribbon of magical energy surges from a far-off alley and shoots up into the sky. Locke sprints through the cramped city streets, closing in on the source fast. He barrels onto the scene and catches Ario and Ginny looming over a bunch of thugs they've already knocked down and pinned. Ario shoots Locke a confident grin and points out that his timing is absolutely dead-on. The bound thugs stare in stunned silence, their bodies trapped by the wild magical aura that won't let them go. Ario tells Locke, "Those thugs weren't just messing around, they were hunting to snatch your friend right out of here." Locke rockets over to Melka's side, blurting out, "Are you okay?" Melka throws her gaze up at him, tears spilling non-stop as she chokes out his name. She stared at his apologies, then snapped back that she had no idea she still owed him money. Her hands shake as she scrambles to scoop up the scattered coins littering the ground. Ario grabs Locke's attention and blurts out the truth. Those thugs are planning to sell her off to wipe out the debt. Milka scrubs the cobblestones like her life depends on it, clawing for every last coin she can save. On his knees, he thrusts a locked hand forward and grabs one of the scattered coins. He stares at the distraught girl, and as the thoughts churn, his face turns stone cold with grim focus. He carefully pulls a coin from her tiny, trembling hands. Milka tilts her head up, eyes blazing wide, and hope flickers in her gaze as if it might save them both. Locke swears he'll handle everything from here on out, and she won't lose a single thing again. Breathing a sigh of pure relief, she nods yes, then crumples into uncontrollable sobs. Arya watches everything unfold, grinding her teeth as she mutters that what they did to her is unforgivable. A furious cellist storms in, swearing he'll flip those thugs in to the authorities. Ginny stares in shock as Chellies unleashes a fiery outburst. A squad of city guards bursts onto the scene, and their leader loudly declares, "We're here." Chellies flashes a confident grin at Ario and tells him to walk away. She'll take care of everything, and she swears she'll explain it all. Ario can't believe it. She learns she's got the guildmaster's daughter blood running through her, and it totally blows her away. The guards spill the truth. She's the legendary F-rank who wiped out an arch-vampire. Ginny can't believe it. Locke somehow knows half the world's most influential people. Chellies snaps into a blazing argument with the guards, her frustration written all over her face. Locke blurts what's happening, while the cellist puffs out her cheeks, rage blazing. She jabs a finger at the thugs, stunned out of her mind that the guards actually refuse to arrest them. A guard leans in and tells Locke he's gotta spill a whole lot more details. He rips the mask off and shows it clearly. Their men are just thugs, and the real problem is their boss. The city's most powerful boss, Kavanaugh Donovan, came into the spotlight as one of the biggest forces around. He rules the slums like they're his kingdom, so far beyond the authorities' control that they can't touch him. An official admits it plain as day. Cavino's secret connections to high nobility are so deep, making an arrest feels nearly impossible. He demands hard proof, hits a wall, and realizes that even that still isn't enough. A crew of corrupt higher-ups yanked the plug on the whole investigation before it could go any further. Chellies can't believe it. Cavino is backed by serious power from the top, and it burns with frustration. The official reveals that Cavino didn't stop there. He's hired a whole private army of adventurers. The guard's stunned speechless. Then Locke stays stone calm and tells him straight up that he's got this. The officials are left speechless by his confident, almost casual declaration. Locke's stone-cold stare locks with an official's skeptical eyes. He whips around and strides straight for the towering north gate of the city. His face hardens into a grim mask of resolve as he's about to step out. With Garb the wolf at his side, he bursts through the gate and into the slums. His friends stare at him like, "Where are you rushing off to?" But he just nods and agrees to meet them at the guild later. Beyond the gate, the neat, well-kept city crumbles into dirt roads, and nothing but scrappy shacks. A massive wide shot slams into the contrast. Gleaming city lights on one side, brutal slums on the other. Locke and Garb halt in the middle of the slums to trade words with one of the residents there. He leans in and listens like it's life or death, while Garb's wide-eyed curiosity spills over his face. Locke pushes for answers about the missing kids, but the resident can't confirm anything. His uncertainty hangs in the air. The man admits, shocking as hell, that a wave of missing kids has been hitting hard lately. Locke links it straight to Milka's looming danger, because he's sensing something's off, and the threat of selling her is right there, hanging over everything. His eyes slide up the hill and lock onto Cavino's towering mansion, looming over everything. In the mansion's cellar, thugs slam dice and let iron chains clink like a warning in the dark. Their wild, raucous laughter ricochets through the grim stone-wall prison walls. The clinking chains drag from the shackled ankles of captured kids. A bunch of terrified kids chained up tight, cowered together in pure, soul-crushing despair. Upstairs, a mystery figure presses for answers, demanding what's behind the city's fresh commotion. Cavino Donovan boils with rage over his brutal run-in with those F-rank adventurers. After hitting their quota, an associate leans in and tells them to ship the goods right now. Cavino can't shake the fear that the Adventurers Guild under Sir Morton's command is about to bring trouble. A fresh new voice steps up, itching to prove themselves, and ready to test exactly what a C-rank can really do. A retired adventurer swears they're finally getting closer to B-rank's strength. That night, Cavino snapped the order, everything shipped out, then paid the adventurers to act as his muscle. That long-haired ex-adventurer flashes a grin, itching for payback against the guild. Back at the guild, Chellis couldn't wait. He grilled Locke right there, demanding to know when they were finally moving. She's basically buzzing with excitement, and her eyes are glittering like they're about to burst. Locke flashes a calm smile and, of course, confirms he's ready to roll. Chellis clenched her jaw and declared that torturing Milka is unforgivable. Milka shoots Chellis a grateful smile, then quickly blurts out her worst fear, that Chellis could get seriously hurt. Chellis yanks Milka into a tight hug and reassures her. She's stronger than she thinks. Ginny flicks Ario's nerves by teasing him over the fancy way he addresses that noble cellist. Ario grins at Locke and tells him, "We're in way too deep. Turning back isn't an option now." Locke sits back and listens in total silence, sipping his drink like he's piecing everything together in his head. Guild official Aroni shows up, and he's got explosive news. Cavino's been running illegal schemes. She tells a relieved Milka, "Good news, I'm not legally on the hook for any of that debt." Milka beams and thanks the receptionist, who grins back, basking in the good news. Locke throws an apology at Aaron, begging her forgiveness for dragging her into that whole mess. Aaron flat-out tells them the guild can't dodge Cavino's challenge to their authority. An adventurer peeks from behind a pillar, spying on a guild's serious conversation like it's about to blow up. A guild official leans in and tells Locke that their intervention is a godsend, then vows full support. The eavesdroppers surge ahead, throwing their hands up and volunteering to back the planned raid. Locke's crew huddles at a guild table, stunned, because they just pulled in allies they never saw coming. A city official wearing a beret storms in, grinning as he announces he's rounded up his most trusted men. The guild receptionist blurts out her worry that this could ruin the official's entire career. A loud, rowdy adventurer barges in, throws his throat into a dramatic clear, and rips the spotlight away from the group. Puffing out his chest, the man boldly steps forward and volunteers, proudly flashing his E-rank like it's a badge. Locke flashes a bright grin and gladly accepts. "Your help would be perfect." He yells to his cat-eared buddy, Ja, and she instantly lights up and agrees to jump in with him. That E-rank adventure just shatters in stunned silence the moment they hear Ja's famous name and the legends she's pulled off. An official snaps into action, saying they have to move right now, and he'll lay out the plan as they go. The sheer shock hits him so hard that his whole body just playfully crumbles away into dust. Beneath a black sky, a voice booms from Cavino's mansion, screaming at his men to hurry up. Thugs overheard a crew of bound kids bark orders at them. Get ready, because they were being shoved into a wagon right now. A tiny girl with a headband glares back with pure defiance while a guard shoves her. Spotting her one shot at escape, the young girl bolts into the dark with sheer desperation, fighting for her freedom with every step. Another guard lunges in to cut her off, screeching to a halt beside her and trapping her escape in one brutal skid. Yanking her hair, the guard snarls that he'll knock her out just for running. A vicious punch snaps into the guard's jaw out of nowhere, cracking everything with a brutal, sickening thud. Locke gets revealed as the attacker, and one crushing punch launches the thug straight into the air, like he weighs nothing. The rest of the thugs freeze in horror, staring at their bloodied, unconscious buddy like they can't believe what just happened. The rescued girl clutches the Locke for dear life, and the moment she speaks, a terrifying plan to sacrifice them all spills wide open. Locke slides in with a soft touch, and then, bam, he magically unravels her bonds piece by piece, calming her down the whole time. Staring down the mob, he swore he only came for Milka. Then they realized he'd stumbled into something far worse. A cocky smirk creeps across Locke's face as he braces himself for the fight. He slams his hand down and dramatically declares, "I'm a veteran F-rank adventurer." The thugs freeze for a second, totally dumbfounded, because his insane declaration makes zero sense. One of the men snaps back to reality and blurts out, "Are you serious?" The commander barks the order to strike, and Locke slams back with a challenge, "Come at me." Locke moves like a blur and snags the first attacker mid-attack with a crushing, disabling strike. With a crazed grin, he barrels straight into the crowd, carving through thugs like it's nothing. Ja barrels in beside him, screams a battle cry, and rockets straight into the fight. A thug stares in disbelief and blurts out that Locke's strength is unreal. Then he can't help wondering what the heck is going on with him. A calmer man lunges in, snatches the fleeing subordinate, and growls that they aren't paid to run. He shoves the coward aside and declares that their job is to protect Mr. Donovan. Locke is blasting another devastating punch, his eyes locked in with pure, grim focus. That stitched-faced brute snorts at the F-rank and vows he'll deal with him. No mercy. The next two fighters step in as serious B-rank threats, and you can already feel how dangerous they're about to be. Jen Shelley's step forward with zero fear, declaring they've got the new threat completely under control. Shelley's turns to Locke and calls him her master. Then she declares, loud and fearless, that she's taking over the fight. B-rank thugs burst into laughter, sneering at the whole idea that an F-rank apprentice would dare come after them. They sneer at the young woman, promising they'll play nice while they line up their weapons. Chellis and Ja locked eyes, pure razor-focused determination, right before the fight erupted. From a safe distance, Locke, Milka in tow, keeps watch as he grins and urges his crew to go wild and have fun. The stitched-faced man shrugs off her first strike and sets up a counter, muscles tensing as a feint of what's coming hangs in the air. Chellis doesn't even flinch. She snaps her sword up into a hard, straight block and slams it right into his massive club. The man is completely stunned. She actually blocked his brutal, all-powerful attack. The impact slams into him, jolting his arm with a brutal tremor and shaking his hand non-stop. He's barely managing to block her strikes, and the moment he does, he realizes every single blow is brutally heavy. As their weapons screamed and collided, he demanded answers. How in the world could she be nothing more than an F-rank? Chellis flashes a smug smirk and asks if he's truly B-rank, then snaps that even a lesser vampire is still a lot more dangerous. Silent as a whisper, the wolf pads slip through the mansion, stealing down a long, ornate hallway. The wolf's paws suddenly twist and reshape into slick, dexterous, human-like hands and feet. Garb thrusts his face toward the air and sniffs hard, senses screaming as he hunts the area for whatever's nearby. Leaning around the corner, he tiptoed into the room, then eyed a tiny chest like it was about to bite. With hands steady and sharp, Garb skillfully works the lock on the cabinet, forcing it open through pure focus. In a rush, he stumbles and slams the bucket to the ground, thwack, and the brutal crash instantly gives him away. His eyes snap wide with pure alarm as he stares at something lurking just beyond the edge of the frame. Outside, the second duel explodes into chaos as Ja slams her blade against a long-haired B-rank. Ja slips the strike with lightning speed, then snaps back with a razor-fast slash that tears into his leg. Rage flashes across her, and her furious barrage smashes into him, his sword cracking with every brutal blow. She slams him with a crushing kick, and he rockets backward through the air like he's been hit by lightning. The battered man kept coughing up blood and, trembling with weakness, managed to gasp out who his opponent even was. Ja touches down with effortless grace, introducing herself as Ja Walcott, the vampire hunter. The man can't believe it, but Ja cuts in fast. She never said she was F-rank. She adds that Lady Kelly's isn't just any adventurer, she's actually an F-rank. Shella whips her sword with a brutal, no-turning-back swing, and the other B-rank fighters go flying. A thug goes down hard, his head smashing into the stone ground with a brutal thud. Dressed to the nines, Cavino Donovan stares in horror as his own men get wiped out. He snarls at the whole mess, calling it a total waste of his precious time. Locke's icy, furious stare locks onto the operation's mastermind, like he's about to tear the whole plan apart. His fist tightens with pure rage, poised to land one last game-ending punch. Locke snaps his fist straight into Donovan's jaw, and the cracking impact echoes like a thunderclap. Donovan's punch lands like a thunderclap, sending him tumbling to the ground in front of his men. Locke lifts a tiny object and declares, "That punch was payback for cheating Milka." Donovan, raging on the ground, can't process that anyone actually dared to lay a hand on him. He brags about his noble connections, but Locke shoots his threats down without even flinching. Garb the Wolf storms in with a stolen package and cuts right through Donovan's rant. A blonde companion snaps at Garb for stealing, but Locke grabs the object anyway. Staring at that strange, meat-like package, he somehow seals a terrifying curse onto it with his own power. The second someone says the word curse, terror slams onto Donovan's face like a living mask. Cops burst in, demanding to know what sparked the whole commotion. Locke grins while clutching the cursed object, smugly saying that everything is going exactly according to plan. Donovan throws himself into a desperate lunge for the package, screaming at the top of his lungs to get it back. Locke snaps his hand aside with a thunderous asterisk bam, shutting the evidence down like it never had a chance. Then he lashes out with a lightning-fast kick to the subordinate's face and drops him cold. The kick rips him off his feet, and the Locke screams as it keeps that cursed hammer from landing. The lead official squints at it, recognizes the thing, and snaps. "Wait, is that the outlawed ham?" In front of that looming mansion, Locke leans in and explains, "It's just a nickname." Locke's onto it with total certainty. This is the flesh of a sacred beast. Locke leans in and asks if she's talking about a creature like Garb, a unicorn, or maybe even a Pegasus. She snaps that the curse isn't some mystery at all. The beast was butchered in a vile ritual, no mercy, no dignity. She explains, voice sharp and trembling, that it was meant for a ritual no ordinary man could ever pull off. Locke can't shake the feeling. Someone else, unseen and pulling strings, is plotting everything from the shadows. His companions stand there in shock, while the authorities haul the defeated Cavino Donovan off the scene. From a towering rooftop, a shadowy bat creature lurks in the dark, watching the whole scene unfold. A tight close-up shows the creature's glowing white eyes staring out from the darkness. The lead officer grips Locke's shoulder and gives a savage nod. Now they can finally lock Cavino up for good. Locke lovingly scratches his wolf garb and praises it like, "Great job," with real affection. A young man sweating buckets as he side-eyes his wolf companion, wondering what those innocent intentions are really hiding. Right there in the middle of the rescued kids, his friend Ario grins and blurts out that they actually made it. One of the rescued girls, shaking with nerves, blurts out a heartfelt "thank you for saving her." With a cocky stance, he swings into the spotlight and introduces himself. Locke, a low-rank F-warrior on the move. His bat familiar rockets into the night, a bold, dark silhouette framed by the crescent moon. The creature rockets over the grand city, blazing with light as it descends toward a mansion. It slips through the open window like a streak of shadow, slipping inside to invade the building. A ghost-pale hand reaches for the bat inside, and the moment it makes contact, the bat crumbles, dissolving into dust. A shadowy figure in a cape stares as the last particles vanish, and he murmurs to himself like he's piecing the whole universe together. The vampire lord keeps saying "Locke" over and over, and the news somehow hooks him like it's pure gold. He's planted in the corridor, and his loyal maids hover right there, ready to serve. The lead maid meets her master's gaze with a calm, unshakable respect. Another maid shoves a terrified woman forward and loudly announces, "Your time's up, my meal's ready." He grabs the woman by the throat as she gasps and begs him to stop, desperately fighting for her life. The vampire lord bares razor-sharp fangs and leans in, ready to sink them into his helpless victim. Her horrified screams ricochet through the hall as he pulls her into his arms in the darkness. From a barred window up high, a prisoner feels the tragic moment crushing into existence right in front of him. A tray glides under her door, and she murmurs about yet another victim's fate. Barefoot on the icy floor, she keeps blurting out heartfelt apologies for how powerless she feels. Tears spill down the scholarly woman's face as she sinks into the chaos of scattered books all around her. She drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness, tormented by the monstrous demonic statue that keeps She drops to her knees and elsewhere Eric, the regal man himself, steps forward and delivers a heartfelt apology to Luck like he's begging fate to cut him a break. Luck lounges with his wine glass in hand, calmly sipping as he listens to his friend lay it all out. He leaned in and demanded what Eric was apologizing for, right as he mentioned their home's secret hidden passageway. Eric can't believe it. He never once thought his own house was hiding a secret like this. Goran, a burly man with a punchable glare, lays out how the guild's own failed investigation into the passage went south. He leaned in and demanded answers from Luck, then Luck smirked and confirmed, "Yeah, I figured it out." Eric drops the bombshell that the secret passage was built for his grandfather's forbidden royal affair. Once Dawn's bad luck hit, the watchtower became the king's go-to hideout for secret visits. Then he demands to know what happened to the Baroness who got pulled into it. Eric leans in and tells her, "I swear, you've lived here your whole life, but you've never had an heir." Goran snaps to the truth. This is exactly why the property was buried from official records. Luck lets out a breath of relief. This place isn't haunted at all, and Goran can't help but stare, totally baffled. Under the table, the wolf twitches awake, remembering that chilling, ghostly encounter. Goran gets the update about Cavino's arrest, and Luck lets out a satisfied grin. Eric locks onto Cavino's name, and Goran nods hard. Yep, that's the slum's kingpin. With a grim stare, Eric snaps that Cavino was caught with outlawed ham. He drops the most gut-wrenching detail of all, a chilling plan to sacrifice children in a cold, ritual way. Luck snaps in and calls out to Eric, sensing his friends are in real trouble. Goran leans in close, ready to spill top-secret info to his companions. He swears that a cursed juju cut through the city's holy barrier and wiped it clean. Eric snaps into shock, staring at the news and demanding, "Wait, is this actually true?" The juju's powers are freakishly close to the dark god's anathema. Luck says the capital is already crawling with deadly vampires, hidden in plain sight. Goran stood there, sweating hard, because the news hit like a punch and the weight of it scared him. Eric's face hardens as he realizes the massive, secret danger closing in around him. He stands inside the Grand Library and formally demands Lux's full cooperation. No hesitation, no shortcuts. Luck agrees to help, but instantly scratches their head. Where are they even supposed to start hunting? Eric believes that any major wrongdoing on that scale would need serious bankroll behind it. He's sure the culprits are just anyone. They're powerful nobles pulling the strings behind it all. Goran couldn't stop bitching about how size and brute force don't stand a chance against people this strong. He throws his weight around as an archduke and reminds Luck who's in charge, but Luck just doesn't want to hear it. Eric tells him to stay sharp and play it safe, then quietly gives him permission to use his royal power, plus a slice of luck to back it up. Goran leans in, asking about the seal, then fate gets cut off by a brutal knock at the door. A blonde cellist storms in and drops the truth. She and Luck are done, finished for good. She struts in with a freshly dressed, completely mortified Milka and slams her into the group's attention. Luck gives the girl's head a gentle pat, only to realize, a beat later, that it's her beneath that fancy dress. His eyes blow wide in a tight close-up, as the truth finally hits him like a lightning strike. He blurts her name in shock, and it jolts the young girl instantly. Milka blurts out a tearful apology, swearing the cute dress feels way too good for her. She's terrified that all those frills are going to turn cleanup into a nightmare. With determination blazing in her eyes, she snaps into action and sprints out the door, right then and there. Luck freezes and stuns her, and the sudden shift in his attitude leaves her totally baffled. With a wink, he leans in and tells her she looks absolutely adorable. That compliment hits Milka like lightning. She blushes hard, and steam starts puffing from her head. She snaps her way out of the scrutiny, then brushes it off by claiming it's Miss Chelly's beautiful dress that's drawing all the eyes. Goran spots the girl and calls her Milka, praising her like she's a priceless little treasure. Luck swings Goran into the scene as Chalice's father, and they trade tight, respectful greetings. Then he points at Eric, the guy who handled everything and set up that house for them. Milka realizes that without Eric stepping in, she never would have crossed paths with them. Eric soaks in her gratitude, wearing a calm, knowing smile like he's already understood everything. Milka lights up, beams from ear to ear, and thanks him like crazy, cheerfully calling him Gramps. Eric hears that friendly word, and it slams into him like a punch. He stumbles back, almost losing his footing. He trudges off, crushed to the bone after they call him an old man. Goran bursts into roaring laughter, and it's so intense it gives Milka a total newbie's hit of the joke. Luck yanks Goran's arm and moves fast to put himself between his friend and trouble. He whips around to a baffled Milka, then lays out what's going on. Luck keeps trying to tell Eric he's their age, not some dusty old Gramps. Milka's surprised questions ricochet through the air as laughter erupts from the tower. Morning light bursts through the clouds and screams, "New day." The whole crew pulls up together and digs into a massive feast, fresh bread, steaming soup, and piles of juicy meat. Garb the wolf leans in and tells Eric, "Yeah, you want Luck to dig into that juju," and then the investigation kicks off. Katir just steps up and offers her razor-sharp sense of smell to help out. Shelley's practically jumps at the chance to volunteer, so when Luck snubs her help at first, it's downright insulting. Just steps in for Selly's, nodding like, "She'd be a massive help to our mission." Chelly's grins and boldly says she'll go straight to the guild and pull the information herself. Milka pauses mid-breakfast and quizzes Locke on what his plans are. He vows to fix the underground passageway that leads straight to the palace. Right at the passage entrance, Eric tells everyone he's fighting to keep it usable. Goran calls out the security risk, and Eric snaps back that it's a life-saving emergency must-have. He drops a shocking truth. It might be an escape route built for his family. Luck can't stop thinking about how he's going to build a secret passage all by himself. He points out that the passage runs straight past Queen Leffy's bedroom. Queen Leffy finally shows up and confirms it was her idea to fix it all herself. After Luck's paid her a visit, the whole idea suddenly hit her. Eric glances toward Luck, and his face twists into a sly, mischievous grin. He leans in real close and quizzes Luck about what he saw during his visit. Luck gets totally thrown off, and his mind scrambles when that pointed, suggestive question hits him. Goran points to a nude artist's painting and tells everyone that it perfectly screams Leffy's wild, free-spirited soul. He lets out a heavy sigh, because he knows moments like this were always destined to show up eventually. King Eric scoots in close and with a grin prods his flustered friend for the truth. "So what did you see?" The panicked Luck stammer blurted, "No, this isn't about what I saw, it's about what I didn't." That tiny horned Lochera burst into the scene, shouting at King Eric with urgent, breathless panic. She's panicking, swearing on her life that the queen was completely dressed, like, head to toe, in front of her right there as proof. Eric freezes for a beat, eyes sharpening as he weighs her words in his head. Eric flashes a warm, knowing smile and calmly treats Liqueur's testimony like it's the undeniable truth. Lutira shoots her companion a fierce nod like, "I've got zero reason to doubt you, promise." Eric slaps an arm around Luck with a grin, teasing him relentlessly for losing his cool. Goran mutters that Luck has zero clue who Luffy is, and that it better hurry up and find itself a real partner. The story snaps to a looming dark spire, stabbing the gray sky like it's daring the world to look away. A hand snaps out a wild set of gestures, and the magic circle ignites. Arcane power surges through it like a living storm. Luck admits he shoved the passage entrance out of sight with a spell and sealed it with a magic lock. He orders everyone to step up one by one and slam their hands on the seal, and only then do they get the key to access. Queen Laffy and the two young princesses erupted in praise, gushing over Lux's clever, incredible magic. Shell is this mind-blowing miracle, almost like magic, yet Luck just deadpans, confirming it dryly. Luffy carefully steers the young Princess Mary to press her hands onto the glowing magical seal. Lucira studies the finished job, stunned that Luck's magic lock goes 8 layers deep. She slips in 2 more invisible layers, now the total jumps to 10. Luck smugly claims that only a sorcerer on his level could crack it, and even then, they'd need half a day. From that moment on, he promises he'll hook up the lock on his side, so his family can get in. Eric declares the solution flawless, then leans back and all like, "I can't believe Grandpa's little affair actually came in clutch." Queen Leffy smiles and welcomes Luck to drop by the palace anytime he wants. Luck is thrown into a complete spin, left flustered and totally speechless after the Queen's shockingly warm, open invitation. Jayaberg of the Chicken lets out a bored little clock and shuts down the whole successful project. The mighty Adventurers Guild, stacked with those huge windows, looms high in the sky like it owns the whole world. Inside, the cat-eared sea hurries to Lady Shelley's and tells her there aren't any new missing person requests. Shelley's clocks the weirdness instantly and decides to stay glued to the scene, watching every move. She spots Ario and Ginny and waves them down with a big, friendly shout. Shelley's gratefully thanks them for their priceless help, and Ario waves it off like it's no big deal. Ginny smiles and offers her help again anytime Shelley's needs it in the future. She blurts, "Did you just pick up a brand new quest?" And Ario nods, confirming they're on a rat-slang job. The guild receptionist kept grumbling about how this boring city job might not look cool, but it kept everything running. Ario raises a hand, blasting a goodbye, as he and Jenny slip out of the roaring guild hall. Outside, Shelley's companion leans in and demands to know if the two of them even realize who Locke really is. Jen and this other girl start joking that seeing Locke's real home is going to blow their minds. Meanwhile, Ario grilled Jenny for her take on who Locke truly was. Jenny is stunned. He's way more perceptive and clued in than any F-rank warrior ever had a right to be. Enro can't shake the feeling that this guy is a top-tier hunter or scout, someone hiding his real identity in plain sight. So they figure he's probably running for his life from some seriously dangerous people. The story snaps straight to the sewers, where a massive rat's clawed feet scrape and skitter across the darkness. In the pitch-black tunnels, a monstrous, tower-sized rat looms over a smaller one like a living nightmare. Enro and Ginny get swarmed the instant they arrive. Big, horned rats rush in and start tearing them up. Enro clenches his focus tight as he raises his hands, ready to unleash a spell that hits like thunder. His explosive blast detonates through the charge, hurling the creatures backward like a wave of raw concussion. A magical blast leaves the poor rat reeling, and then one of Ginny's arrows drops it hard. Ginny plants herself in position, bow fully drawn, eyes locked on the next threat. Another rat springs in from her side, snapping its razor fangs in pure, violent aggression. She chops it down in a flash, sword screaming through the air, and yells a warning that something else is still coming from behind them. Enro looks up and bam, he's completely surrounded, crushed under the sheer swarm of monstrous rats. The horde surges closer and closer, and they don't even flinch, no fear at all, and it's downright terrifying. Enro's boot punches through murky water as he's shoved back, forced to retreat. Ginny shouts his name, and he grimly snaps back, fully aware that things are getting worse by the second. More rats keep pouring out of the tunnel. There's no doubt about it, this situation is wildly, dangerously unusual. Up above, the sky turns pitch black over the city's signature timber frame buildings. Life goes on in the marketplace, blissfully clueless while a desperate fight rages out of sight below. She is caught in the middle of a tense chat with a heavily bandaged man, one who hides his eyes behind a dark eye patch. The camera snaps to the towering, shadowed presence of Lady Shelley's, fully armored and looming like a threat. A companion rushes to Kelly's and says the missing person cases aren't crimes at all. They're just runaways slipping away. Shelley sees it all lines up perfectly with what she'd already been hearing from everyone else. She decides they'll swing by the Adventurers Guild on the way back, just to wrap up the day right. At the guild, a crew of receptionists crowds together, and pure panic ripples through the room. Joancellis burst in, sensing the chaos in the air, and worry hits their faces instantly. Just as Je blurts out what's going on in the guild hall, a receptionist whips around and stares at them. Just jaw drops when she realizes Enro and Jenny still haven't come back from their quest. The receptionist bluntly says they should have come back at least 4 hours ago. She straight up tells them they've been gone for 8 whole hours, and Shelley's and her companion go pale with shock. Shelley snaps that she's heading out to grab Locke, and Ja bolts straight for the sewers, right away. Guildmaster Gorin storms in and demands, "What's all this noise I've been hearing?" The receptionist swallowed hard as the Guildmaster's towering presence loomed over her. A voice cuts in from the outside, "What's wrong?" and you can feel the tension tighten in the air. Ja was already deep in the sewers when Locke and his partner finally showed up to lend a hand. Locke demanded a status update, and Ja couldn't help but note how insanely fast he showed up. She says it's almost certain that the missing pair wouldn't have turned around and come back this way. Locke pulls out a magic search spell and hunts down the sorcerer, Enro. They stumble on a dead rat, and it's crawling with sickly pale fungus that looks downright wrong. A blonde companion recoils in pure disgust at the vile, unsettling sight. The group presses deeper into the pitch-black, waterlogged ancient sewer tunnel. They hit a fork in the road, and the blonde girl shoots a quick question, "Which way do we go?" Locke shoots out his hand and casts a magic search spell, hunting down his friends with pure intent. His gaze locks in hard, then glowing rings of light burst outward from right where he stands. He spots a tiny pulse of activity down the right path, but he can't quite trust what he's feeling yet. With 0 clues left to chase, he snaps to the group and declares they have to move forward. He and just slip into a circular stone passage, ready to dig deeper and keep uncovering the truth. Locke tiptoes across the skinny, dry strip beside the sewer stream, placing every bootstep like it's a trap. His razor-sharp eyes lock onto 2 ominous dark shapes drifting through the murky water. It slams into a close-up, showing these floating shapes are hazy, but they're still unsettling as hell. A companion shoots them a warning. Lady Shelley's is closing in from behind, right there in the tunnel. 2 massive rats exploded out of the water and barreled straight toward the startled blonde girl. With a flash of silver, Chalice rips in and intercepts the blow, cutting cleanly through both creatures at once. The blonde girl admits it. Her defensive move wasn't a motion at all, just pure reflex. Shelley spits with disgust at the sheer monstrous size of the sewer rats. Ja nods, stunned. Those guys are way bigger than they should be, and the aggression roaring off them is absolutely not normal. A monstrous swarm of giant rats erupts from the tunnel straight ahead, surging toward them like a living nightmare. Locke swings the blade through a few of them, and the rest finally realize something is horribly wrong, and they know it for sure. Chelly's glides like a storm. Her blade snaps into its target again and again with deadly elegance. She barrels into the chaos, smashing the monstrous rodents with fists so powerful they feel like they're crushing the air itself. The Locke roars roared out, forcing everyone to get clear as he steadied himself to unleash a brutal, game-changing spell. He tears through the tight tunnel with a brutal chain of powerful explosions that shake the walls to the core. Flaming blasts roar through the cramped sewer streets, and the monstrous rats get incinerated on the spot. Chelly's clenches her stance and braces for impact as wave after wave of magical blasts pounds into her. With fierce looks on their faces, the adventuring crew plunges into the pitch black, winding sewers below. One of them thinks Ario's doomed. He'll have to take on those rats with nothing but a fireball. She warns that if they start using fire magic in that cramped space, the oxygen will get ripped away fast. The thought of suffocating sends a chill through Chalice. He gasps out a tiny squeak of pure terror. She explains that REO already knew the truth, so he ditched the old spells and started training new ones that actually fit. Locke takes it in and quietly realizes just how deadly their battlefield truly is. His razor-sharp senses kick in, something S ahead, and he snaps at the group to move now. Just as they gear up to push forward, the cellist suddenly freezes dead in her tracks, her body locking up with these hilariously terrified sounds. A hulking, shaggy elephantine rat monster bursts into view, and its massive, beastly size leaves the adventurers utterly stunned. A sickening crunch hits, and then we finally see it, a rat gnawing on its own kind. Just stares at the horrifying chaos and pushes the horrifying truth out loud. They can't just walk away and leave that monster alive. Locke's head snaps around out of nowhere. He blurts that he just caught Jenny's voice. He bolts down the tunnel in an instant, and his companions are left staring, completely stunned by how fast he vanished. Panicked, the cellist yells for the Locke to hold, because that colossal bee is still smashing its way across her path. She gasps in pain, her body still battling the paralysis fear has slammed into it. With raw willpower, she forces her legs to move, then barrels through the water, splashing every step. In a different corner of the sewer, a girl who looks just like Jo is waiting, fists clenched, ready to explode into a fight. She stares in stunned disbelief, watching everything unfold while her thoughts stay locked inside her chest. Locke sprints like his life depends on it through the watery passage, fear and urgency blazing across his face. His face instantly melts into pure relief the moment he finally spots his missing friends. He spots Ario and Ginny looking wrecked and worn out, but safe, alive, and somehow still standing. Guilt crashes over Aero as they apologize, admitting they've probably put Locke through hell and dragged their worry all over him. Locke shoves his worries aside and blurts out if they're hurt, and Ario quickly assures him they're totally fine. When Locke hears his friends are totally unharmed, he lets out a loud, visible sigh of pure relief, like the tension finally breaks. Ario snaps into the story and admits how brutal it got, so overwhelmed they had no choice but to vanish and hide. He presses on and then, boom, reveals their escape got slammed shut by one gigantic, terrifying monster. Ja blurts out, "Are you talking about that same giant monster we ran into a second ago?" A razor-sharp scream for help tears through the air, and that's when Chelly's bolts straight toward them, confirming her worst fear. A gigantic rat monster erupts into the tunnel, barreling forward and chasing the terrified Chellis. With a snap of authority, Locke barks that Ario should gear up, because this time he's about to unleash his biggest possible fireball. Arya panics about the oxygen, and Locke shoots back that he'll angle the flames upward. He snaps off a savage command to the cellist, make the creature's weak underbelly show. Shaken by that terrifying request, she blurts out that she's a delicate maiden and we can't possibly be asking this. Chelly's launches through the air in a jaw-dropping flip, soaring high above the towering rat monster. She snaps with indignation, calling herself a delicate maiden even as she rockets through the sky. With a furious roar, she drives her sword straight into the beast's back. As the monster towers up, Locke yells for Oreo to fire off his spell, now. Ario grits his teeth in pure focus, screaming the name of his devastating fireball attack as he strains for the final blast. A roaring blast of flame detonates, swallowing the monster's head and spinning it into a blazing, fiery vortex. A brutal blast slams ahead, unleashing a raging wave of pure, incinerating energy. As the monster rips into a roar of agony, Chelly's shrieks through the brutal, scorching heat wave. A roaring explosion rips through the tunnel, crashing into the far wall like the world just cracked. The fireball rockets back after its rebound, smashing straight toward a horrified, powerless REO. Locke steps right in front of his friend and raises his hands to unleash a crushing defensive spell. Right as that fireball crashes in, his hexagonal barrier snaps into existence with a thunderous boom that rattles everything. The blast detonates inside that tunnel, and the whole place shakes so violently that everyone watching is left terrified out of their minds. Teeth clenched, Locke grits his teeth and shoves his magical wall forward, holding it steady against a crushing, godlike force. Above ground, a carriage rattles down a quiet road outside the estate, clattering like thunder in the silence. The ground detonates in a colossal blast, flinging the driver and screaming pure terror into the horses. The stunned driver just stares, utterly stunned as chaos erupts and debris rockets through the air. He spots the blazing estate and realizes it's none other than the revered Marquis Mastophone's home. Ario stared in horror as the sheer wreckage from his spell came crashing down around him. Locke spun to the screen, checked the survey of the damage, and then, casually, gave a sharp salute like it was all under control. He calmly watches the explosion roar bigger than anyone predicted, then mutters that a gas buildup might have been the trigger. Panicked out of his mind, Ario blurts out what to do. Then Locke steps up and takes full responsibility for the order. Ario looks at Locke and finally accepts the hit, like he knows Locke's about to take the fall for him. Soot-caked fury surges in as a stomping, furious cellist charges toward them like a total wreck. She explodes with rage, pointing the finger at Locke for hogging the spotlight while the massive explosion rocks everything. She grins and says they pulled it off, escaping with only minor burns while that brutal heat tried to cook them alive. Chelly spins away with an indignant huff as Locke blurts out yet another heartfelt apology. That wild chaos drags Locke straight back to his adventuring days with a man named Gran. Chelly's face flips from uncertainty to pure, playful confidence as a bright new grin lights her up. She declares, full of drama, that she's Locke's right hand now, just like her father. She locks eyes with the sighs and swallows her resignation, then, hero style, magnanimously takes on the role she gave herself. Soon the whole crew huddles around a sizzling monster carcass, stunned, asking how something that huge ever got to be that big. Chelly's clapped her hand over her nose and groaned as the dead creature's foul stench hit her like a punch. After that brutal sewer showdown, a blonde woman cradles a dark, twisted hunk of something and demands to know what it even is. She studies the artifact for a beat, feels the magic still clinging to it, and instantly guesses it's a charm. A girl with feline ears panicked and begged to personally examine the mysterious dark fragment. She spots the sewer drain, and just like that, her hunch turns into certainty as she blurts out, "I knew it." Just stood there with her stunned friends and pointed out the artifact like it was nothing less than an evil god's effigy. Young Locke strides up to a massive mansion under the night sky, and with polite confidence he announces, "I'm here." Worry carved deep into his face as he leaned in, scanning the world through the iron gate's bars. Staring at the mansion's shattered wall, he grimaces and blames himself, regretting that he's the reason this all happened. Through the gate, Locke clenches his nerves as a maid, back turned, drifts toward him like she's about to spring a trap. A sharply dressed maid stands right in front of them and asks, excitedly and politely, how she can help. With a steel-cold stare, the young man clenches his resolve and prepares to lay out why he came. Even after he lays out what caused the sewer blast, the maid shoots him down and tells him to get out. Her wild denial of what's right in front of everyone leaves the young adventurer completely rattled and lost. He jabs at the building's exposed cracks and demands how she can possibly deny it. A creepy smile curls over the maid's face as she pushes him back with a firm, no-nonsense command to get out. With a look stuck between, "I don't get it," and "I give up," he finally nods and agrees to her bizarre request to go. From the mansion's shadowy depths, a pale, sinister man with sharp, pointed ears slips out without a sound. As Locke storms off, the vampire watches him vanish and realizes their enemy has already caught their scent. With a cruel grin, the vampire snaps an order. His maid must track down the young man. The vampire pushes the idea like a challenge. Go find his family, that's the perfect place to start. Beneath that endless starry sky, the city's hidden terrors keep waiting in the dark, ready to strike. Their hunt keeps charging forward inside the grand halls of the local adventurers' guild. The whole guild hums with energy. Adventurers crowd together, laughing and chatting like they've got the best day of their lives. One buddy grilled Locke about how the visit went, while someone else fretted over whether they had to pay them back. Locke clutches his head and fires back, telling them the mansion insists it took zero damage. A woman shrugs and figures Marquis Mastophone is just ignoring that small, stupid damage. The guild official clocks that something's off, and he leans in hard, demanding to know what's really going on. With pure relief flooding his chest, the young man throws his arms around his friends, trembling with gratitude that they're all safe. A sudden spark of insight hits the blonde woman, and her face lights up with the realization snapping into place. The cat girl remembers it. Just earlier, her partner was out hunting down missing people. With a grim look on their face, she lets it slip that House Mastophone just sent them a request. But the very next day, the client snapped the deal shut and pulled the request back, leaving everything unresolved. Once those whispers hit the air, locked behind the walls, the family's names started flying around. Then it all clicked, and the conspiracy's real scale finally came into focus. Ario shoots Locke, Celis, and Joe a heartfelt thanks for saving him, then parts ways as the group splits. In the dead of night, a voice cuts through the darkness, calling out to Milka and Lucera, then shouting the news, they're finally home. Two little kids, Milka and Lucaram, rush up to them with big smiles and shout that dinner's already ready. Milka blurts a sharp cry of shock, eyes popping wide as she stares in horror at something you can't even see. A messy cellist starts panicking that she's about to die without a bath, and Milka immediately offers to draw one up for her. A hulking Mastophone mansion squats in the darkness, while a sinister maid stands guard right in the foreground, daring anyone to come closer. In their own place, Keels grabs Ja and begs her to join, right there with Locke and his wolf garb. That mansion maid shows up again. This time her eyes flash with a razor-sharp, threatening menace. In her private room, her clothes torn, the maid shoots out a breath and yanks her boots on. Chelly's stripping down for a bath, can't help but wonder, does the missing persons request mean they were finally found? Ja's worried stare meant the missing people were caught up somehow. Then everything got buried so thoroughly there wasn't a shred of proof left behind. Chelly stared in disbelief and demanded to know, did the guild screw up and let them withdraw while people were still missing? She fires the question again, jaw clenched, because she cannot for the life of her wrap her head around the guild's logic in a moment this serious. When the water splashes, SIA leans in and says it's the client's right to yank the request back anytime. Ja sank into the bath, eyes heavy with dread, and then, right from the start, she pushed forward a grim new theory. She surges with the idea that their enemy twisted the client into pulling back the request so they could stay safe. But it's really a trap. Diving under the water, she can only think one thing. Only a vampire could pull off something like that, because a charmed human looks exactly the same. A memory of the maid Rwanda crashes back, snapping this horrifying theory to a past event. A sickening realization hits Chelly's. House Mastophone has been compromised. At a stuffy formal meeting, Locke stands up and insists, no doubt in his voice, that a vampire has already seized House Mastophone. A hulking Mangorn stares down the grim news with a hard, serious face. Eric, the long-haired blonde, stands there listening, his face carved into solemn focus. Eric whirls toward Luck, demanding to know, are you 100% sure about that deadly accusation? He praises Marquis Mastophone as a real force to be reckoned with, then admits he hasn't laid eyes on him in a whole month. Luck stares at a tiny box and then, boom, it's packed with proof to back up his claim. Inside, he shows a twisted, monstrous effigy, and swears it's the reason the sewer rats ballooned into terrifying giants. Goran stares down at the creepy object, his mind racing with questions, while a young girl watches in tense silence. Ja points to the object with absolute certainty. It's a dark god's effigy. Goran and Eric both freeze in place, faces flashing with pure, gut-churning shock at the sinister truth. Eric links the term straight to the dark god's anathema, the terrifying power the High Lord speaks of in hushed, deadly tones. Under the crescent moon, Locke smirks and confirms the effigy was found beneath the Mastophone estate, like a vampire's already cooking up something deadly in the shadows. In the pitch-black mansion, crows burst from a window as a frantic hand scribbles a desperate letter in a mad rush. The writer prays this letter finally reaches the king, because there's only one slim shot left to save Philly. From the shadows, a hand shoots out, begging Spot, the dog, to take the message. The dog clamps the rolled-up letter in its mouth and sprints off, ready to tear into its urgent mission. Leaves whirled in its wake as the loyal dog burst into the suffocating black of the woods. In that towering dark hall, a legion of maids drops into perfect, spine-chilling unison, all bowing like they share one heartbeat. A pale vampiric lord drops a hand on the lead maid's head, his cape snapping in the air like a warning. He tells his followers they're one of a kind, sealed with power by the dark god's anathema. He twists his mouth with a cruel sneer, then throws his hounds into the hunt, barking orders for them to tear down their prey to the very last. A whole army of maids surges upward as one, their eyes blazing with icy, laser-focused intent. The lead maid steels herself for the hunt, menace blazing in her eyes, as she locks in with pure determination. In a bright room, Eric fires back that they can't just break into a marquis's home. He decides to write that letter, because it's the king's summons, and even a marquis can't afford to ignore it. The whole crew nods in unison and commits to the battle plan. Tomorrow, they're finally going in. Grant flashed a grin and begged Locke for a spare room for the night, but Locke shut it down and told him to go home. Chellies holds her ground and proudly declares, "I'm staying, I'm Locke's right hand." Goran leans in close and begs Locke to stay, dangling the promise that he's already cooked up supper, and Milka backs him up with a quick confirmation. Moved by their gesture of friendship, Locke leans in and gives a soft, heartfelt thank you. Right when he's lost in deep thought, someone calls his name, and he snaps around with a pensive stare. A window slams inward with a deafening bang, blasting a maid flying straight into the room. Milka grips a tray of muffins, frozen in shock as an attacker suddenly screams her name like a threat. A second maid surges ahead, her face locked in a mask of razor-toothed fury. With a thunderclap of impact, her fist smashes into Milka, and Milka gets blasted backward like she's been knocked out of the fight. A third-seat fighter pounced on the cellist, then froze when she saw her opponent, and the sword instantly appeared in their hands. A crushing punch slams in with a thunderous POW, and dark blood splatters across the scene like the hit left a lasting mark. The camera whips upward, and boom, this massive room is getting hammered in brutal waves. Goran's mask slips. Turns out he's the one who threw the punch, and the maid gets blasted flying across the room. She gasps and yells for her father, stunned by the brutal, raw power he's unleashing. He clenches his fist and declares, "My body is the real weapon, and no one else gets to decide that." Locke stares at the fight unfolding, face set in grim focus as he sizes up the danger. A beaten maid starts to lift her head, then black smoke surges around her, twisting like something alive. She snaps her face into a nightmarish, fang-bared monster, white eyes blazing like they've got a mind of their own. Goran watches the transformed maids in awe, realizing these aren't ordinary retainers at all. Locke pieces it together. Someone's been using a juju to slip straight past the house's protective barrier. Another blast detonates in the room, blasting a violent shockwave through the air. The whole group tenses up as dark, shadowy spirits burst out of the maid's body. The lead maid stands cool and unshaken, while her transformed, monstrous subordinates loom around her like a nightmare. Yet she's still radiating pure confidence. Locke shoots a dry look at their manners, then bluntly says he wants to talk to their master. Eric yanks his mask into place, and those razor-sharp eyes instantly catch that something's seriously wrong. A tiny bat-like critter dangles from the window frame, stealthily peeking in on the fight like it's hunting secrets. Eric snaps at Locke in a panic. "Don't you dare use a single spell because they're watching." The bat familiar hangs on every word, then grimly confirms Eric's worst nightmare. They can't tell the enemy Locke's real identity. Locke clenches his fist and realizes just how brutal this tactical restriction really is. Gorn and Eric surge forward and tell Locke to back off. "Let us handle this fight." Chelison orders Lucara to look after Milka, and Lucara snaps into action and agrees without hesitation. The lead flashed wicked smirks as he watched the heroes lock in their defense, savoring every second like it was all part of his plan. She wears pure, unstoppable confidence, like she's already locked in, waiting for the fight to finally begin. Eric pushes ahead, grimacing with pure reluctance as he faces the horror of slaughtering his own citizens. His eyes narrow to a razor-sharp stare as he gets ready to throw down with the monstrous maids. Jo explodes forward with lightning speed, cleaving the maiden in an instant before Eric can even lift a finger. She snaps at him for pulling his punches, warning him that retainers can never be saved. Eric chuckled at himself, cracking a self-deprecating joke as he admitted he'd hesitated. He admits it's like his peace-loving soul won't budge no matter how hard he tries. He clenched his resolve and charged straight at the oncoming horde of monstrous maids. He becomes nothing but speed. His blade slices through the attackers with lethal, deadly elegance. His eyes flash with icy determination as he swears, right there, that he'll make their deaths quick, clean, and painless. Goran steadies himself, ready to smash the next attacker with a blow that'll shake the whole fight. He roars, hurling his fist forward. Wham! Driving a maid straight in the face with a bone-rattling kapow. Lucira lunges in and covers Milka's eyes, shielding the terrified kid from the brutal scene unfolding in front of them. He leans in and tells Milka, This isn't for you to watch, now move. We've got to get down to the basement. From the bottom of the stairs, Lucra and Milka whip their heads back, staring at the chaos tearing loose above. Another mate gets slammed into the window frame with bone-crunching force. The lead maid's eyes flash as she calls forth a brand new threat, one far deadlier than the last. A colossal fiery spirit bursts out of nowhere, roaring like a living furnace and trembling with pure rage. The lead mate goes wide-eyed when her summoned creature gets snatched out of nowhere and dropped before it can do a thing. The massive fire demon gets ripped apart limb by limb by a power you can't even see. It shrieks one last time, then gets utterly erased piece by piece. Lucra finally steps forward as the attacker, roaring that illusions are the only weapon he has. He steps up in front of Milka like a shield, claiming this weapon will never miss and won't let him down. The fight rages on. Chelly slams in a bone-jarring cracking blow, dropping another maid like she's nothing. Mid the dark blood splattering everywhere, a cat-eared girl charges in like a storm and slashes down two maids. A lone bat clings to the window frame, hanging there in total silence as the chaos explodes all around it. The massive wolf garb rockets forward and bites into another maid, sinking its teeth deep. Goran flashes a furious scowl, then hammers his opponent with a bone-crushing punch. A violent storm of dark, shadow-drenched power rips straight through the maid standing guard. A sinister, fanged man bares his teeth and clicks his tongue in pure frustration at the resistance. The attackers stagger in shock, staring at their enemies like, no way are they even human. Suddenly, the vampire's face snaps into alert mode as he senses a brand new presence lurking nearby. When they finally arrive at the scene, the fresh warriors barge in, demanding to know what happened to Locke, right now. From somewhere you can't see, a voice cuts through the dark, just hey. A soft greeting lingers in the air, and whoever said it stays out of sight. A sudden close-up catches the cloak's dark fabric lurking in the shadows. The camera reveals the truth. There's a bat perched right by the man's shoulder, hanging there like it's been waiting to strike. Once they caught the bat, it laughed in their faces and taunted Luck for being a nosy peeping Tom. A streak of movement hits the screen as the vampire snaps into action against the spy. The vampire's hand snaps shut on his bat familiar, and deadly intent surges through every inch of it. With a lightning-fast snatch, he yanks the bat right as it starts to morph. From the wall above, he swears this luck is a curse, because that vampire has finally pushed his rage over the edge. He leans in and warns his enemy to brace, because the storm he's about to unleash is coming fast. To back up his threat, Luck's grip rips the stone wall apart, turning it to dust. He launches off the wall like a comet, ready to face the invaders head-on. His charge gets slammed to a stop by his wolf companion's non-stop barking. Luck turns to his wolf garb and asks what just grabbed its attention. The wolf locks eyes on the main gate, staring through it like he can feel something invisible lurking on the other side. Inside, Garen and his crew stared in shock at the battle's chaotic wreckage.